Good evening, folks. It is Friday, October the 29th, 2021. It is now entering into spooky season, and World Series Game 3 is on. Nothing, nothing in the top of the third. Not that I have a screen in front of me showing it. Good evening, Bobby. I assume you got something behind the screen there? Well played. Well played.
They're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky. The Addams.
So gonna get flagged. Anyway, well, Bobby's in the right spirit. So there you go. I love it. All right, so I did see that DJS had a comment earlier on, so I'm going to touch on that. Looking forward to the show tonight. Thank you very much. And also mentioning the Card Talk Pod with a great interview on Nat Turner. Yes. So actually, I want to start with that because that's a really good one that was on a little earlier today. Now, I'll touch on a couple of points. He said a couple of things that we kind of expected, a couple of things that we had heard about a little bit, but then I'm also going to touch on a couple of things that were a little bit interesting because they were a little different than what I had been hearing up until that point. So let's take a look here. Mr. Bootman, good evening. Absolutely. Ozzy Card Dad, loved it. Very good. Nicely done. There you go. This episode is now the second in the Lost Episode series. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm okay.
That's all right. We'll see if we can figure it out. Anyway, so the Card Talk Pot guys ended up interviewing Nat Turner. It was about a 40-minute interview. I would recommend it if you do have some time to check it out a little bit, but I will hit on some of the key points for you. So we'll get into that. Good evening, Yannick. Absolutely. Now, long story short, a lot of it is what you expect. Nat was talking about them hiring more people. He was talking about them getting some new offices set up, the New Jersey office, which has been referenced before, talking about looking at some international possibilities. So so that kind of plays a little bit into what Brad was talking about as well. So that, you know, it corroborates what we had been hearing and thinking about a little bit. Now, there were a few things that were interesting because what I wanted to see if he would go into any detail regarding the pricing thing, which they did ask the question, which is perfect. And that works in our favor because then we can talk about it a little bit. So one of the things that they said is he was looking at different options as far as how they could bring the price down, because he's still saying that he wants to bring the prices down to where they were before. I still think that's a little bit ambitious, but you know, good for folks that at least he's still trying to think about it and he's trying to put it out there. So that's good. But he did throw out something that I thought was kind of interesting. One of the things that we'd mentioned when Brad is on, when other folks are on, is that the set registry folks are some of the PSA loyalists. You got to take care of them. You got to find a way to help them out. So he threw out something that was kind of novel that plays into the whole idea, because I thought it would make sense for there to be a special rate for set registry. And he actually took that a step further because they're playing around internally with the idea of finding a way to connect the set registry to the submission center, so that when you send your stuff in, if it's part of a set registry you have, and they're cards that you need for that set, then you get the special rate. So they're actually using the technology and using their database information to be able to link it up, going like, no, you're sending stuff in that is part of your set registry. So that gives you the opportunity to get the special set registry rate, which would be presumably lower than what the average rank and file is when you're sending in your Zions and your Jaws and your LeBrons. So, which makes sense. Take care of the set registry folks, because they're sending in like regular kind of cards that they just want as part of their set. Good. That makes a lot of sense. The other one that he threw out there is that they're kicking around the idea of having a certain limit on lower price submissions, and trying to figure out a good system to do that. Finding some way of making it possible for people to submit at a more reasonable rate. Bottom line. So, and the other part of it is that he has ambitions of potentially doubling their capacity to grade from what it is right now. So it's already a huge capacity, but they want to get it to the point where they're not even going to worry about it. They want to be able to bring the price down and just be like, yeah, because if they're doing about 40,000 now and you double it to 80,000 cards a day is a lot of capacity that you're handling. So that's a lot of cards out the door. Is that enough if you drop it down to 15 or $10 a card? Maybe not. But if you control it and make it like 20 or 25 and then do the set registry thing, well, then I think I think that'll be a little bit more reasonable. Folks sending in 1971 Topps Commons really aren't going to flood. Those aren't the ones you're worrying about flooding your submission rate centers. It's the folks who are sending in the 1,000,008, ultra modern, rookies, and they're trying to get in under a big bulk rate. Those are the folks that are eating up most of your bandwidth.
Yep.
So there you go. Personally, don't watch Card Talk Pod. It's a Gary V channel. No, I get you. Yeah, still there's some limits and lower tiers to be brought back. Yeah. So I think that'll be a good part of it. So we'll see. And the other piece that he included, so that's the main thing, I think, for folks that are keeping an eye on it. He wants to bring back some lower levels. A lot of it is ambition. You know, just because he wants it doesn't mean they're going to be able to do it. But he's still putting it out there. He's telling everybody who will listen that they're trying to do that. And he acknowledged that if they could have done something differently, they would have raised the price sooner because they realized that they were going to get slammed with the big backlog. They came in mid flight though, because when they actually finally finalized the sale and bought it, they were worried about the optics of raising the price right at the time that they come in. You know, new regime comes in, immediately jack up the price and cut off some of the lower levels. They didn't want to do it because they were afraid of the optics. In retrospect, he wishes they had done it anyway because they needed to cut it off sooner.
Option would have been there or not either way.
No, agreed. But they basically let it go longer than they should have is the point.
Yeah.
Because he gave a little bit of color to kind of what we already knew. Apparently from the first of the year until they did finally cut down service and shut it down, they were getting over 100,000 cards a day on average. Mm-hmm. And at a high watermark of 660 in a single day in March.
Wow.
So when you're getting so many cards day after day after day after day, that pile's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Of course, you have a gigantic backlog. That's why they'll need a ton of that capacity if they're even going to attempt to bring back some of those lower level, like the real lower levels. So we'll see. And he's ambitious. I'll give him that. And the only other piece that I think about that I noted here was that the goal is the capacity to meet demand. Fine. That's great. And he just talked a little bit about the Fanatics thing. He thinks exposure is a good thing, assumes they will buy a partner with one of the more existing companies. He's speculating just like everybody else on what he thinks they'll do. And he thinks the changes can be good because a lot of it has stagnated with some of the companies that exist today. Mm-hmm. And I think that'll roll us nicely into the Upper Deck news, where they did retain their NHL license. So we'll touch on that here in a second. Good evening, Happy Champs. Business 124 based on PSA continues to grow quickly. Do you guys think BGS is still number 2? They're not number 2. I don't. I don't know. Here's what I'll say. I don't know if SGC is. I feel like maybe there's a couple away tie for number 2. With CSG as well there, because also they've had a little bit of backlog too, so they are getting some volume, and they have had a pretty good run themselves. They just haven't gotten the secondary market sale. If the value of their slabs goes up over time. The good news for them is they haven't had any major missteps. They've kind of just quietly plodded along. Yeah, they've had some backlog, but it hasn't been overly egregious. They haven't really shut down levels. They've been just plodding along, and they've been hiring too, because we know they've done different. They've done things where they've taught graders, but also used it as recruitment to try to get more graders. So they are trying to increase their capacity as we go. So we'll have to see. There is
something to be said about SGC. If you look at the prices they're finishing at compared to PSA and what you have to pay at PSA for a high-end card, offsetting that is sometimes not too much of a difference really on a, let's say, a $1,500 card, maybe $2,000, $2,500.
Yep,
possibly, because what you would have to pay for that is similar. I still think they're a good grader. I have no problem.
It's not so much about when I think about number 1, number 2, I'm thinking about who the market would perceive. Because if we're talking about just good grader, like if you say to me, oh, I want to send in a nice card to SGC for my collection, with my blessing, please, by all means. There's nothing wrong with sending it to SGC. I would not dissuade you because, like I said, if you like the holder and it looks good and the card is just your collection, go nuts. Their price is reasonable and their turnaround times have been solid. So you could do worse, certainly.
Yeah.
BGS is just a black box and they just keep shooting themselves in the foot and the head. Anywhere they can shoot themselves, they're just doing it. Like I said, for me, in terms of a slab, I'm still not a fan of the label, but I like the clarity of the holder for the CSG slab. For me, I like the clarity of it because if you just want to be able to see your card in a clean holder, they look really good. Personal opinion. But if they can get their capacity up, I think they can still be a player. SGC certainly has positioned themselves. They're solid. I would say SGC is in a solid position. BGS is probably the one who I guess are there by reputation alone and like legacy, but they can certainly move to the back of the line very quickly if they just keep up what they're doing. All they have to do is keep being them and they'll go all the way to the back. So what are you going to do? Yeah, so Gary Vee is the leader of the Kool-Aid group. Yep. Let's see here. Nat said they had a day where PSA received 600,000. Yeah, 660. That's right. Exactly. So I think that's valid. I don't think they're going to hit that number again, though, because a lot of it was during a time where you could, in fact, go in there and turn that kind of thing around. So all you had to do was send in all these cards. They get a PSA 9 or PSA 10 most of the time, and then you make more money. So if that happens, then that's going to motivate them to send it in. But if people are less interested in that and the secondary market rates aren't quite there, the profitability isn't there, and so you're not going to send 500 copies of insert basketball player here.
Yeah.
Because when they did those ratios, everybody saw it. The ultra modern was taking up a good chunk of it, and it wasn't like your main guy. It wasn't a stack of Tom Brady's and Michael Jordans and all these guys filling up those things. It was these prospects that they were taking a shot on en masse in big bulk. That's really what it was. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's sort of like PSA is the McDonald's. It's not the best food, but it's quick and fast and it's familiar.
It's available, yeah, absolutely.
I'd rather go to Harvey's myself.
There you go. Some
Burger and fries, you're the expert, so.
There you go. So GMA, hot on the BGS's heel with the new flip. Yes, it's all about the black labels, Paul. All about the black labels.
Yeah.
I sold 5 SGC dated John Bradman cards. Well, we've got John Bradman curators, so I would hope so. This week totaling $1,200. There you go. World record prices. With that, if BGS continues to struggle, and I have no sense that they won't, any concern that those of us have BGS 10s will see prices go down. The good news for you is that BGS 10s still have some protection. They have been really good about not handing them out like candy. So it's one of those things where some enterprising individuals will sit there and they will look for those cards. And they will say to themselves, hey, I'm willing to pay the premium for that because it's a quality card. As long as BGS manages to protect the BGS 10, at least that will retain some value. It's the 9.5s that have been suffering as a result of their issues.
Mm-hmm.
That's really it. If the 9.5 could go back, let's put it this way, BGS could become like number 2 solidly if the 9.5 is restored to being almost equivalent to PSA. It doesn't have to be 100%. But if you can get 80, 85, 90% of a PSA 10, people will respect the 9.5 and they'll be interested in it and it will sell. No problem. Because there's still some value there.
Yeah, after all the cards that I bought back in January there, I think I have one left and it's a Bork BGS 10. So a number 5 card, the rookie year card. So at least that's a good thing.
Yeah.
The 10s are hard.
Yeah. That's why I say, like, for them, as long as they protect it, they have to go out of their way to make sure they protect that 10 and be very careful about what card gets a 10. If it's worthy, people will catch on to that and they will pay the premium and that will keep that, at least that one sustained.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Poutine. There you go. It's very Canadian.
Very.
Now, so let me kind of segue over to the Upper Deck one briefly, because for me, it wasn't a big story, only because I understood why folks tried to promote it as a big story, because it was
There's nothing else to talk about.
It's not even that. It's just, they just assume Fanatics would go after every license. The one thing that is unclear is whether Fanatics aggressively went after it.
That's the question. That's the question I was really interested in is why did they not get into the hockey and they left it wide open?
Yeah, because in reality, like all you have to do is look at the breakdown of like the submissions to PSA.
Yeah.
Hockey's like 2%.
Yeah.
Look, we'll probably have cricket, move above hockey at some point in terms of submissions and volume. There's all these other, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And all these other things are being submitted much greater. The proof is in the pudding. The consumers are telling you because they're saying like, oh, it's more worthwhile for us to send in this other stuff. Yeah, we'll get the hockey stuff eventually. If it's Crosby, Ovechkin, Connor McDavid, like really high-end stuff, yeah, sure. But the rest of it is like, go to the second tier stars and see what the going rate is.
Not much.
What about some Hall of Famers? Cheap. You can pretty much get that. Market tells you everything you need to know. You go to the top end guys. The top end guys still do really well. You go to the legends at the top end. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Why not? But a lot of those pretty good guys that are pretty close, they're not selling for that rate. You can get that stuff for pennies on the dollar, which is good if you're a collector. If you're a collector, it's still good. You can still get some really nice stuff and enjoy it and get it for a reasonable price. And There's nothing wrong with that, but you just have to understand that that's going to make it a little less attractive. By the way, none of this suggests that they couldn't just buy Upper Deck. Like,
Sure.
from Upper Deck standpoint, it makes total sense for them to secure. And basically what they're doing is they're providing market security. They're saying, hey guys, don't worry about us. We have our main license here and we've extended it into the future. So you can be secure that there will be Upper Deck hockey cards for the years to come. So that, that's just but on a day-to-day basis, has anything really changed? No. They're going to produce the same products they produced before. Like, that's not exciting to me. That's like, oh, okay, status. Basically, you announced the status quo.
Yes.
It's not unlike the golden announcement. The thing I promised you for the better part of a year will now happen. It's like, that's not an announcement yet.
It's a big announcement. Nothing's changing.
he even had his suit, he had his tie and everything. I wanted to do a video where I was going to report on it. It's like where I was going to wear my suit and my tie because I have them. And I was going to say, and Ken Golden's announcement was the thing he already promised that should have been delivered 6 months ago.
Yes.
End of video. It wasn't big news to me, but I understood. So Robert here says soccer is 2 times hockey at PSA right now in terms of volume graded last month. Yeah, sounds about right. Absolutely. Why not? Being a BGS collector, it does seem that BGS 10 and Black Label are probably graded from what I found. Yeah. And that has helped. That's why I say, like, as long as they protect that Black Label and the BGS 10, that's what's keeping their heads above water. Because if they slip on that and start getting lax with the BGS 10, they will quickly sink below some of these other ones, and they'll take maybe it will end up being what's it called? GMA. GMA will take BGS a slot. They're like, look, at least our 10 is a 10.
Yes.
That's and we have Black Labels, fancy Black Labels.
Yeah.
So that was kind of fun for me. Is that it was something, but not much ado, not a lot. The Golden announcement wasn't much of an announcement. Upper Deck retaining their hockey license, good for them. I'm happy for them because at least it gives them some security for now. The one I thought was more interesting though was Panini picking up the WWE license because Topps took another hit because they just lost another license. That was another one of the ones that they had. They've been doing that the last couple of years. And having some success with it because the whole WWE and wrestling card market has been it's not a big market, but it has certainly grown over what it was a couple of years ago. They were able to justify having a high-end WWE product this year, which sold pretty well. And the fans have been excited about it so far. And that price is creeping up slowly.
As long as Panini doesn't get into redemptions, they'll be all right.
That's going to be the big thing for them. Yeah. So we'll touch on that because that's
Sure.
that's a real good segue for them, especially.
Mhm.
But I'll touch on that one quickly. So the question is if Fanatics lose out to Upper Deck NHL or not go after hockey. I'm inclined to believe the second.
Yes.
I don't think or if they did, they made like a token offer being like, we'll give you,
Throw in the hockey and we'll do the deal.
we'll treat you to a supersized fries and with your Happy Meal. And it's like, but what about money? Oh, you want money.
Mm.
You got any change?
Apple pie? Maybe.
I would have taken the apple pie. The apple pie.
Yeah, actually not bad.
It's like, that seems like a good deal to me. Like,
It tastes like the French fries though because it's fried in the same. Anyways.
yeah. But the thing is that I don't think they went after it aggressively. That's just my opinion. I don't know. But I think if they went after it as aggressively as they did the other sports, the NHL, look, Gary Bettman likes money. So it's not like he would be like, no, on principle, I refuse to deal with you. No, if Fanatics offered like, we'll give you equity, you can be part of the thing, and we'll give you a big bag of cash. Gary Bettman's like, bag of cash, you say? We will give you the Seattle Kraken. We just want the license. It's like we'll give you the Kraken too. We'll throw them in.
Maybe the league's a little too big. Who knows?
Yeah. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what goes with it. And it's good. Like I said, for now, to be honest, I'm happy for Upper Deck. It gives everybody a little security, one way or another. If Fanatics buys them down the road, well, then they get it anyway. So it doesn't make a big difference. But in the meantime, it means business as usual in the hockey world. Right now, you're going to get your sets. Well, eventually, you'll get your sets. When Upper Deck can get them to us, you will get your sets. So you'll be all right.
Not at Expo.
Yeah, but that WWE thing is interesting to me just because from what I understand, in the initial article, I didn't see it, but in a subsequent article, my understanding is that deal was a couple of years, but it might be worth as much as 10 million. So WWE likes money too. They enjoy that.
Sure.
But if that market slowly grows a little bit more, that could be a pretty good property with, WWE Prism and maybe National Treasures if they want to go to some of that high-end stuff. Like there's some possibilities for them to do that. And WWE likes making money, so they might be interested in some of that stuff.
Now, does the WB have sort of a union like the MLBPA kind of thing, or is there anything like that?
No.
'Cause
Vince,
I didn't-
you deal with Vince McMahon, basically. he can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants.
I didn't know if they had anything back there, because I think that's a stronghold and an approachable thing for fanatics that come in saying, "Hey, you guys get some. You guys, everybody's happy."
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, the WWE model is Vince McMahon does whatever he wants, and the employees will take whatever they're given.
Yeah.
It's like, get back to work. It's like what about a union? If you say union, I am firing you right now. It's like you are fired immediately before you finish
lose
that
the
sentence.
championship.
It's like we're done. We're done here. Yeah, WWE has got a stranglehold on their IP. They control it very well. That said, though, there's a lot of things because don't forget, WWE also means that you can have people who are on Legends contracts and things. It means you can have a Panini Prism Rock. Because the Rock can license out, because he gets some. Now, he is on the outside and he can command his own independent license, but you can have the Rock in this product. You can have John Cena in this product. You just have to do deals with those guys. But usually WWE keeps on good terms with them. So it's like, hey, can we do something with you so that you can be part of this product? It'll help sell it. And of course you'll get your cut, because the Rock can negotiate his own rate at this point.
Sure
So,
enough.
yeah, he doesn't need money technically, but so he can call a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Eric. Absolutely. And good evening, Dustin. Personal Finance Dad. Awesome. Yeah, will Panini bring their current sets over NT Flawless? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I know that from the articles I saw, Prism is definitely going to be there for sure. I would not be shocked if they get some high end there, something like an NT or Flawless. It would not shock, and probably they would look pretty good. Like they could probably put together a very nice looking product, I would think. So there's no doubt. Yeah, disappointing. The nonsense Panini is saying regarding redemption seems classless and wrong. Yeah, let's touch on that in a minute, because I think it's a good topic. I think it's a good topic for sure. So KBO and F1. What else is left for tops? Mexican baseball? La Liga? Ooh. It's
No
not.
idea.
Yeah, it's that maybe off in the distance. Ruben is cackling off and goes, if you keep losing some, it's like, I bet it's looking pretty good, that Happy Meal with the extra large fries, eh, Tops?
Yeah. At this point, sure.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the real play is for them to be like, hey, Panini, why don't you get this WWE thing? It's like, why are you helping us? Soon. You'll know. Yeah, at this point, Topps is not helping their case. They're going to need to get some more IPs, some more licenses, and I don't know what licenses are. Could Topps Bowling be far behind? Topps Finest Bowling? Dare we live the dream?
They have to create licenses.
At this point, yeah. They're gonna have to
there's nothing out there really left.
No.
So, yeah, bowling.
Yeah, listen, Topps Finest Bowling? Who's in? Topps Sapphire Bowling? Yes. All right, so Uncommon Slab Collector, good evening. How about some pre-war boxing, soccer, and other sports talk? They're very underappreciated, undervalued.
They are, because they are.
Yeah, it's kind of what here's the thing. I don't think your statement is unfair, but part of the reason is that people are less interested. It's not
Compared to the other sports. It's just not there.
It's not that we're actively trying to avoid it. It's that, okay, pre-war boxing, what about it? Soccer? Sure, what about it? Other sports? We have Don Bradman Curator.
Yes.
We got that covered. Plus, we're talking about Prism Bowling, man.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to live the dream here. Or, Topps Finest Bowling.
Yeah.
We're trying to live the dream here, man. Mr. Boomman, I wonder if Fanatics will acquire a printing company to manufacture their own cards. That's still, for me, I still feel like that's the play. Because if you buy that, then you actually indirectly control the other manufacturers too. Because they're using a third party. I would buy the printing company and be like, I don't need to buy you. I will buy your supplier. And you've got to basically pay me. Yeah, it's like
smart for them, because they would save a lot of money and a lot of relationship issues, with anybody else. So they just go to their own people and say, hey, listen, do this.
You're motivating them to have to work with you whether they want to or not.
And their license is long enough that they can afford to do that. It's a great investment looking forward for them.
For me, buying the source of the product, the real source of the product, is basically the next best move to be like, we control the most important parts of this. We can do distribution and we control the printing for all of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
You want to print something? You got to do it through us. That includes Brian Gray. That includes all the rest of us. Like, yeah, Brian, I'm sorry, your shipment got lost. Sorry. Funny how that works out.
Yep. Pro Set 2 will have to wait.
Yeah, it'll have to wait. Alas, Bobby was ready there. He was like the Fry meme. Shut up and take my money. And now, not so much. Topps Chrome cockfighting. #invest. You got the #invest in there. That's very important.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ozzy Cardet. 2023 Topps Chrome. Kenny Powers. La Flama Blanca Refractor Auto.
Ooh.
Loving it. You might not be far off. Somewhere off at Topps is like, that's a great idea. Topps Cricket. Yeah, exactly. Topps Synchronized Swimming will be huge. There you go. See, you guys are being very creative. I appreciate it.
Commonwealth Games.
Topps
covering
Curling.
Specialist,
Topps
stuff
Curling.
like that.
Yeah. There we go. Prism Billiards. Yeah. Good old billiards, man. Love it. Listen, what we need though is we need some Prism or Topps darts.
Or
because
chess.
they've got personality. Well, no, but the darts actually has like TV, and they've got entrances and theme songs and characters. So you could market that, especially in the pubs where the people are drinking while watching darts.
They won't pay money for anything for cards.
They will pay money, if anything, if you put enough beer in front of them. You don't even know what they were paying for, and they don't know what they were paying for.
I think the beer will come first, and the cards will be well down the road.
Just double the price of the beer and give them cards with it.
That's it. There you go.
Just attach it.
Get them addicted.
We'll go old school. So
With
there we
the
go.
beer
Okay,
or the cards, I don't know.
Yeah, so there we go. How about the hidden gem that is Bowman 54? Oh, I'm guessing it's 54 and 55 Parkey wrestling.
Wrestling.
I think, yeah, the 55 Parkhurst. I don't really know if it's a hidden gem though. I think it's one of those things. Like it's back to what I said earlier. There are people who are. It's not like nobody knows it exists, and we can call it out. There's a 54 and a 55 Parkhurst wrestling set.
Yep.
All right, guys. So now that you know that, go buy it. Make Uncommon Slab Collector happy. You don't care. Well, could you go buy it anyway?
It's very Canadian for the wrestling side.
Sure. Here's the thing. I'm a wrestling guy, and they're neat, and I like Parkhurst cards, especially 50s Parkhurst cards. And even then, with those two sides of the Venn diagram, I still don't end up there.
It's amazing.
What does that tell you? Like, I like wrestling, and I like 50s Parkhurst cards. Still don't care. And I've known about them for years.
There's a few cool cards in that set.
Oh, for sure. I think, isn't there an Angelo Mosca? Because there would be something in that, because that would be around his era, or something like that. Maybe 60s.
Primo Carnera, world
Yes,
heavyweight. You got quite a few interesting people there. Oh, you have what's his name? Oh boy, he's a Canadian guy. I can't remember his name now. Flying whatever. Move on. I can't remember everything.
There you go. Topps Cane Toad Racing, exclusive Australian release. There you go. Sportscaster has cards for everything you have said so far. Yeah, I believe it. Darts is big in the UK and here in Australia. Yeah, listen, people think I'm joking about the darts. I've watched the broadcast. The people that are into it are really, really into it. Really into it. Yeah, I thought so. Moscow's probably 60s. Yeah, that makes sense. Top Skeet Shooting. There you go. Jelly Wrestling is a very different type of wrestling. You might be able. You can sell cards for that.
And they did cheerleading cards, didn't they?
They were the bench warmer cards. I don't know if any of you guys remember. Yeah. Like you can sell it. That can be an insert.
Kind of worked.
Yeah, there you go. They had it for years. 55 Parkhurst dog set. Yeah, I actually collect that, and no one else collects it, which is fine. Yep, there you go, Jay. Sounds good.
That's
Bronco Nagurski. Yeah, that's right. Bronco Nagurski was in that. Yeah. Because from football, he came over from football into wrestling. That makes sense. I think that's still very niche. Again, I'm not knocking it. If you're interested, great, but it's not that exciting. It's cool. I think most Bronco Nagurski collectors want Bronco Nagurski
the card.
Football cards. Yeah. They want the football card, not the wrestling card. Yeah, I have a beat up Mosca Ticats card. There you go. Yep, exactly. These can all be insert sets in the bench warmers, guys. Like these can all be. I'm sure Lingerie Football has a set though. They totally have to have a set. There's no way they don't. Like I would be shocked. I would be very shocked. I don't think Topps can afford that license. They may not be able to afford it at this point. Leaf axe throwing. Brian Gray would probably do something like that. That feels like something he would try.
That sounds like
Yeah. Maybe it could be a special case hit in the pro set in 2021, 2022 Pro set.
Maybe.
We can have the axe throwing. Maybe get the NHL players to try axe throwing. Come on. Come on.
You'd have to throw something in like log sawing too, or something else, chainsaw, whatever.
Listen, at this point, I'm sure they're out of real ideas. Like, is that really that far of a stretch?
No.
You can have axe throwing, cards. Take a piece of the axe and put it on the card.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Upper Deck has an e-pack product of guys playing video games. Yes, that's true. There was an esport. I saw there was an esport. There's also an esports set. I don't remember the brand, but there's definitely an esports set. I have in fact seen that for sure. 100%. Off to eBay, I go for research. There you go, hockey guy. Enjoy. Topps hot dog eating contest. That's legit. I like that. I like
That's
that.
a good one.
Yeah. Lumberjack competition. Listen, they have the steel games. That's like, that's them with the chainsaws and the whole thing. Is like, you could have a steel game set. Why not? Yeah. Topps, we're giving you like great ideas here. And by great, I mean terrible ideas here.
They are ideas.
But they are, in fact, ideas. Yes, they are ideas. This is a fact.
That's the Fido gum box.
Okay.
It's the most plain box by Parkhurst.
Okay.
There's another one that was pretty plain. And then when they did do a nice box, they did an amazing box. So very interesting. But that's the Fido or the dog cards.
Yep.
Talking about
did they an Overwatch set? Yeah. I will say, it made me laugh to no end. What was the name of the game? There was a game that has a Black Knight.
Pig Knuckle. Chess.
No, but I mean like a video game, and it's play. I think it's Fortnite. Fortnite might be the one that I'm thinking of.
Oh, the newer one. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is they've got a character in it called the Black Knight. And when I heard about this, I don't play Fortnite, but I've heard of the game. And when they told me, it's like, oh, there's a Black Knight character, and I go, well, that's kind of awesome. I like the Black Knight from Monty Python. It's not the same, but that would be cool if that was the inspiration. I would enjoy it. I would appreciate it. 'Tis but a flesh wound. I would appreciate it. But the point is, there is a Black Knight in it. Well, apparently, some of those Black Knight cards have sold for a pretty penny.
Really?
For the Fortnite cards, yes. Yes. So it's one of those things where I had to show that to my younger brothers. I go, we could have been in on this Black Knight thing early on, man. I was already a huge Black Knight super fan. Why didn't I know this card existed? Very disappointing. Very disappointing. I have Joey Chestnut cards. Very nice. Hot dog bun relics. I think you would have to preserve that, or it would get very bad very quickly.
Hot dog bun relish, maybe.
Here's the thing. There was a manufacturer. It's Moser & C out of Switzerland. And they like to do provocative watches that have weird themes and weird ideas. They actually did a luxury watch that was made to look like an Apple Watch, but it's mechanical. But it's designed wise, the language and the way it was made to look is made to look like an Apple, but it's mechanical. But they did one that was literally called the cheese watch. And what they did is they actually took a real piece of cheese and made the watch with it. But what happened is they treated it with a chemical that would preserve the cheese on the outside of it. So you can't smell it. Like it's not, the idea is that it doesn't go bad. The idea is, but what it was meant as a joke, but they actually produced a handful of that watch and some select clients could actually buy it. So they could have a cheese watch. So if you did a hot dog bun relic, you could probably put into a similar treatment and preserve it so that it is a hot dog bun. It doesn't rot because whatever you treat it with would preserve it in whatever state it's in.
Or petrify it, one of the
Yeah, you have to do, but basically you would do something so that it would, because otherwise it's a liability. You can't actually have rotted food on your product. It wouldn't work out. No LFL cards? Le Tragique. Top CFL. Yep. There were the CFL cards for many years. That's true. I think Upper Deck has the current CFL license, if I'm not mistaken, because they do some current CFL cards. I think Upper Deck has it. I could be mistaken, but I think that's right. Because I know they had some recently, the last couple of years.
Possibly.
Yeah, Fortnite would never rip off ideas from anyone. No, absolutely not. I need to get that Fido box. I love items connected to cards. There you go. I will connect up with you, Bobby, about that box. Well, so do you have just a picture of the box, or do you actually have the box?
No, I don't have the box. There's only two known.
Gotcha.
So if you know two known, then you know the price.
Yeah, it would seem like a pretty obscure product. Yeah.
Well, most of the Parkhurst boxes, there's really only one or two known. And that's all hockey and all the non-sports. Very rare. Topps, there's like dozens. But Parkhurst, for some reason, they just never survived. And there's a ton of Parker's cards here. They were open even more than tops with the hockey. So the reason why their survival rate is not good, I could almost surmise that tops boxes were designed a little stronger, so they did stand up the test of time. But if something product is going to be left over, I would say it would have been tops over Parkhurst back in the time, because we have the two Canadian teams here, and they have or three actually. We have the Detroit later, but those boxes not surviving is like tops would be left over. It wouldn't be sold so that would be put away or put downstairs in the locker room, and then all of a sudden they find it that many years later and come back into the marketplace. So I can't. That's the only thing I can really understand for. But even with the tops, there's not like dozens of pre 1967 boxes. It's not that many.
Okay, so I think I got two back-to-back questions for you that are good. So first one is just a straightforward one. Do you have a Twitter?
Oh God, no.
There you go. He does have a. Do you
I
ever
had
get any
Twitter, and I
do you
just
ever
went
get
into
any
Facebook.
messages on Instagram? I know you've got the Instagram account, but do you ever get any messages on it?
All the time.
Yeah. Okay. So that might be an approach. I think it's Bobby Burrell VHC.
Yep.
Is that about right? Yeah. So you can try Bobby Burrell VHC.
I try to keep my name as my user handle, so
Yeah.
I don't have to remember to, or you guys don't have to remember to.
Yeah. So if you want to try reaching, you can try the instant messaging through that. That's an option.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook too.
There you go. Oh, there you go. That's another one. You can do Bobby Burrell on Facebook. That's another option for sure. Any known Parky wrestling packs or wrestling packages?
No, just one wrapper. There's two known wrappers, but I just acquired a wrapper just recently, and no packs. No packs. Very, you can't find wrappers. It's that much harder to find packs. It's funny. There's a few out there.
Go ahead, hockey guy. Go for it. As long as YouTube allows it, knock yourself out. You're fine. Go ahead. But thank you for asking as well. Thank you for asking. So, Mr. Bootman, have your post from Reddit where a guy put a hot dog in epoxy resin and then post monthly updates. They can slice that brick and make hot dog clear cuts. There you go. All right. We're getting closer to the dream. We're getting closer, guys. I like it. I like it.
Get a 4-color, where you get a little bit of relish, a little bit of mustard, a little bit of ketchup.
Okay. Someone posted a vintage non-sports empty case collection. Is absolutely insane. Nice.
Case
I like this question. How do you have Instagram but not Twitter? Twitter is like adults and Instagram is kids. I actually would argue it's the opposite. Twitter is where the kids go to whine and complain and yell at each other. I have a Twitter and I haven't used it in years. I don't look at it. I don't check it. I ignore it. And I also don't go to Twitter unless I absolutely have to. I avoid it entirely.
Instagram is just something I put on just to have another connectability to me, I guess. I don't really use it that much. I don't find it user-friendly. Actually, it's not even user-friendly on your computer. I use my computer for everything.
I would argue
I can't even post from my computer.
Now you can, though.
Oh,
now you
when?
can, though. Recently, I actually had it update because the last couple of posts I have done it through my desktop. Now you can.
Nice.
So that's why I mentioned to you. I feel like it came right around the same time as you could play the video in 2x speed.
Okay.
So yeah. So you know what? They've added some enhancements to the desktop experience, and now I can post with it, and I can type on my keyboard. I'm like, yes, thank you. That is what I want. I hate doing it on my phone. It's annoying.
Yeah, I just post pictures and people like them, and then that's it, and they go away. And
here's what I'll say. So here's where the argument. Here's where you can make the argument for both sides of this a little bit.
Sure.
Instagram, to your point, is not the greatest for discoverability because the order of the algorithm is kind of random. It's not time based. It's kind of weird. And what I'll say is that, but here's the way I'll put it. It's much easier for me to curate in Instagram with the people that I follow in a way where most of the time the stuff on my feed is at least stuff that I might have a chance of being interested in. Whereas in Twitter, there is 0% chance there's anything I'm remotely interested in ever, 0% of the time. Ever. And if I don't feel like communicating with somebody on the instant messaging side, I can ignore them.
Yeah.
But if somebody wants to reach out to me, it's actually not a bad avenue because plenty of people have through that. And it's been very easy for me. I appreciate it. So I'm like, you know what? You keep your Twitter. And I know some people don't like Instagram because the thing is like, guys, if I don't like what somebody's doing, I just block them. It's really easy. And I curate my feed where I get stuff that I'm interested in really. But I keep my Instagram not general. I keep my Instagram to the hobby specifically. So I follow people in the hobby. I don't follow people that are posting this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, where Facebook is more beneficial to me, where I can post things and
Yeah, that's
interact with people a little bit more directly.
You can do groups and communities. I'll say Facebook is good for that. If you set up a group or a community and you can
I have
do
3
that.
groups, and I have
Yeah.
the one main group where it's all the collectors. There's 1,700 members, so
Yeah.
over 3 years, I guess I've had it open.
I would agree with that. I think that's why I say, like, I think you have to find the platform that works for your style of you're doing. For me,
Yeah.
I don't need the day-to-day arguing. So, and I don't have to deal with it on Instagram very often because, again, the way I curate the people I follow, I'm very particular. It's got to fall under a certain category. Otherwise, I'm not interested.
Is
I
there
just
arguing on there? I don't even.
I think you'd really have to go out of your way because it's not a good platform to do that. So that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, it actually kind of, its simplicity insulates you from a lot of that silliness. So I'm like,
so.
I don't have to deal with it. Great. Sounds good to me. Yeah. So real here. Yeah. Can I Instagram on the computer? Yeah. They recently fixed it so that you can, I'll do a little screen grab and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can see it on yours, but I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Yep, Twitter is the devil, Bobby Boucher. There you go, Eric. That's right. Photos on Instagram via computers are still awful. No, I get you. I agree. I'm just glad they have the option, whereas before they didn't. So for me, it's an improvement. It's a step in the right direction. I vote Instagram because it's ran by Facebook. I like Twitter so far. It's about who you follow. The guy who owns Twitter, the guy who created Twitter, is an idiot. It's owned by random Facebook. Yeah, so is Facebook, and a lot of people use that. So,
I don't follow many people.
no, but if you look. Because it's owned and ran by Facebook. Because
I understand.
Yeah, which is totally get you. But the guy Jack or whatever who does Twitter, he's a douchebag.
Oh yeah, they're all.
So it's like if you're trying to avoid that, my friend, social media is not for you. Remember, we are owned by our Google overlords, who oversee all things. You're never safe if you're on social. If you want to get away, go to your cabin and turn off your internet. Disconnect it completely. That's your only hope. Otherwise, pick your poison. Because they're all poison.
Most of the things for Instagram or Facebook for me are vintage hockey related.
Sure. Yeah.
And basically, I'd love to follow somebody that had a lot of posts, but it's very rare that I find stuff that I haven't seen before. So I guess I'm more of the poster than the postee.
There you go. So let me go here. Here we go.
Or following.
I'll show you real quick. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Like I said, if you guys are familiar with it. So this is the Instagram page right now. You can still see it. I'll take this down for a second. This is the change here. This little plus sign.
Yep.
So
it didn't have it there forever.
Exactly. Yeah. So what happens is when I click on it, I don't know if it'll share it. I can actually select the photos here.
Finally.
And then I can actually type out my posts, whatever, with my hashtags and blah, blah, blah. Do all that. Yes. Great. Awesome. Again, it's very simplistic. This has to improve. It's not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. It's something. Whereas before we didn't have it.
I'm doing it right now. Perfect. Okay, great. It's
much
working.
So for me, it was working great. I was appreciating it much better. The last couple of posts have made my life much easier. I was able to type up a little blurb, a little write-up. Great. So maybe I'll make slightly longer posts now because I can actually type it out on my keyboard on the screen. Awesome. Good for me.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just my preference. For me, it's an easy platform to use for my specific set purposes. It might not be a good enough platform for what you're trying to do. So you just have to be aware. Again, figure out what works for you. But if somebody wants to communicate with me, that's what I offer because I don't bother with Twitter.
Nice Soto card.
Thank you. Facebook sells your information without knowing about it, even if you don't sign up. Yep.
What information? What are they going to sell? What do you want?
Well, that's the thing. Just don't be interesting.
Who cares?
Don't have friends, associations, or anything, and then you'll be fine.
I think people are so hung up on that. Like, I don't care what they do.
Well, Bobby, these people want to have their opportunity to do their criminal things without being seen by the man.
I guess.
Psh, terrible. There's actually a good question. I like this. Let's come back to this in a second. But thank you, Robert. That's a good question. Trying out the desktop features well for Instagram. Never knew they had it. Very recent. Like literally very, very recent. I just noticed it and I was like, thank you.
That's why actually the reason why I wasn't using Instagram so much because then I'd have to do it on my
totally
phone
understand.
and it was just
it was terrible. I
have it on my computer and it's nice and big and you can read it and it's a little bit more user friendly.
Yep. And
then they didn't have the plus sign and I'm sitting there going, why?
For me, a huge value add. Huge value add. I cannot downplay. I cannot overstate what a huge value add is for me because, like I said, I do like Instagram as a platform. You just made my life 1,000 times easier.
Yeah, me too. Now I will post more.
There you go.
Because I post my pickups in Facebook all the time. Whenever I pick up something, and it's great. Bang bang, click click, done.
Yeah. you can't write a novel, but you can do 2,000. I think it's 2,000 characters or
No,
thereabouts. But it still gives you, if you want to put a little information or say a little story about whatever, it gives you the opportunity to put a little something.
couple
in there.
paragraphs is
Yeah.
about it. I tried to post an article or something I wrote, and it said, "Oh, out of space." And I went, "What happened?"
Maybe
I
that's
backed
the
it up,
next.
backed
Maybe
it
that's
up.
the next. Maybe that's the next like request.
I had
be
an
like,
article.
Can we bump up the character limit? If you could bump up a character limit, that might be useful for something like that.
Another part of that is when you load, like I took a picture of an article, so I wanted to load it.
Sure.
When you load it on your phone, it doesn't get the whole article. What it does, it reduces the size of it, and then it goes wider. If it's not perfectly structured for like a phone picture, it just goes too wide or it goes too long and it'd be cut off. So I tried loading it. The funny part is I had 3 pages. I loaded one and that one worked, and then I tried to load the other 2, which were a little bit bigger, and it didn't work. So I just left the one up there. It's, I still got a 20, 30 likes. It's just like, it's the first page of the article. People just liking it for the sake of liking it. So whatever.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing about it. It's the likes are kind of whatever. It's just, I like it. Yeah, I got to click on his stuff. And it's obligatory. Is that the word?
Obligatory?
Yeah. Doesn't even sound right when you said it. We'll stay away from that word. But you almost feel like, oh, he likes my stuff. I got to like his stuff. I got to, this. It's almost silly.
Right. No, I get it. So Yannick says here, I did bid on PWCC and did very well. Even tonight so far, one complaint. So that's good. I'm glad to
Wow.
hear. Tonight is the carryover. It's the ones that fit any category, so it's open. It's whoever submitted late. So these are the ones that could fit any category. It's not a specific one sport or one category. It's anything.
Oh, that's cool.
So that'll be interesting tonight. We'll have to
Anybody
see.
else got an eye on something?
Yeah. I'm trying to bid on something relatively minor. I just want to see, because I've been curious since the first day. I was able to get a couple of bargains, a couple of deals that I was very happy with. But in subsequent days, it became a little bit more difficult, I would say, because I looked at some of the price. I'm like, I'm still only interested if the price makes sense. So I'm looking just to see if there's anything today. I saw a couple of things that, it'd be kind of cool to get that. Maybe. We'll see. Plus, I actually want to put something in the vault for a little while just to try it out. Because the other one I had shipped to me, because I was like, yeah, ship me that stuff because I want to have it in hand. But it's like, no, if I can use the vault, let me try it. Let me give it a go. Like I said, I want to get the full experience to be able to report back on my experience with it. So far, so good for what I was doing. So,
well, they were doing that on eBay. If you want anything on eBay, which I did, and then they send you an automatic email going, you can keep this in the vault if you'd like. It's like, oh, I bought the card. I want the card.
Yeah. I think there's some, like I said, there's some value in some instances. It's very specific because you can still ship it later. You're not prohibited from shipping it after the fact. You can basically do like a sell my cards thing, or if you don't want to do the shipping at that moment, you're going to buy some stuff later. You can put the stuff in the vault, stack up a little group and go, send me the whole thing. So it just depends on what you bought and when you want, and if you got some patience. If there's no fee associated with it, it's a little more interesting. If there is a fee associated with it, no, then just ship me my stuff.
Paul, after 50, you yell at every kid on your lawn.
There you go. Yeah, Bobby had the same issue yesterday with the pictures. Had to delete the post twice before got it right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, adjusting at the end of the day, Instagram only likes the squares. The image has got to be a square, otherwise it really likes to mess with everything.
Well, it's based on the iPhone camera or in any of the other cameras on your phone. So
yeah, because usually what I'll do is if I am using my phone for it, I can adjust it so that the ratio is already a square. So whatever I take a picture of, it's already in that aspect ratio.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I don't have to tweak it, so it helps out. Look at 93 Jeter cards, fair enough. Yeah, stay away from 35 Disney, fair enough. There you go. Tried to bet on the hockey auction, the site crashed and couldn't get anything. They just don't like hockey. Conspiracy.
Maybe.
Just log in to desktop. Yep. As the top of feed. Does Instagram know I'm watching you?
Probably.
Is there a time that you have to keep an item vaulted for? No, you can pretty much just keep it in. Really, the only thing that would have been an issue previously would have been the fee. And like I said, they've tweaked around with it a little bit. And I know that for the initial auctions that I won, I had the option where they waive the fee. If I had chosen to vault it, they actually would have waived the fee for it, which is fine. You know, if that's the case, because if you're going to bid over a couple of days and you don't need to ship it right away, you'd be like, no, I'll pay for it now. So it's paid for. If I win some subsequent auctions, I'll vault everything until I'm ready to just ship it out all at once. So that's why I say you've got some flexibility. if you want to do it. So that works.
It'd probably be faster in comps. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Robert. There's no fee for the vault if you buy the item at PWCC Marketplace. Perfect. Yeah. So there you go. So they waive it. So that's good. It gives you the option. You can win auctions over a couple of weeks then, or a couple of months, and then wait until your moment to strike and just ship me all my stuff at once.
Smart.
I like it. Yeah. So that's why I say, like, I don't have any moral objection. Let's just see. If it sucks, it sucks. So be it. like I just want additional options. Like I said, I don't want eBay's homogeny over the whole thing. I want them to get some competition, and if they can have some reasonable competition, that's good. That's a win for the consumer. Let's go with that. It's not a bad thing. Tried PWCC several times. Google Chrome site was slower than crawling. Yeah, apparently that was an issue. Firefox. Yep, yeah. I've heard. Sometimes it's always good policy if you see a slowdown, try a different browser sometimes, because sometimes that's all it takes.
Firefox went to Waterfox. It was just horrible. I just got rid of Firefox. Now I don't even know what I use now. Something.
Something. Edge.
No, it was something different. I forget what it is.
Right.
It's been too long now, and you forget all of those things. That just load the damn thing, get it in there.
Yep. 4 baseball items now being processed. Fair enough, Robert. 1 for auctions. PWCC waived the vault fees, but my guess is except for outbound shipping later. Yeah, there will be a fee for shipping for sure, guaranteed. I saw the value is under $250. They'll charge you $3 if you submit until December 31st. Okay. Yeah, my items would have been over that threshold, so probably that helped with the waiving. We'll have to see. Expect up to a week before items appear in your vault. Yep. Integrity Farms. Good evening. I like the PWCC auctions. I did catch a crazy sale though. A Bret Hart 87 top sticker sold for $3,600. Wow. You can buy it now on eBay for $1,200. Yes, I made that point. If you see something and the price feels like it's crazy, double check eBay. Because not on the same scale, but I literally was able to buy the same card that I was looking at doing on PWCC. I went there up until a certain point. I saw the price looked like it was a little out of whack. I found it on a buy it now on eBay for a little bit less and just bought it.
You know, it's kind of funny how you say you like choices. It's nice to have another option out there, but some people don't realize how many options are really out there. Yes. If you search around enough, you can find it. Kijiji, Craigslist, you know, there's a lot of different areas that you can buy things that are a lot cheaper. Kijiji's not. Those guys are because they couldn't sell it and they don't want to sell it on wherever, eBay.
Oh,
they jack it up. They jack it up to 2 times, 3 times the value. And you can text them or email them or whatever, and I'll say, listen, you know, you want to be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. Oh no, there's one on eBay that's, you know, the guy wants $500 for it. It's just like, yeah, it's been on 3 years, and he's only going to get $200 if he ever brings down his price. So, Kijiji wild.
Well, let's see. And eBay got to that to a certain point with some items because now you're allowed. You can basically do the free. You can do the free listing with the buy it now, best offer, whatever. Put some ridiculous number on it and just let it sit there and let it ride month after month after month. That's
the problem. There's too many out there like that.
Yeah. You're never going to get.
Like my searches are amazing. Like just a row of crap that keeps coming up. It's cyclical every month. You know, it's just relist it because it's an automatic relist on everything that you have that you list now, right?
Which is not bad if you're going to put it a little bit over the current market because you think it's going to move in that direction.
Fair enough.
So you have the patience to be like, well, if it's not costing me anything, just leave it there. Let's just let it sit. And I'm in no hurry. Like if I don't sell it for a couple of months, it's fine because it's not costing me any extra. I just leave it to the side wherever it's going to be.
But it's filled with too many guys wanting pie in the sky. So
yes, that's very true. That's why I say strategically, though, what I would say to folks, if they want to sell something, if you want to go a little bit above comps and just put a best offer in there, sometimes you can take that.
That's the wise.
Just a little bit, because maybe somebody gets impatient and you win. Hey, that's a good thing. Great.
And once in a while, they find a fish.
That's right. Yeah, Monday. So Monday, I think there were a lot of good deals. I think the subsequent days less so. It definitely felt like there was a decrease as I think people caught on because a lot of word got around after the first day. That's why I say like it's been a fascinating market experiment, the PWCC thing to me. So here's the thing though.
You posted a video on it, so you let everybody know.
Oh no, I know. But here's the thing, because I wanted to make sure I captured the moment because all the factors we're going to see, even what happened between the first day, the second day, whatever. Next month, that doesn't necessarily apply. Because the people who were on day 2, 3, 4, and 5 that didn't get the great deals, they'll remember that next month. So do you get the same situation on the first day? It's good. This is a psychological game right now. So right now I'm rooting from Alpha Investments. Let the games begin because now I get to watch the psychological play. From the seller perspective, if you were a seller on Monday, it sucked. If you were a seller on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, for them, they would relist next month, no problem, because they got probably a good price, an equivalent price, in some cases even a better price than eBay. So they did okay. The people on Monday were the ones who got killed. Not everybody, by the way. If you had high-end stuff, you did fine. If you had high-end stuff, you probably, because the cream rises to the top. Yeah. It's that mid-tier stuff that's kind of okay that people ended up bargain hunting and they found some good stuff.
Sometimes it goes for 20, sometimes it goes for 50.
That's correct.
That's where that thing lies. And like I said about the grading, you know, if it's going to cost you $30 to grade it, grab it, because they're going to run out of those soon enough, because no one's going to send in a card that's going to go for that price and have to pay the grading on top of that.
Yeah. The real test for me now is because I was in that first group on the Monday stuff where I won, and I said, okay, ship me the stuff. I'm patient because I know the auction has to end first, and then they're going to begin the processing. I'm curious to see what the turnaround is on the processing. I'm actually getting shipped out because that's a lot of items they're going to have to ship out from that shipping department. Yeah, because a lot of the stuff did sell. So it's going to absolutely be. Yes, Paul. But don't forget also the Macho Man did also. Macho Man quoted it, and now we're quoting the Macho Man. But yes. Yes.
Hashtag hey, Macho Man.
Hey, listen. Macho Man was great. We'll be interested to see how many low-end base slabs get listed in PWCC auctions in future months. So that's why I say, to me, the fascination is with how people react to it. So we've got real pieces of information. On Monday, some stuff went for less than the traditional going rate. Great. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday went a little bit closer in line with traditional rate. Those folks probably did okay. The sellers are probably perfectly happy with those subsequent days. The people on the Monday folks, probably less so. You know, the P. Ryan Collection spent did a live on Instagram to complain about it because he put a bunch of really high population slabs that were just kind of junk and they didn't sell for much. Well, next month will be our real test. First month is great. But all it tells us, people are going to try it first month. Now, more people know about it. It will be less of a secret. What happens to prices next month? Either up or down, high or low. What kind of material is available? All those things are questions that I have that we don't have the answer for yet. Mm-hmm. But I will be very curious to see who lists, what they list, what kind of items they list, and then who is paying attention. Do you get bargains second time around, or is it a one and done?
And is the market going to be affected?
Mm-hmm.
Which will affect the prices and make it look like maybe they're doing too well or maybe they're not doing good enough. So we'll see.
Yep. Josh asked the proper question. Does PWCC have a building you can see from space to get all that shipping out?
Probably, because they just rebuilt the building, didn't they?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And the vault around it and everything. I think they built the vault and then they built the around it. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think they'll process the stuff that'll stay in the vault first. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can't show big. So Michael Ham, good evening. Can't show big without trouble. Costs go down. Now here's what's interesting. Does the format cooperate with shilling? Because you can probably do it in the initial period. Because the whole point of shill bidding is to try to push somebody up to their maximum bid. And you can do that. You can like place these little bids to get you up to that line. But because we're going to that extended period, you don't necessarily want to play that game in the extended period. You theoretically want to leave them as the high bidder and then just let it ride. I was doing a test as we've been chatting. I bid on like a low end item relatively. I am the high bidder right now. But now the opening period, we have now crossed 10 o'clock Eastern. The opening period is ended. Now we're in the half-hour extended bidding period. I am the high bidder, but there were additional bids. So right now the countdown timer is counting down 30 minutes until if nobody else places a bid, I win. But otherwise, they'll make a bid. It extends it 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes.
Is it 5 more?
Yeah, I think the first one is 30 minutes, and then I think it's 5 minutes for the next couple rounds, and then it's 1 minute.
I like that.
Yeah. So they don't want the idea is not to
have
half
an hour, half an hour. Yeah.
The idea is that this is supposed to speed up. It's supposed to accelerate as we go. To basically go like, no, make up your mind, yes or no, and then we're done.
You had 30. Now you got 5.
Yeah. Right now they've got 30. They got 28 minutes and 18 seconds to decide. All the people that bid on this have the opportunity. I'm still a high bidder. Nothing's changed yet.
It's the final countdown.
Yep, that's right. I personally like that as a collector, there's some good deals to be had. Too much focus on the high end of the hobby. Very fair. Very fair. So we'll see. Like, I don't know. For the first round, it was interesting. The results, once the results are fully in and we can really look at what the final sale prices were, we'll have to see what that looked like over the couple of days. I'll be very curious to see. I'm interested. And then we'll kind of play from there. So we'll see. And I'll keep you guys posted on what goes on with this. We'll see. I'm only going to bid up to a certain point where I'm happy with it. But right now, the price on it's fine. If I win it at that price, it's great. So I'm not too worried about it. Good evening, Korean Cardboard. Absolutely.
안녕하세요.
Yep. So let me see here. Now, actually, we had the comment earlier. I think it was Robert or it might have been a couple of folks, but I want to get it in as well. So Panini Redemptions. Let's talk about Panini Redemptions for a couple of minutes.
Let's.
So as I do this as well, so we're about an hour in, so that's good. And we're actually still talking about newsy topics. I like it. Pretty good. It's been a change of pace for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
It's like we haven't had to go into chicken sandwich talk yet.
No.
We've been good. We've been good.
That's when the speed wobble starts.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to leave a link in there. If any of the regulars, any of the folks want to pop in and say hello, you're welcome to it. Again, the bouncer's in effect. We'll keep an eye. But if you want to pop in and say hello, you're welcome to give it a try. So I'll leave that there. And if you want to use it, you can. Otherwise, it'll just be there. It has been pinned, so you've got it available to you. Yeah, time for Panini Redemption BS. Okay, so let's talk about this. So our good friends at Sports Collectors Daily talked about it. So one of the the area they focused in on is that the Better Business Bureau has been getting slammed over the last couple of years with a lot of complaints about the redemption thing. Because
how good is it if it takes 2 years for them to
exactly,
get done,
exactly.
It's a bot system. Anyways.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been the legitimate, it's been a legitimate point that people have made. It is understandable. It's agreeable. Like, I'm totally with them. I get it. And it's very difficult to justify if a redemption is going to take a super, super, super long time. It's just a reality of life that if it's going to take that long to do a redemption, then I don't blame people for being like, well, screw this. I'm going to complain about it. Let's do that.
You should.
Yeah, absolutely. It's your right. You've paid for a product. Your expectation.
Not directly from them. That's the thing, and I can't believe they had a lawyer look at that and do that.
Just as we're talking, I want to tell.
Oh, this guy.
10 years
call him again.
Yeah, he's Sun Guy. He's Redemption Guy. But here's my favorite part. By the way, the facial expression is still my favorite. His eyes.
Crazy.
But the best part about all this is it was actually mentioned in the group chat earlier today, and somebody brought it up. And as soon as they brought it up, I said, "Oh, I have that meme ready to go. Oh, I have that picture ready to go. Don't worry, my friends." I like to think my canon is that he never actually got his redemption, because I like to think he never actually asked. He just walked around with the sign. Because secretly he wants it to extend, and he'll be back at the next national with 11 years, 11 months, and 3 days for his redemption. And it will keep going on forever.
Yes.
And Panini would be like, we don't even have that license anymore, sir. We don't even make cards anymore. We literally make Paninis. Please go away. Unless you want a sandwich, please leave us alone.
You have no right to redemptions in perpetuity.
That's right. But let's have a serious conversation about this, though. I understand why it's completely legitimate that some of these redemptions have been so long. It's been so ridiculous. And I'll give my quick redemption story. I haven't done a lot. I don't open a lot of product, and I never have. So let's see here. I wish he was standing 2 feet to the left in that picture. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I think it was planned that way.
Yep. So anyway, bottom line, we just needed to get Sign Guy, Redemption Guy in for at least a cameo appearance. But the thing is that I opened around 2018. I opened a couple of football products, and I got Panini points, which are garbage. And I did get a couple of redemptions. And of course, my luck, 2018 was a good year for rookies. You could have had Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield had a good run, Josh Allen. Like, there were some good ones at the time. Even, Sam Darnold had a cup of coffee where his stuff was selling pretty good. But out of all the things, I got a bunch of redemptions for Kiki Kute, who is the wide receiver for the Houston Texans. Not a great wide receiver either, just below average. But 2 redemptions for him because I'm that lucky. I did eventually get them, by the way. Check it out.
Oh, you got them. Wow.
Oh, yeah. So this is from Prism, which, by the way, is a $1,700-$1,800 box. to try to get some of the big guys. And this would be an amazing card if it was one of those quarterbacks that I was talking about especially at the time. But anyway, the point is, and you actually, since I was bringing it up, you can also see at the top, Panini CS, customer service. So that's the redemption. Also this one, same guy. Check it out. So anyway, so I had all the luck. So the first one that I showed you came in from them, and actually I didn't realize it had been so long that they notified me that, hey, if you'd like to ask for a substitution, you can, because that's an option you have after a certain period of time. So I was finally like, yeah, just send me something else. I don't care. Just figure it out. Like the Kiki Kute, I'm not retiring on it, so I don't give a crap if you never send it. So I asked them for a substitution, and it went like another 6 months or a year or whatever, and it was almost 2 years. And then I got an envelope, and it was actually on, I want to say Christmas Eve.
Oh,
and
nice.
I had an email. It had been so long though. I got an email saying, "Oh, you've got a delivery, coming in from Texas." And I'm like, "Delivery from Texas?" Again, it's been almost 2 years, so I had forgotten about it. Like at that point, literally, I was like, "A delivery for what?" And I wasn't paying attention. I was actually at my parents' house. It was Christmas Eve. I was at my parents' house, just hanging out, having dinner or whatever. And I checked the thing, and I accidentally put on the tracker, and I was like, "Delivered." And I was like, "What?" So I said, I live a couple of blocks down the road. I said to my dad, "Is like, just to be on the safe side, do you mind if we just go over and I want to make sure I grab this?" And he goes, yeah, no problem. So we hop over. He delivered it to my neighbor's house and left it on the floor in front of the door. So this is the FedEx. It was FedEx, and this is the FedEx driver left it on the floor in front of it, and it had snowed. Now, fortunately, it was like inside enough that it was covered, but it was literally, it would have sat there all night until like the next day, because I was staying over at the house. And fortunately, when I saw it was delivered, I was like, let me go get this right now, just to be on the safe side, because I'm suspicious when this happens.
It might be a special gift from somebody.
It's not even that. Is that I've had enough Amazon packages where they deliver it to the wrong place. And like from time to time, you get drivers who just don't give a crap. That was an example of that. I've had Amazon ones like that. I had an Uber Eats order where they delivered food. They delivered it, but they took a picture, and it took me a couple of minutes to figure it out. They delivered it down the street in front of the parking garage. They didn't even attempt to try to get anywhere near a residence. And I was like, it's only because I recognize the wall because I walked by it a million times. I've lived in this neighborhood for 30 years. I was like, is that in front of the parking down there? I literally walked over. It was still sitting right there. Only because we're in Canada. Like people walk by and no one gave a crap. They just left it there. And I was like, literally was there with my receipt and everything. And I was like,
Lucky
idiots. I walked it back to my house. I'm like, seriously, man, come on. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, but that's why at this point, if I get something that's delivered, I'll go to it right away and be like, no, let me make sure it arrived, because I don't trust that they put it in a place that's obvious if you leave it. PWC is not mobile friendly. I agree with that. I've heard that as well. If Panini knows they won't be able to get their redemptions back in a reasonable period of time, then don't put redemptions to that player in the product. That's fair. The counter has always been,
Well, substitute it.
yeah. But the thing is, well, in the example that I gave though, they were supposed to substitute and they didn't. They waited another year and instead actually sent me the Kiki Kute one. I'm like, I don't care about this. And you sent it to me on Christmas Eve, and I had to go out and go get it. It's like a $3 card on a good day. It costs you more to ship it than it's worth. I'm like, what's the point? Who cares? Whatever. Imagine winning the lottery and they're like, nah, you bought this from 7-Eleven. We don't know your shit. Bye.
See ya.
Yep. I like it. There we live the dream.
Scary stuff.
So let's pose the question. That is the legal argument they're going to do. And if any of you guys, so again, I'm not a big Twitter fan, but if you are on Twitter, you can follow Paul Lesko. Paul Lesko. He's actually a lawyer, and he's interested in stories like this and in court cases like this, and he's following a lot of that. Yeah. And he's giving his own little notes, his thoughts on it. So it's a good follow if you're in the Twitter sphere, for somebody who at least has a background and like at least understand and sees what the implications are. So a good follow for that if you're interested. And yeah, it could be precedent setting because if they're able to get away with that, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, redemptions don't actually mean anything. They're not worth the paper they're printed on. We
That's
didn't promise
sad.
that to you.
They did when they produced the packs. You printed it on the back of the card.
Except it means nothing.
Yes.
It's a piece of cardboard.
Basically. You
Yep.
bought it, shut up.
Yep.
That's what they did.
The positive about Panini Points was that you could search the store and see what was available. Yeah, I think if you find something good, Josh, I think it's good. My experience with Panini Points wasn't so great, only because I went and looked at the store and the stuff that, now, again, your mileage may vary. If you can't find something that's sufficiently interesting, like with the points that I didn't have a ton of points, to be fair. But I looked even when you had more points and I didn't see anything that interested me as a collector. I did find some stuff that I could use the points for. But then Panini charges me shipping. And the shipping was worth more than the card. So I was like, I'm not going to order this. But then even if I had more points, I looked at what was there. It's like, I wouldn't pay for shipping for any of this crap either.
Yeah.
And a lot of it depends on when you're looking as well. Because I know they rotate through the inventory. So obviously if you get it at the right time and you find something interesting, then by all means. But yeah, the stuff I saw wasn't even worth the shipping cost. And even the stuff that was worth more points wasn't worth the shipping cost to me personally as a collector. So to me, those points were completely worthless.
I know. I'm the same way with Petro Canada. I get my gas there, and you have a card, and you get the card, and you keep using it, and a couple months go by, and you go, well, you know, I've already spent like $4,000 or $5,000 with you. How many points do I have? You're almost at a car wash. It's like, okay.
Yeah, there are some redemption programs that are better than others. Like
Sure.
that's in everything. I always like to favor redemption programs that are for product. If I'm going to use that product anyway, or if I'm like legitimately like, or maybe it's reasonable in terms of the amount of points you get for the amount of patronage you're giving, I'm usually all right with that. When I used to go to the office, Starbucks is overpriced, but if you've got it in your office and you're using it anyway, and you're going down there anyway, it takes only a certain amount because they used to have specials all the time on the app, and I would hit the special on the app and I would get bonus. So I get free iced coffee all the time.
Nice.
Yeah, but because I was already in the office anyway, and I would just grab one per day. I wasn't like there buying 10 of them. I was like, no, I'll grab my one. But if I get like a special, oh, if you do it today, you know, at lunchtime, you get bonus, whatever. I would rack up every couple of weeks. I'd get some free ones. And I was like, awesome, great.
That's a good
To
deal.
me, that's a savings. You know, that's all right.
Expo, I got to say something when we bring that
Please.
up.
By all means.
Oh, we're ready now. Okay, Expo. I found out that it is in Building 1, which is right at the front, right on Airport Road.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was the back building, but it's right at the front. So the expo is going to be a long, narrow, because that's when you walk through the front doors. It's beautiful there to walk through the front doors, but it's long and narrow. So you won't have the other things on the side like what they did, you know, when you turn the corner, they won't be there. It's just going to run straight. I think there's only 4 rows, but it's a long 4 rows. So I think they're going to juxtapose those other ones over to the back end of as far as I know, but it is the front building. So you have to park on the front, at the front, off to the side there. Has the GO train. You can go there, drop off. You have to pull in anyways.
I actually tried using the GO train thing once. It's not bad.
It's right
not
there.
Bad. It's like there's a station right there. It's not bad at all.
It stops right on the property, on the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great little place to go. And I thought it was the back building, but I just found out that it was the front building. So for all those who were listening to me before, don't. And
your assessment has changed now, has it?
It wasn't my assessment. It was what I was told, and it's been very. They don't even have a good map showing on the website.
Okay.
So, but anyways, it's the front building, and you can't miss it. If you looked at the, you know, where the hangar where it normally is, it's just to the left and more closer to the street. So, or more to the, let's say, north and closer to the street. So you can walk right off the sidewalk, right down, boom, you're right in there right away. So there's, but parking is definitely a bit of a walk if you show up at a later time. So
nice.
There you go. And it seems like everything's ready to go. I think they added another couple signers.
Yes, I did see that. I think one of them canceled. I want to say Michel Goulet, something like that. I think that one was canceled.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
Yannick.
Yeah, I think
Michelle.
that's. I believe that was one. I believe I'll double check right now, but I believe that was one. I did see something with that. Oh, and thank you for reminding me. Actually, I wanted to have a little reference to it. So one of the signers.
Bring up the site. On
Yeah,
the,
I'm gonna grab it right now. Yeah, I'm grabbing it. I'm also keeping an eye on that PWCC. 13 minutes. I'm still waiting.
Oh,
So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We'll see. Oh, by the way, the expo is now at full capacity. Full capacity. There you go. Let me go here. Autograph guests. Let's see here. Guests.
what is capacity?
Oh, Lord knows. What's normal capacity? I don't even remember.
Uh,
It's never really been an issue. We never think about capacity.
it was at a time, but of late, no.
So here's the package. And I'm going to get back to Bret Hart in a minute. So that's the reason why I was mentioning it. So I'm going to come back to Bret Hart in a second. But anyway, let me scroll down a little bit here. Okay, so we got our thing. By the way, I still think the Marios is overpriced. Like way overpriced.
How much
way
is he?
So he is $95 for on-site.
Are you kidding?
I am not kidding. It's ridiculously high. Like it's obscene. I like Marion Hossa. I'm a fan.
I don't think
but,
he's
like,
going to
it's
get that
way
many
too
people
high.
signing. And he
No.
plays for Ottawa. Who-
There's a good
like-
there's a good chance. To be fair, I think his best years were Chicago with the Stanley Cups. But
I understand.
yeah. But I will say like it's way too high. It's unjustifiably high. Great player, Hall of Famer, obviously. But you know, I don't know about that. Like,
VIP.
it's a bit
And
much.
look at, if you go back a little bit, you can see the premium. So if you have a regular photo or something to sign, but if you bring something bigger, you have to pay the premium. So you're at 115.
Yeah, it's way too high. Way
That
way
is
too high.
just way.
And like I said,
Hossa, come
fan,
on.
like an actual fan of the player, but like no, absolutely no chance. Not at that price. Not a chance. I do think the PIB package with the jersey is kind of cool. That's kind of neat, but like way too high. Like I'm not paying $350 for that. No chance. Photo op or not, no thank you. So we got Curtis Joseph. We got a bunch
He's
of guys.
$50, is he?
Curtis, yeah, that's not terrible. For Curtis Joseph, that's not terrible. I think that's reasonable.
I
It's
think it'd
unfortunate.
be
No
40.
masks, mini or regular. Nice. Okay. If you
Oh,
get it,
really?
if you get it in advance, you can get it for 45. So if you get
I
it in
wonder why
advance,
they don't have masks. Huh?
no idea. Okay, so real quick, I'll jet through these. Shane
Yeah,
Corson,
sure.
Darcy Tucker, Daryl Sittler, usual kind of suspects. Gilles Gilbert, Peter Ing, Jesse Barfield, kind of an interesting choice. That's cool for
Yeah.
old school Blue Jays fans. David Ayers, if Leafs fans want to hate themselves. Norm Ullman, Danielle Goyette. Okay, this one's good. I saw this recently. DJ Ski! DJ Ski! Everyone,
be there.
freak out. DJ Ski.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, this is a let's go situation, Bobby. Let's go. He's got an exclusive drop to be announced, appearing on Thursday and Friday. DJ Ski.
I'll be there.
It's a Honus Wagner. Look,
Not Saturday.
it's a pimped out Honus Wagner, man. Come on.
I know.
You're
Talk
not-
about modern age.
DJ Ski. Anyway, Dave Hammer Williams.
Dave
Mike
Tiger
Keane.
Williams.
Sorry, Tiger. Yeah. Mike Keane, which would be all right. It's a little high. Mike Keane, $30 for me. I like him because he was on the
That's
Dallas
fair.
Stars. He was on the Dallas Stars team, but I'm like $30. I'm not doing
25,
that.
35 is fine. Once you start getting into the 45, 50,
I
for
don't think
these
it's
guys,
I don't think it's unreasonable, but it's a little too much for me.
if you wanted to get 7 autographs, you're talking, $300
There you go.
and
So-
waiting in line.
yeah,
And
so it's three Mike Keens or one Marion Hossa. So Hashik here, Kim St. Pierre, Andy Moog. There's the regular Hossa with the listing, Felix Podvan, Billy Smith, Bobby Hall,
Yep.
and Leclerc, Adam Oates, Gilbert Perot, and then this was the Michel Goulet. So that
he's
is
maxed out.
that. He has been darkened out.
too bad.
Less sad. So we're just under
Sorry,
a couple weeks
Yannick.
away. Under a couple weeks away. So Yannick did mention here. Yep. 1 second here. I'll get caught up on the comments.
Figure out your refund.
Does Paul Lesko have an IG account? Not that I'm aware of. I did take a quick scan, but not that I'm aware of.
I'm pretty sure he's out there on everything
Yeah, I'm sure he is, but I think
because
Twitter
he's
is
the hobby lawyer. so
yeah,
to
but I
speak,
think Twitter is where he prefers it because he goes into like depth with it. I don't know if it would fit into the Instagram because you'd have to just put some random
True,
picture in
yeah.
all the time.
Yeah,
Like it's a different
exactly, yeah.
format.
it is.
I think Comsey will be there excited. Yeah. My understanding, so I'll answer this one, Robert. I haven't done it myself, but I do know from some friends who do. Traditionally, the experience is pretty straightforward. They make it pretty easy for you. You just ask them your questions, and then they'll accept the submission to it. There is some delays and some fees involved, but if you have a lot of stuff that's like low end that you want to sell off, it's not a terrible platform. Like as much as I like making fun of Comsey, and I do, it's not a terrible platform if you just want to divest yourself of a big stack of cards that are like maybe $5 or $10 and eBay makes no sense. You don't want to deal with the shipping because when people buy on ComC, the deal's done. The money's in your account. No takebacks, no refunds. Nope. You're done. So that's a plus.
Yeah, for everybody.
No Michelle Goulet. I'll have to figure out my refund. Yep, that's fair. You'll have to probably stick to whatever email you have, contact or Steve Menza. You can reach out to them. Said the same thing about Hosa. Yeah, absolutely, Eric. A little bit, way too high for that. What are the cliff notes? Oh, Rick, we had lots of legitimate hobby news. We actually talked some real hobby news for the first hour or so.
Yeah, we covered major baseball information, and
that's right. And we came up with a million ideas for Topps' new licensee. A bunch of really great ideas, amazing ideas.
You can 2 times it.
Yeah, super easy to drop off. Just fill out the paperwork. Yep. Good evening, Jeff. Do the autos sell for more than what you pay at the expo? Very rarely. Usually no. It's almost across the board no.
I think it's geared that way. Whatever an autograph is going for is basically you're just getting to meet the guy and have him sign it in person in front of you.
Yeah, it's really how much you value the experience of being there and like maybe chatting for a moment and whatever.
So sort of like Gordie House. You know, you didn't on the bobblehead. That's an exception.
The bobblehead was a great deal. It was a great deal for the bobblehead itself and the signature. Great deal.
I think that bobblehead alone just gets like $60 anyway.
That's what I mean.
It's 75.
When it was $75, like it was the deal of deals. It was like, no, that's great.
I wanted to find that program that I had where it offered it that time. Yeah, because I have them all going back, right?
Yeah, I've sent cards $10 to $40 by mail. I think ComC's perfect for that. Totally agree. For that price point, it's boy. I actually had a bad experience. I sold a card a little while ago. And I got an email this morning and it set a sour mood on my Friday. So I sold the card and I probably sold it for about $400 or $500. I had it with tracking and everything, but it was to the US. So I should have sent an express post and paid the extra. Unfortunately, that's my mistake. But apparently USPS was nice enough. So it did get there. USPS was nice enough to deliver it with a sticker that says delivered unsealed. Which is basically code for somebody ripped it open, took the item out, and basically delivered an empty envelope. So I get to refund the buyer. I get to incur because eBay doesn't refund me all my fees. Thank you, eBay. And I get out the postage and I lose my card.
Very sad.
Yeah. So I'm light about $500 today.
And I got a negative too on eBay. I sold a pin. It was a hockey, whatever pin. And it was in the package. So what I did is I put a scan of the front of the pin, and then I put a scan of the back of the pin. And the guy left me feedback without even contacting me. He's got 50 feedback, and he says, I expected 2 pins, not 1. I went, I almost swore. Anyways.
Needless to say, if you're a seller, eBay really sucks. It really
well,
sucks.
actually, I went through eBay and I said, okay, I'm going to get this striked because I have a perfect record. And actually, no, as of last 6 months ago, somebody else did that. A guy I know, and he says, "Oh, it showed up really late." I said, "It was shipped the next day. You're blaming Canada Post on me? Come on." Anyways,
yeah.
So it's just a pain.
Some buyers are very unreasonable. Unfortunately, it's going to be one of those things where I've done a pretty good job so far. It's been years since I had a package lost that way. It happens once in a blue moon, but for the most part, it's been years. Years ago, I instigated putting in tracking on everything. Now, I'm not even going to bother listing anything that isn't expensive enough to include tracking because I'm going to be like, I don't even want to hear about it. I'm putting a tracking on this. Doesn't matter. Inside Canada, outside Canada, tracking goes on it. Period.
You just get one of those stamps. Just have Canada Post tracking printed on it and put a number and stamp it, and they'll go, I can't rip them off. He's got it tracked. It works.
It could, but it's one of those things where I want to make sure I track it and make sure I know where it's going.
I understand.
So it's one of those things
on those $50 items, kind of.
Yeah, that's why I try to very rarely list $50 items. I try to go 100 and above. So I'm like, nope, I'm not even playing games with this. We're putting tracking on this. Period. End of story. And a lot of times, even inside of Canada, I'll put express posts on it because it's like it gets there a little bit faster. It's got some built-in insurance. My mistake was not putting the insurance on it that I should have. So I lose out.
I know.
Yeah. So it's like, that's my bad, but you know what? I'll eat it. That was my mistake. I should have covered myself that way, but it is what it is. JJ Bama, good evening. So 3 minutes, still winning. So we'll see.
No increase?
No, not yet. It's not a super high end card. If I win it, I'll show what it is. But I wanted to mention, so the thing related to the Expo. So playing into that question about, does the autograph value, exceed what it is? Funny enough, one of the things, like I mentioned, I'm a fan of wrestling stuff, and I'll pick up some things here and there. But one of the categories that I've kind of followed in lately is I've been trying to grab autographed cards and items associated to folks that are doing stuff with AEW, because I've been enjoying their product and enjoying the show. Now, sometimes you can get stuff that's AEW adjacent. It doesn't have to be an AEW product. That's not necessary. But there are ways, like, again, it's your collection. Curate it however you want. Have fun with it. The point is to have some fun.
Yeah.
So I'll show you an item that plays into the Expo thing and also plays into the AEW, but it's a deep cut. It's a little bit of a deep cut. You got to kind of understand the idea behind it. It'll make sense once you think about it for a moment, but for now it'll come. So here is a Bret the Hitman Hart autograph card from 2020 Leaf. Because like I said, 2020 Leaf actually has a pretty good checklist of stuff and different Hall of Famers and stuff like that. Now, Bret Hart is most commonly known for his run with WWF, being a multi-time champion. He did have a run where he was multi-time champion in WCW and all that. But when AEW was first starting and they wanted to do the presentation to introduce their new championship belt, they actually brought in Bret Hart to present the belt. So they had him actually come in as, a Hall of Famer, wrestling icon. And yeah, so to give a little instant credibility to it, he actually presented the title and showed it off to everybody first time. So he actually did make an appearance in AEW. So it actually fits thematically into it. So Bret the Hitman Hart autograph, very nice. A lot cheaper than the price that the Expo was asking. I paid less, $40 shipped for this item.
And it's on card.
And it's on card, absolutely. No, sorry, that's a sticker. That is a sticker.
It's still on a card that was produced by that. Yeah,
exactly. And it's a nice looking card. I like the little art that they did with it. It's a nice little photo there of Bret Hart. Yep. It looks like Bret Hart. It is, it is exactly what you expect.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where there are some options there if you want to go with it. And I thought that one was reasonably priced. I was pretty happy with it. I made an offer on it. It was actually going for a little bit more. I made an offer and they accepted my offer, and awesome. Great. Because at the show, I think Bret was going for, what was it? I think for regular autograph, 65 on site and 59 regular if you did it in advance. So I ended up getting a little bit cheaper, and I don't have to get in line and do that stuff. Because for me, like, even though I appreciate Bret Hart and I'm interested in having it for the collection, Bret Hart is very much a malcontent. Like he's always annoyed at something. So it's like, look, I understand the man has had his trials and tribulations, but he was mad before he had a lot of his trials and tribulations. So it's like, all right, man, look, he is the caricature of a very bitter guy. And he's very bitter about a lot of things. So it's like, do I want to sit here and chat with this man? I do not. As a matter of fact, I will pay for the privilege of not dealing with you, sir.
Much better. There you go.
Absolutely. Sometimes you want to, let me sit there and chat and talk some stories and stuff like that'd be kind of cool. Nah, but Bret Hart, I'll pass. Thank you. I'll pass.
Tiger Williams, I'm going to get on my board. I have a Leaf ticket kind of when they closed the gardens, and I have certain selected Peter Kennedy, Bob Bauer, Shaq, Shaq I missed. And Tiger fits into that era that I grew up with him riding his stick down the ice and getting in fights, and he's just a funny guy.
I think there's a lot of people on that autograph checklist that would actually be fun to have a quick brief chat with. So like there's a lot of them that would fit under that category. Like I said, Bret is not one of those.
And you got to talk to Hossa because you got to get your money's worth.
Well, I was going to say, no, with Hossa, it's like, I want a dissertation. I want a doctoral thesis from you, sir. I don't care what it is about. I just want a doctoral thesis. Let me sit here and I'll take notes. Please go with it. So it works out. It's fine. Canada Post insurance expense. It is very expensive. That's really the sticking point of a lot of this stuff. That's why I say like the item has to be worth my while to send with shipping, with tracking and insurance, because I'm going to pay through the nose with that.
Why don't you get a business account?
I might have to look into it. I don't know if I sell enough though to make it worth my while. Like
it doesn't matter. You're still going to get discounts. You're going to get expedite shipping within Canada. And actually, this month, every Tuesday, I get a free shipment across Canada.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe.
So
maybe
you can get it up to 40,
is it
50
just filling in a
bucks.
form, or what's the fee?
There's no fee. There's
Oh,
no
okay.
fee. It's free. It's completely free.
Okay.
You go on, do Snapship online, and then it prints it out. Zero, done.
Okay. Well, I got a
they've been doing
GST
this
note.
for 3 years now, and so
Yeah.
I always look forward to October. And they usually push it by next Tuesday. It'll be So they sometimes push it to 5 weeks, and it's a great little thing just before Christmas. So I've been making some arrangements and some sales of larger items. Going, yeah, okay, I'll free shipping. I'll do it.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
And meanwhile, they think, oh, okay, that's $25. Because anywhere you ship in Canada, like if you go to BC or Nova Scotia, you're at $20 minimum. It's getting a little ridiculous. If that's you're shipping a small Kleenex box or something, if that's how much it would cost you. So, and then the funny thing is, as you get larger, it doesn't go up in that price range. And even heavier. You can ship a box like this at $17. I shipped one like this for $18.50. It was just like, really? But they just get you at the bottom end, so you're just staying under their wire, so to speak, and you get locked into the big price. So everything you're shipping out is $20. Like you have a card that goes out across Canada, if you can insure it, you're $16 for sure, right?
I agree. I think that's fair. I think that's definitely worth looking into. Then I think for sure.
And you get discounts too on your shipping. And if you do Snapship from your thing, you can just print it out and tape to the box, and then you don't even have to stand in line at the post office. You can just go off to the side and go, here, can you scan that? Boom. And I know the people where I go, so I just go, okay. There's 8 people in line. You just go, yeah, oh yeah, we'll scan that, Bobby, no problem.
Nice.
I'm out. You walk in, you walk out. It's nice.
I like it. So Josh here says, 1 year at Expo, a dealer had Bret Hart auto pictures featuring a Simpsons episode. Nice. I regret not buying the autograph picture. Okay, that'd be kind of a cool thing, especially for the Simpsons episode. Bret Hart through the mails are $10. That's not bad. If you already have an item, that's not bad at all. I once bought a snooker table from a guy who claims he bought it from Tiger Williams. 1 degree of separation. Very nice. Very nice. Ozzy Card Dad asked the question. So I did win the auction.
Oh, sorry.
And I will reveal. Yeah, I was kind of keeping an eye on it. I will reveal the item. Now, it is not the super steal of the first day because, like I said, the super steals are done. However, it was a fair price for what it was. I was kind of curious if it would land in the normal range for this item. So I will show what the item is.
It just wasn't a manic Monday.
Yeah, it's one of those things where right now they're not really too crazy. So it's a 86 Topps Traded Barry Bonds PSA 8. Not a crazy item. Sold for a whopping $16. World record price.
Dang.
Yeah. So
can you get that graded now for $16?
Well, that's part of the thought
Never
process.
will you.
That's part of the thought process. But what I did also is I actually have the recent comps, so we can actually take a look and see how I did on the spot. So let me bring Eric up. Good evening, Eric. How's it going?
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. So you want to see how I did? $16 in the Barry Bonds? Let's find out.
Oh, this is baseball? All right, never mind.
See ya.
Go.
You're the baseball oracle, of course, buddy.
Yeah, bye.
Nobody cares about hockey. Get over it. So anyway, so the last auction sold for less, so $14.50, but you have to be shipping whatever. Fixed price $19, so right around a little above. This one here is a 9. I'll ignore that one. So this is an 8, 18. This is 2 of them for 33, so $16.50.
It's almost averaging out to be.
But that was my point. I actually think that after the first day, you're going to be around eBay price. I don't think it's going to be much higher. I don't think it's going to be much lower unless you're not paying attention. That's why when I was scanning it, you'll see some lower here outliers, $14, 13 if you do that one. So it just depends. But I'll say this. I wouldn't expect any crazy deals. Like I said, the first day, I actually think a lot of people just didn't pick up on it. And that's why you ended up with some really big discrepancies. But that's where that psychology piece for the next month is going to be interesting to me. Like, there are going to be some people that were super burned as sellers on the first day, and some people who were super excited because they got an amazing deal on the first day. How do they react next month? Because next month they're going to stagger it as well. So how are they going to, is PWCC going to mix it up and do it a different way or stagger it in a different manner? Because you had a bunch of stuff ending at the same time and there were multiple copies of that bond. So like, you want one, you're going to have to divide your attention a little bit. You don't want to win them all necessarily, because if you're just interested in one, you got to make a bid in order to get into extended bidding. to have a chance at any of them. That's why I said when I had it on there, I had it right about the price I was happy with. And in extended bidding, 30 minutes, nobody else bid. People had the option. They decided not to. Not surprising because it was about the going rate.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't want to overpay for this. Exactly. The 30 minutes didn't change anything.
Eric, question. Friday night, can I want to book you in the reservation that I'm gonna go to a steakhouse?
I would love to do that. I have some other people that I'm going to be up there with as of right now, and I have no. And,
while the boys are fighting, I've been watching the game. Please continue.
Oh, okay. We're not fighting.
I'm driving up with somebody, and I would. That sounds wonderful. I would absolutely love to do that. It's just I gotta, work that out.
Okay.
I mean, you drive up with someone, you're sharing a hotel room with someone, and then it's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, no, I understand that perfectly. I'm booking 8 people, and I have 20 people, so you're one of the first to to say no, so that's fine.
So now you know, abandon your friends, Eric.
It's not
abandon them.
No, it was just
they are meaningless to you now.
And Yannick too, so I'll ask Yannick as well because I wanted to get you guys. When anybody comes in from out of town, I always like to host, and I always have my regular friends and then extended. And I know you're coming in for the first time, so I figured we just go out, but that's fine. Is your friend? If I can include him, would he come too? Is that what you're worried about, or?
Well, it's
he doesn't eat food like Carlos or something, or what?
Well, my big move, if I really feel like being an asshole, it's like, it's kind of late. It's like I already ate.
Yeah.
Give me a beer.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the product?
Strip club? No.
The product that came out this year that's kind of catching steam called Slab Strong. It's
Slab
like
Strong?
Yeah, it's like a phone case for your slabs.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it.
And my buddy Tim, who lives in Providence, Rhode Island, he's the owner, inventor. He's, of the product, and I'm driving up with him.
But he's going to be with a bunch of other people doing business, so
yeah,
you'll be able to get away easily.
And when he went to nationals, he ended up in all these different parties with all these different people. So
he'll be fine.
Yeah, I would think so, but I would like to just run it by him. So just a respect
Eric,
thing.
Eric, just say it. You want to hang out with DJ Ski. I know what's gonna happen. It's the highfalutin people.
What was the other DJ that he spent all that time with at nationals? The one with the long hair and likes the Pokemon.
Aoki?
Yeah,
Aoki?
he spent tons of time with him and a bunch of other guys. So
he doesn't want to slum it with us.
Well, and he doesn't really do hockey. So
so he's a smart man.
We gotta talk.
He's a smart man.
Is there a way, Bobby, we can click Carlos out of the shot?
Hold on. Let me try it. Let me see if I can do it for you. Hold on.
We're gonna go.
Wow, that wasn't the button I was looking for. Let me try.
Damn.
Let me try it again. Hold on. Oh, that's still the wrong one. Damn. I'm so close. Hold on. Third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm.
Hold on. I can do it. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Say something, Eric. What? A little louder. I can't hear you, buddy.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to remind people from time to time. It's like whose show it actually is. We'll talk about whatever I feel like talking about.
He hasn't lost his touch after Justin.
Exactly. Like I haven't. Listen, I'm not rusty, my friends. I understand what. Look, I can
got a trigger finger.
I can pull people off this stream and watch my game. All right. Like I can do it all. Don't worry about it.
Multi-talented.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah. But I am looking forward to coming up, and I was in Toronto in the 90s. I had a wonderful week there. I had a lot of fun. One of the things I do want to do is step away from the show for a day and go spend my day at the Hockey Hall of Fame. I haven't been there since the mid 90s. Obviously, it's changed a lot. And that's, so between the show, getting to meet up with a bunch of people like yourselves and a few other people that I've gotten to know since March of this year.
Mm-hmm.
I want to spend a day at the Hockey Hall of Fame. If people want to come with me, wonderful. Or else I'll go cruise through it alone.
You should kind of make a post somewhere. Maybe, I don't know if you have Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is, and see who's kind of joining in. Then you can kind of go as a group, and it'll be a little bit better. I know the people from SUR are going there, and then the hockey. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of people doing stuff that weekend. So, because it's 4 days, right? So, a lot of people that are coming in early have that extra float day. We're normally you only had 3 days, which is Friday was over quick, then Saturday and Sunday. But you're there to the show late, so dinner, movie.
We're driving up the 10th, going to Buffalo, and meeting up with. I don't know if have you heard this product, the Show Your Slabs. Where you can take your slabs and put them in. I actually have one.
Is it the thing you mount on the wall? Where it's like the 9 or whatever?
Yeah,
I saw that guy on one of the shows where
because he's given a couple of those away to some different influencers. I think Card Collector 2 has one, and I think the Card Ladder folks have one, and they would, it's a good promotional thing. Send it to folks that'll talk about it, because I think that's.
I've become buddies with Corey, and me and Tim and Corey were hanging out at the Boston show. Oh, Name's here. Name. Hey, Name. We were kind of hanging out at the Boston show at the Boston Garden a couple weeks ago, and so we're driving up to Buffalo to see him, and then spending the night in Buffalo, and then crossing the border on the 11th. And staying there until the 14th, I guess.
Well, the one thing I said, you're saying downtown, are you?
I know, right by the airport, I guess.
Oh, you're going to be up by there's a rapid transit. Do you know more about that, Carlos?
Yeah. So basically, downtown, what they did this years ago is they created basically a rail that specifically goes from downtown to the airport. Oh, wow. So it's great both ways. So you can actually take advantage of it. If you go over to the airport, you have to look at it. It's a line. It's only got a handful of stops, and it stops over to and it's got to stop right there downtown.
Where's it, York, or is it Bay?
I have to go look it up. It's the downside of not being in an office for 2 years. I was there all the time because I literally walked by it every day. It was at the I think it was right near the Metrotron Convention Center thereabouts. They got like a station somewhere around there, and they've literally got a station that's right there, and you get off and you can get on, and if you get off right there, you're right in the middle of everything. Yeah, you can go to Union Station with it, but they've also got a stop right beside that's just in the middle of everything as well. So you can get off at the Union Station one or just before that.
And Union Station is right beside the Hockey Hall of Fame's Young. And my suggestion is go up to Carlton and go see Maple Leaf Gardens, the old gardens.
I did that last time I was there. I would love to do that again.
You don't need to see it again.
I do.
Unless you want to shop.
Yeah. What you can do is if you go into the main floor level to get to the place where the Hockey Hall of Fame is before you go down, you can walk by, and if you see a big set of elevators, you can wave by my old work.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
Because that was the thing is that when we got bored, my manager would be like, "Hey, you guys want to go down to Hall of Fame?" Yeah,
it's downstairs. Wherever you come through, it's a little bit different.
Because I worked in that building for a couple of years. It was downstairs.
I know you told me. I just can't believe that. I would never get any work done. Where did Eric go? He's downstairs.
Yeah. I could have easily seen there could have been a couple
food court, and there's Hall of Fame right there.
Well, when we were
big, so.
when we were at work, my manager's picture on his email was him with the cup. So he basically just had it as like,
I can get away with everything. Because where were you? Look, the Hall of Fame.
Look, at the end of the day, that was the one good thing I'll say that our department had for the most part is that, like, look, get the job done. As long as you're getting your job done, like, you're on call anyway. What, like, I'm not waiting for you to be at your desk every 5 seconds. That's not the goal. The goal, though, is if I need you and something's broken and needs to get fixed, it better get fixed. You do your job, everything else is kosher. You're fine.
When was the last time you guys, who are up there a lot and probably don't take advantage of it all that often, how was the last time you guys went to the hall and toured?
It was a couple of years ago. It was probably around that time. Probably would have been with the team.
Well, at least 2 years because it's been closed since COVID, right?
Yeah, but it was towards the end of my run at RBC that I did that because I forget the specific occasion for it, but I know we were doing some stuff, and I think we were having a bunch of team gatherings right around that time. And specifically, that was one of the ones. So we did that actually to kill some time and hung out and walked around a little bit before going over to the pub. And my team, we used to go play billiards. We used to go play pool a fair bit. And it was just kind of a fun hangout. So we go get some beers. The manager would pay for all the beers, and we just go play pool for a while.
I think mine was January 27th, 2019, last time I was there. I took my dad for his birthday.
Okay,
Oh, nice.
So, and that's why I remember it was January 20th, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Right.
Because it was a few days after his birthday, it was 24th, but I just, you know, it was 3 days. Yeah, so it was great. We had fun. And I was trying to remember because the Hockey Hall of Fame Resource Center, which I go to more often, it's in you know, the other end of town, actually, almost, you know, a little west from where it is. So, which I'm surprised they don't have it, but whatever. It's okay.
It's only
To your
so
point-
much room if you have banking upstairs and you're using the building for other things.
It's a massive building. It takes up a whole
It
block.
still takes up a lot of space. Yeah. What they did is they did it in a smart way because they actually have like a good amount of room to do a lot of stuff. That building though is interesting because if you ever go into the upstairs, you've got the banking and all that is upstairs. Because I think there's a Bank of America up there too. There's one of the floors is Bank of America
It's like
because
100 floors,
because
isn't
it's very expensive. But
70.
it's not the super big tower, but it's beside a really big tower. It's across the street from it. But what happened is you'd have a couple of floors that were Bank of America, and then you'd have RBC bought a couple of floors or rented at least a couple of floors. And what happened though is that the way that building is, beside as you walk past that area, you'd have a restaurant over to the side, a couple of things here, but this was actually a facade that used to be an old branch of basically I want to say it was RBC or CIBC, and it still runs for like securities. So there are people that actually work in it, but it's like an old style facade that's actually indoors. It was actually very cool. It was kind of because it was one of those things where it's like back in the day that used to actually be a building and now it's incorporated into this building, but the facade is indoors. But they preserved it, and it's like, no, it looks like an old facade. It's like a stone kind of thing. And it's actually kind of neat.
It's the whole front of the bank.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's literally an old school, and it's
Really?
been preserved because it's a historical site. But they built all this newer construction around it. That's the glass enclosure that you're
And then
used
it's
to seeing.
the artwork through there was done by a famous artist, and it's gorgeous. Actually, it's one of the most gorgeous buildings downtown. Actually,
What I'll say to you is this: you are correct in that because I worked there for 2 years, we became completely desensitized to it. I'm mentioning it to you because as someone who's not there, I'm just telling you that that is a historic building. It's actually a very cool thing inside that I literally walked by about 57,000 times in my career.
Right.
It's like I was just there, and that's it. And I got the Hockey Hall of Fame downstairs just because that's where I worked.
Is Marche still there?
I genuinely don't know. I haven't been there basically since the whole pandemic started.
I suggest you eat there. There's a main level there. They have it's
Yeah, it's the restaurant at the end, like on the left. Like there's that spot there.
Yeah, but it's all these different stations where they make all these different things, and you can just go around and take what you want, kind of thing, and then you just pay for whatever you want. So if you want to go to the Italian, you want barbecue, you want it's all there.
To put it into perspective,
It's high end. It's cost a lot, but I mean it's really nice though.
Yeah. To put it into perspective, the Tim Hortons that we had there has hockey displays in it.
Well, they
Because
actually allow them now.
Yeah. Because when I was there, they had hockey displays in it because it's the one on the main floor where the Hall of Fame's downstairs. So they literally have hockky stuff in
But
the
they had it
displays.
actually before they were allowed to have it. That was the one that was given. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like if you needed a hint that the Hockey Hall of Fame's downstairs, the Tim Hortons upstairs has full hockey displays of memorabilia and stuff.
Yeah.
Last time I was there, I didn't eat. I don't know. I think I told you this. I was the first one in of the day, and they literally had to throw me out. I was there the entire day, just doing laps of the place.
And you can't buy anything to eat in there. That's the thing.
No, I didn't. I didn't care. I was just taking it all in. I wasn't going to stop to have lunch. I just kept doing laps and checking it all out. It was awesome.
Bet you had a good dinner though.
Oh, afterwards we went to Gretzky's. I went to Gretzky's restaurant.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, I've been there a few times. They used to film a show in the back of Gretzky's Mike Bullock show. You remember?
Was it Bullock or Bullard?
Mike Bullard, yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. It's funny because
I used to go there with my friend all the time. So we're in Gretzky's like whenever it was, you know.
Yeah. So I worked for RBC for 5 years. So the last two were where I worked in that building where the Hall of Fame was. The previous 2 years, I worked in the building adjacent to the Gretzky's. So that's why I laugh is like, because I worked in about 4 buildings around downtown. because there was a temporary building that they had there, then the construction in the main tower over there, and they just basically kept moving segments of our department over years, but it was over a 5-year period. It was like we'd be a year or two here, a year or two there, and a year or two there.
Was Don Cherry's across the street at that time?
I
Because
don't
it was like right
Yeah.
across the street, up about.
I just remember that I
100
would take a walk, and I'd go a little bit north, and I'd walk right by Gretzky's, because we were right on that street, like in that corner. Because a lot of the
And
stuff
then Blue
downtown
Jay
is all close
Stadium is
together.
right there, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I definitely didn't attend games.
Okay,
No.
that sounds funny.
No. Where's Carlos? I don't know.
It's at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm at the Hall of Fame. Exactly. Go look for me there.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll find me.
But John Terry's closed since, so.
Oh yeah.
And so is Gretzky's actually, so now there you go.
Yeah, that's relatively recent, right? The Gretzky's closed within
Yes.
think so,
Yeah, within
yeah.
the last,
a
well,
couple of years.
prior to COVID, yeah, it makes it seem like it's longer, but yeah, maybe just about a year before that.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll catch up on these comments. So good evening,
Sure.
Matt. Absolutely. And Yannick took 3 rounds, but won 4 out of 5 listings. Nice,
Oh, wow.
nice. Okay, that's good. Hey, listen, you got to start telling us about, because you've done pretty well on these auctions. I bid on a handful of things. I was really selective in what I bid on, but Yannick seems to have picked up some items. He was doing all right. So good. If you won 4 out of 5, that's not bad at all.
Nice.
Pretty solid work for you, Yannick. Not bad at all.
Yeah, that's good. Good buys, good sells, good everything.
My thing is, my statement is always the same, because I had some people come back and say like, oh man, I can't deal with PWCC. Look, man, if I get a card I want for the price that I feel is reasonable, I don't care if I'm buying it from Satan himself. I don't care. What difference does it make to me? It's practicality. Because if I want to deal with good people, well, then I'm going to have a really hard time spending my money.
If you
in this
if
business.
you know that someone isn't on the level, though, like I'm not going to name any names, but there's a big time dealer who, had some bad press a month or so ago that is all over eBay selling hockey cards. And I'm going down the left-hand column. I see what I want. I read it. Yep. The price is good. And then I go a little bit more to the right and there's the name. And I'm like, nope, I won't buy from him.
Mm-hmm. No, I always separate out 2 things. You guys know from this point, I am never going to tell anyone that they are wrong to feel however they're going to feel. I'm never going to tell anyone they're wrong to make a decision because they're not comfortable. If you're not comfortable with it, don't. If you're not comfortable with it, don't. Just don't.
I never burn any bridges myself. I would rather, because sometimes they're going to get a rare thing and you don't want to cut that bridge off.
Yeah.
But better to know the devil you know than the devil you don't, right?
My big thing is that I'm very practical as a collector. And the thing is, at this stage, I'm very particular. Like, it's not like I'm out there bidding on anything and everything. Some of the stuff I need just doesn't come up all the time.
Right.
Now that Bonds is a pretty common card. I just, for me, a lot of this is experiment with the platform. Yeah. For me, a lot of this is experimentation on a new platform. It's a curiosity factor, and there's value to me from creating content, discussing my experience in experiencing different aspects of it.
Sure.
So there is some value to it for me as well. So I'm like, no, then at least I can, by experiencing, I can tell you guys, this is how it went for me. This is what I did. This is what I experienced, blah, blah, blah. I can give you something. You can take that with you and do with it as you will, but at least I can offer something that way. And it's not a lot of money out of pocket for me. $16 is not going to kill me one way or the other. What's going to be interesting for this, like I said, PWCC has a murky reputation. So does Probstein. So do a lot of eBay sellers. Like, there's a lot going on. eBay has done a lot of things. I gave my description ago. Based on the way eBay does their business, they created a scenario where it's not worth it unless you're sending stuff at a certain threshold. And if you are, but basically now, clearly, I'm going to have to do tracking and insurance and basically, well, what else you got? How much is this going to cost me? $25, $30 to ship? That sucks.
Yeah.
And I can get the client to pay a certain amount, the bidder to pay a certain amount, but it's going to be like, it's tricky. So it means it's got to be a worthwhile enough thing for me to sell. I literally ate $500.
Yeah.
It's not an exaggeration. I'm literally going to eat I ate $500 today. And the reason I'm not ranting and raving and screaming about it is, well, I'll take responsibility for not having put the insurance properly. So you know what? That's my fault. I'll accept it. I'll take accountability.
An expensive lesson, though.
It is a very expensive lesson, but you know what? I'll live. It's not going to break me. But at the same time, like, I'm out the card and I'm out the money.
Mm-hmm.
The bidder gets their money back. That's fine.
Yeah.
And I left the money in the account because at this point I take nothing to chance. I don't assume. I leave the money in there just in case something goes wrong. I wait until the transaction is fully done. They leave positive feedback.
Which is really 3 months.
Yeah, like it takes quite a while. Yeah. But in the meantime, I have it in an interest-bearing account. So I like leave it in there. But I leave it in there. I pretend like I don't even have it.
Yeah.
Because I don't have it until it's done. It's got to be done.
That's right. That's the way I am too.
Yeah, in this case, it worked out, at least in the sense that at the bare minimum, the money was already there. Yep, fine, refund, send it back.
And by the time eBay pays you out now, it's like that, like the time anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It's forever.
Yeah,
It
so
seems like it's forever. I got my payment. What was it? I sold some stuff on Sunday, one thing, and I sold that cereal box, that one with the whatever. And I think I got my payout on Thursday. You know, PayPal would have been Sunday night.
That's kind of slow because I usually get it within a day or two. A business day.
The time they take to generate your payout is ready. It's
Less
2
than 2
days.
It took me
And
less
then
than
it's another day to get it in there. So you're talking.
I got
Monday,
it in 2 days.
Tuesday,
I got it from
Wednesday.
2 days from front to back.
Wow.
Yeah.
When
They
did you
basically the next day the next business day they said, all right, payment's being sent. The next day it was in the account.
Yeah, I sold it Sunday night. So
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah,
And
in
I
that
didn't
scenario
get-
for me it would have been Tuesday.
Tuesday, that's when they sent me the payout. They said your payout's ready. So
Oh, okay.
that night, and then I didn't get it Thursday. Maybe I got it
Sure.
Thursday night. Yeah.
They're not
Sure.
respecting the bro. Because usually it's within a bit of business day they say the payout is sent, and then a day later it's in the account.
Yeah.
They've been pretty quick with me. That part has been okay. That part has been fine. But like I said, the rest of it I'm not thrilled with it just because, like I said, I would rather not have had to deal with. I can't get mad at the bidder because they actually sent me a scan of the package. So I actually got to see the package. It's like, well, okay, at least you sent me a picture of it. It's like, okay, I can see, yep, USPS delivered it that way. Thanks, USPS. Appreciate that. Why bother delivering an empty envelope? But fine, whatever. So Jay here says, lost the Disney card more than I needed to go. Fair enough. Got the Shirley, I assume Shirley Temple for mom, 1936. Okay.
Oh,
Shirley
nice.
yeah, Shirley Temple. Here we go. Crushed it for $48. Okay. That's cool. I have no context for value, but if you're happy with it, I think that's cool.
Nice.
Seems to me that things like PWCC comps and Star Stock, where the site holds the inventory. I think yes. I would be inclined to agree because then the onus is on the platform to ship it. I hate shipping crap. Like I really do. So it's one of those things where like if
I like it.
Yeah. So send all your stuff to Bobby and he'll ship it out for you.
It's a challenge to ship it properly, keep it cheap, and got to juggle it. People pay. I see them go to the post office. They get this thing and they go, "Oh, I need to ship this." And they go, "Oh, well, do you want it insured?" So they, it's $40. $40 later, and they have to ship this item. I go, "You could have just folded that down and used one of those $20 across Canada boxes. You'd be done." But I can't say that because my people behind there, they want to keep their upselling, right? So it's like, because I used to say that before. I said, no, you can just fold that. No, if you send it through regular, yeah, you'll be fine. You don't need to express, but it's going to be there in 2 days. It's Toronto. Come on.
Oh, you missed out. You missed out because at my post office, they do the opposite. They're like, oh, we can slap a couple of stamps on it. It's probably pretty close.
Oh, they're nice that way.
That's not nice. Trust me. Like at that point, you're taking your chance. I've had that shit returned so many times when they've tried that crap. They return it. They're like
they don't know
insufficient
their
postage.
stuff.
No, it's like they try to go at the absolute borderline, and the Canada and the postmaster's like, yeah, no. It's like I know you're trying to pull a fast one. No, that doesn't qualify. Sorry. Nice try.
Well, you have to keep it under 20 millimeters. So
yeah, you got to.
I'm making sure. And then the lady puts it in. She puts it in like so limp wristed. It's like I don't want to go through. I said, give me that thing. I pull it through and go, yeah, it goes through. Just send it. They just want you to pay more for the next service up. And I'm going, I measured it. I know what it is. Trust me.
Yeah. Usually they try to pull that stunt a little bit too much when it goes cross border. I'm like, no, put the proper thing in there. I would like to pay less, but I actually want it to arrive at its destination. I don't need the static because there was a delay or you had to ship it back to me and I have to resend it anyway and pay the extra. No, thank you. Just put the right postage on it. We'll move on with our lives.
You have to get creative anyways with the shipping. So you can keep it cheap enough for someone to buy it. If they're only going to buy a $20 item, you want to keep it down to a few dollars shipping. You don't want to send it at $10-15 and then you're just like, whatever.
That's the reason why though, like if I'm going to bother with anything on eBay, it's got to be a couple $100 like at the minimum.
Yeah.
Like it's not worth my while to send smaller stuff. ComC does make more sense. Like for smaller items, sometimes it does. Because then at least, all right, Comsy has it.
Yeah.
You guys
fair.
pay, it's done. Transaction completed. Not my problem. You guys ship it, do whatever you're going to do. I don't care.
I
That's
know
why
we've talked about this before, that, you know, there's times on eBay where I see a card that's, you know, $14 and the shipping to, you know, is $20 out of Canada. And it's like, I'm just, no, I'm not doing it. So I just X out of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Sometimes if you contact them, they'll let it go, but you have to have good feedback. So if somebody asks me that, I look at their feedback, go, okay, they got, 800 feedback, it's all positive. I can basically trust this guy. I look at feedback left for others, see if he's leaving feedback. I look at, feedback left for him, because even though he doesn't get a negative, in the positive statements, they can put a negative, which I did for this other guy.
Yeah.
Because I expected 2 pins. I showed you the front and back. My God. You try to help people.
What you don't know is if you read the feedback, it goes, "I'm the Burrell. How dare you!" Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point.
Probably, I would do that.
Exactly. He goes, "Do you know who you're talking to, sir?" "No, I don't. But do you know who you're talking to?"
Yeah, exactly.
"How dare you!" Just a back and forth. I like it.
I have 4,100 feedback.
Nice. Okay.
Wow.
There you
I
go.
do not have. I don't.
Yeah, that's buying and selling. But then I got another user account too. And how much did I got on that one? Let's see, there was a time that years ago, that's why I started my wife's account, that they used to be able to track you. They used to be able to see your name, and you knew who bought something. And you know who's bidding. So you go, oh, I'm going to bid higher because I know that's, because it's like whatever. Sanderson or you put a name, right?
For the record,
Eric.
To a certain degree, I kind of liked having eBay Nemesis. I actually enjoyed it. I was like, no. I am winning this. I am winning. I want to know, because it's always you. It's always you. Those were fun times. I'm sorry. Like eBay's bullshit. eBay's bullshit. It's like, no, it was fun. It's like, all right, I know who it is. It's you. It's always you.
Yeah. So my other account, I have 1,600 feedback.
There you go.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't even have that, I don't think. And I've been buying since eBay began. Back when we used to have to send personal checks to each other.
Yeah.
Or money orders and personal checks,
Yeah, I'm mostly a buyer. My feedback has gone up over the years, but it was only the last couple of years where it really started to move, because I wasn't moving as much stuff. It was I think I'm at 1320. But it was only the last couple of years that it really started getting the last couple, because there were a lot of years where I'd buy some stuff here and there. It was very sporadic. It was slow. These days I buy a lot more stuff. So it's like, it adds up over time. Buying and selling, it'll move up. But you got to really put a lot of stuff on there. But you can build up. But I used to laugh because I had some friends who got like 80,000 feedback or something stupid. It's like, okay, then you got a lot of time on your hands, sir. So they do a lot of shipping. Yeah. Both ways. So it's like, yep, good on you.
Most of mine's buys, it's not sells. So
there you go.
I see Paul's comment there, and
it's that international shipping thing that some people use where they send it to eBay. It's a Kentucky. It's garbage. It's absolute garbage.
Yeah, what they're doing
is ridiculous.
The seller is only charged $3, but they ship it to Chicago. In Chicago, the main hub, then they add the tax, then they add the duty, and then they ship it to you. So they automatically add that on. But sometimes you can claim some of it actually if you really want. Nobody does.
It was Pitney Bowes that does the fulfillment for them in that thing. It's been a while, but I don't know. Do you guys know my story about my favorite delivery from the eBay international shipping, whatever?
I do.
Yeah,
you can retell it again. I'm going to go to the washroom.
Yeah,
so I'll be right back.
Go for it. So I haven't said the story in a while because I know some folks have been here more recently. So I'll quickly tell the story. My favorite was I went in and I paid for the thing, and they sent it to Pitney Bowes in Kentucky, and then sends it over. But what happens sometimes is that sometimes when they send it in, they'll use these third-party courier services that are a little bit questionable.
Oh.
Yeah. So my favorite was I bought a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. card because back in 2019 I was buying some nice ones. I've actually got a nice stack of Vladdy Juniors, and now that he's played quite well this past season, that could be pretty good for me next year. We'll see how that goes. I bought a lot of the stuff real cheap though, relatively speaking. So it was a nice card. So it was shipped to me, and then I looked at the tracking, and the tracking said it had been delivered but left. And they used one of these random third-party couriers, and I was trying to figure out, like, where did you leave it? It's not in my mailbox. It's not in front of my door. It's not like anywhere. So I go in, and I see that it's this like third-party courier thing. I end up having to go to third-party courier's website and use this weird tracking number they have to try to look it up. And I had to finagle a couple of things to finally figure out where the hell they left this stupid thing. And it turned out what it was they left it at their drop point. And I'm using that quotation marks on purpose. Their drop point was a convenience store 3 blocks down. I went over and I knew what it was. Once I read what it was, I was like, I know that convenience. I used to walk by it when I was in high school. I'm like, because I've lived in this neighborhood since 1992, except when I was in university. So I've been here almost 30 years in this neighborhood. I live like 2 blocks down from where my parents live. Not really by decision, but it just worked out for me because I'm like, well, the value is too good. I don't really care one way or the other. To me, it was like, I'll live in another country. I don't give a crap. However, it's like, no, it worked out. So yeah, so when Carlos Sr. wants to come by and bug me, he can just drive down like 30 seconds and he's here. So whatever, it worked out. But I'm in the neighborhood that I'm familiar with. I know where everything is. So finally I go there. So I walk over with the tracking thing and I go up to the guy at the counter and goes, hi, do you have this delivery? He looked at the tracking number and he goes, oh yeah, absolutely. No problem. There's a shelf that's sitting there in the convenience store, like open, that anybody can walk by and grab anything. He goes, yeah, this guy just drops off crap. And he's like, he doesn't look at anybody. He's like, he just leaves it on the shelf. And I'm like, great. It took him about 5 minutes to find the damn package. And then he gives it to me. He goes, yeah, do you want to sign for it? Yeah, sure. So I had to go to a random convenience store that I had to figure, only because I know the neighborhood. Thank goodness I know this area so well that otherwise I'm like, how would I have found it in a random convenience? And it shows it's delivered. You didn't deliver shit. I had to go get it.
It doesn't sound as if the person working at the convenience store understands anything that's going on. Like a stranger walks in, leaves a package and walks out.
That's basically the arrangement. And it was like, he was just like, I'm just sitting there like, so that is the eBay international shipping. That's what we have to deal with. That kind of crap.
That's unacceptable.
It was like, and I think it was like, at the time, it was still pretty reasonably priced. I think it was like $150, $200 card. And I swear I paid $30 shipping for it. I paid $30 shipping for you to send it to a convenience store, a random convenience store. And I'm like, I have an address. You can bring it to my house.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It was very, very impressive. So never sold anything eBay, just a buyer, totally fair. Quickly scrolling through. Favorite card, Spada, the Corsican Bandit. Yeah, nice. Global Sports Card Investor, good evening, absolutely. I like this comment from Josh. So how did the mini investment of Sam Darnold do so far this year? Actually, I sold a couple of the cards prior to his recent struggles. Here's the thing you guys got to remember, because I know Paul was having some fun with this too. Because I mentioned in a video, but you guys got to watch the whole video because I explain a lot of this stuff. The Sam Darnold stuff was a high risk play the whole play. So it means you got to pay as little as possible. It means you have to mitigate the risk by paying as little as possible. So what happened is years ago, I had a couple of Sam Darnold cards and I sold them when they were selling well, and I made my money on them already. And I rebought back some of the cards that I had pulled back then for a fraction of the price. The fact that he's playing like garbage now, I'm basically break even on the Sam Darnold for the most part. So, and for most of those cards, I'm ahead. A couple of the cards, if he doesn't recover and play better, I'm not going to get any money back from them, but I basically already paid for it. But the key is that I didn't pay much for them in the first place. Some of those cards I paid $5 or $10 for. So in the grand scheme of things, is it a big deal? No.
He's still young in his career, right?
He is, but it's one of those things where like he got into some very bad habits, and the Jets are truly terrible at developing quarterbacks. Truly horrific. And it's a good chance he may never recover from those bad habits. I still think he could be a good player under the right circumstances, and he was playing okay with the Panthers when Christian McCaffrey was playing, which isn't shocking because Christian McCaffrey helps. He's a great player. He just needed to be a game manager then. The thing is, I don't need him to be an all-time great, and that was never the point. The point is, like, he just needs to be a reasonable game manager, and guess what? What do you think Ryan Tannehill is? Ryan Tannehill is not an all-pro player. No. He's a decent quarterback who was playing in Miami, and Miami was terrible. He went to Tennessee, and all of a sudden he's all right. He's got Derrick Henry.
That's why.
He's doing his job, but he's doing his job. And all of a sudden they're like, but even the stuff he does, he's playing better than in Miami. Yeah, because Miami sucks. It's not like Ryan Tannehill had no talent. He got to the NFL for a reason, but he's not a superstar. He was never going to be a superstar. But he had been devalued so long playing in Miami and playing like garbage for a garbage team that he was worth nothing. So if somebody had bought him when he was worth nothing, oh, actually, he's a decent game manager. Okay, now he's worth something. Not a lot, but compared to what he was before, yeah, actually, it's buying Doge instead of Bitcoin. It's not that complicated. If you buy low enough, and people don't understand this concept, and it's a good takeaway. If you're going to take a flyer on something, if your cost basis is low enough, go ahead, because you're buying a low price lottery ticket. If it works out, awesome. If it doesn't, you're out a couple of bucks. Move on with your life.
Oh, Derek Sanderson had a Bobby Orr, right?
There you go. Yeah. Sometimes it's the players you're around though. But it really is, because all you need is the right. If you're the right player with the right team around you, sometimes it works out and it's fine. But in the grand scheme of things, if you get more hits than misses, you're going to be fine. So sad fact about postage meters. Research Pitney Bowes postage meters dating back to 1970. It was a patent telephony case about registration number via telephone. Very annoying. Okay. Interesting. Kind of specific.
Yeah. Inside.
Yep. The shipping is brutal across borders. I don't use the eBay International Shipping Service. I do try to message the seller and take arrangements. Yeah. Yeah. I think if you can talk to them, sometimes communication is the key. If you can talk to them and be like, look, can you just send it yourself? We can put tracking on it or whatever. It's not that bad. It's not that crazy. Just put a tracking number on it. We'll be fine.
And a good way of going around it too is take that username, and if you can't find them, search them out in Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and then you can contact them privately on the side. Maybe reduce the deal and do a deal on the side. There you go.
Yeah. No, it's true. Like
it works. Trust me.
Communication goes a long way. It really does. The ship my cards thing is just if you want to make your life, if you just want to simplify it and be like, look, I'm going to take this out of your hands, just ship it here and it's fine. It's an alternative option, but otherwise you're good.
Yep. And a good thing, if somebody's asking you a question, you kind of want to do a deal on the site because he wants to work you a little bit. So all you have to do is you send him another picture of the item, even though they don't ask. And in the kind of the corner of the picture, you put your business card with your contact information. You have to watch it. eBay will catch it. So
eBay is pretty militant about that.
They are.
Yeah.
So if you kind of just put it off to the side in the corner of the picture, like if you kind of here, where are we? Yeah, sort of like over there, it would kind of work. And then the main picture's over here or something like that. People will catch that. Sorry, the sneaky things you do on eBay.
There you go.
And I got 20-something years of experience, so I might as well share it a bit, right?
Yeah, love it. So track to Canada isn't cheap. So here's a question for you, hockey guy. I don't know. What is the tracking price for USPS these days? What is it looking like? Do you know, Eric, offhand or no?
I haven't sent anything in a while. I haven't.
Okay,
had
well,
to
hockey
pay
guy,
for
if you
anything.
know what it is, throw it this way. I can tell you that if I want to put tracking on anything US based, it's about 12, 13, 14 bucks. If you're putting in a bubble envelope, to start. If you want to put any kind of insurance on it,
I think it's 14 to 15 for sure.
Yeah.
And
I have a receipt somewhere because I sent it recently. So like literally the example I gave, and it was like 14, 15 bucks to start.
From the US to Canada, I think tracking is $8, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's somewhere
inside. Inside. Are you talking inside Canada or US?
No, from US to Canada.
Oh, US.
I think it's $8 for tracking. I think it's base tracking.
Yeah, you're saying
everything in the US is basically tracked.
Double check that and let us know. Double check that.
We have to add tracking because you can ship a regular thing for $2.50, or you can go to the tracking, which is $15. So you're kind of there's no in between.
It escalates very quickly. And if I had done the express post, which would have given me some insurance on top of it,
100 only, yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying even for that, it jumps from 15 to 30. That's how quickly it jumps.
I think it's I forget how much it is now. It's $2 per extra 100 insurance. So I ship $1,000 item.
No, for sure. If the extra insurance wouldn't have been a big deal, but I'm saying just jumping from regular to express post is already 15 to 30.
And that's where I have expedite.
Mhm.
And I can use that, which is
Yep.
basically 4 days. And that's Canada wide. I mean, sorry,
Yep.
not US.
Needless to say, bottom line, not fun. Going to the post office is not a good time. It's something that is like, no, if I can avoid it most of the time, I will, because it's misery. It's true misery. So here, Global Sports Card Investor had a question. So let me include this question. So in all your opinions, I believe, what would happen to the NBA market if Luka and Zion don't pan out? I feel those two players have a lot of market cap. So I agree with the second part of that. I will say though, the NBA market is more resilient than I think you think, because if Luka and Zion don't pan out, it'll be the next guy. It'll be John Moran. It'll be a couple of the current guys. So they'll focus on LeBron and a couple of these other guys for now, Kevin Durant and whatever. And as those guys cycle out of the league, they'll focus on the new young player. They'll look at Tyler Hero. They'll look at, I'm just throwing names out. Like I'm literally just throwing names out. The point is that they'll focus on someone else in the rookie classes, or, LaMelo. They'll look at LaMelo. So it'll be like whoever the next, if somebody doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world. Luka has a lot going for him. Zion, his body type and everything, I think was always a risk. That was always my catch all with Zion, just because he's such a big guy and he relies on a lot of athleticism and explosiveness. And it's like, you are prime, sir, for a short career. Like it feels like you're screaming for a short career. So you
Shaq
have
had a
to
long
find-
career though. And he was pretty physical in especially through his
He
younger
was,
years.
but the last couple of years, like he was a shell. Like
For
his real prime was a very short window.
It wasn't when he was with the Celtics at the end. I assure you of that.
Yeah, it wasn't when he was at the Heat at the end either. It wasn't when there was a bunch of teams at the end where it's like he's there. He is Shaq, but he's broken. Like he's not that guy. He's not Los Angeles Lakers Shaq. He's not that dude. If you take Orlando, Shaq was a dominant type player, but he was developing into it. When he was with the Lakers, he was a dominant force. Like for that run there, he was basically unstoppable. But that isn't as long a period of time as people think. Like if you actually go back and look at it, it's maybe about a 5 or 6 year period total. The rest of his career, he was developing early, and then late, he was broken. He was broken down. Like he got hurt all the time. He just couldn't stay in the lineup. It wasn't that he couldn't play, but he wasn't playing.
And when you have a top 5 all-timer playing alongside you, it makes up for a lot of mistakes. Plus, it takes a lot of the pressure off of you. You don't always have to go inside when you have someone that can play that well.
Sense of confidence, sure.
Absolutely.
And I think just back on that question, I think Luka has already panned out. I think he's going to continue to grow.
I think he's done well. I think he's done very well.
Zion, I agree with you entirely. I think he's going to be out of the league soon. I think we had a discussion in a clubhouse room the other day that went on for a while about how I think this kid has, this is just my opinion, has an eating disorder, and he's going to eat himself out of the league. That frame, he gained like 30 pounds the offseason, the reports say. His frame can't handle it the way he plays. He's so explosive. He's got to blow his knees out, his hips, his back, his ankles. He's if people are dumping thousands and thousands of dollars into his cards and memorabilia, they're going to regret it in the future.
Hashtag invest.
Yeah, it's one of those things, but it goes back to what I said earlier. Like this is the most actionable advice I can offer. And it goes back to that video because I was very particular. Because like I said, the guys like to poke a little fun with me, the Sam Darnold, but I understood what I was getting into. I calculated that risk factor and played it into what I was paying. So if I lose, I don't lose a lot. The point is mitigate the losses. Because if you're taking a flyer, you're going to lose more than you're going to win. You have to understand that. If you want a sure thing, pick a guy who's already retired. He can't hurt. He can't get hurt. Like his career is done. The only thing they can do is do something horrific, and we find out something weird about. Like that's possible. It can be an O.J. Simpson situation, but that isn't normal. That isn't the standard. Most of the time, if it's an all-time great, it's an all-time great. You can be like a Hank Aaron who only becomes more revered with time.
Mm-hmm.
So those kind of players, it only benefits them. their careers are done. So if you want to be safe, there you go. That's your safe. But if you would like to occasionally hit on something, well, then you got to take a little more risk. But if you're going to take more risk, it's got to be at a low cost. It's got to be at the right price. You can factor in risk at the right price. That's just generally true. Just be aware of that, though. But also accept sometimes you're going to get it wrong. And if you get it wrong, you lose a little bit. But if you mitigate it,
he's been in the league for what, 2 years? Zion?
Yeah, give or take.
Seasons?
I think that's about right. Yeah.
And he's already having these issues, and he's having problems with his weight.
Yeah, and he starts off the season with an injured foot. It's like it's not encouraging.
If the team doesn't step up and really try to take care of this young guy, and try to help him through this, he won't be around much longer.
Yeah, he was always a big risk factor. By the way, just to be clear though, to the point that I'm making, there are folks that made money on Zion. It was possible. But in his situation, you have to time it right. You have to buy the right thing and sell it and be done with it and get out of it.
Yeah. He was sold on potential.
Yes. And that's
now he's, well, I guess.
And that's segments of the markets live on that. Segments of the markets, because they're looking at, because sometimes these guys are priced at a level where even if they succeed, they failed.
Yeah.
That's where you got to be like, wait, so even if he does the thing that we're hoping he does, we're still screwed? Uh-oh.
Or else you just buy the cards because you're a collector and enjoy it.
If you buy it because you're a collector, then none of this matters. But I'm saying, like, if you are looking at this thing, but you see that the price has reached a level, that's why I say, like, I bought a bunch of Vladdy Jr. stuff. He had a really great season. Coming into next season, there'll be folks who'll be like, oh my God, but what about now? He's got this experience in next season. There are going to be folks that are going to be like excited leading into next season, freaking out about this. And I'm like, so can I interest you in some Vladdy Jr.? It's like, you're selling them? It's like, yes, I am. Am I going to sell all of them? No, I'm not. I'm going to keep some. But if you're buying at a good price, I have some to sell you, my friends. Right. I got some nice stuff that I've been sitting on for a couple of years. I'm ready for you.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's the way to do it. Yeah. And I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for Zion to do that.
Not now. It's going to be very tricky right now. So sorry, I did see Robert's question here. Do you print the shipping label on the eBay side? I don't. I have to play around with that a little bit more. I know that eBay has some, because the eBay has started doing a thing where they can do some stuff for ship. I have to explore it more. I definitely have to explore it more. eBay feature, you can add a phone number, contact info as a seller. Fair enough. USPSI says $14.25 for first class international. Priority is $30. Okay, so probably comparable. So you guys finally caught up, because it used to be that adding tracking wasn't so bad, but I guess the prices.
No, the prices just went up. My friend said within the last couple of months.
Oh, okay. So let's put it this way, Hockey Guy. What you're experiencing now is that we experienced for years. Yeah. We've been like that for years.
Plus 20%.
Yeah, exactly. Add more money.
And add more money. And they don't take that in consideration. It's hard bidding it in U.S. auctions when it's U.S. dollars, because my $500 is Eric's 400.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
My 5,000 is Eric's 4,000. When you start getting up there, that's a big difference. We don't make any more money than you guys up here. Our minimum wage, yeah, but I mean, okay, whatever. Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying, it's been like that. And then there was times it was 1.6. Mm-hmm. It was really awful. Early 2000s there.
It was, but I'll tell you, it was good when you were selling.
I loved it.
I'll tell you, when you were selling, because
I could buy, turned into 80,
I could buy some stuff here and then sell it on eBay in those days. Even with the money order and everything, it's like, you're paying in US dollars?
Yes, please.
I'm rich.
Yes. Really? You sold a few items? You ran an auction, you go, well, okay, 300, look, 550.
This may be a good takeaway for folks. Just something to chew on. In almost every scenario, someone can make money. You just got to think about it. Really think about it. Because even in the scenario where we had an exchange rate where it was not favorable to us as buyers, it was super favorable to us as sellers. So like, understand that there's always an angle. That's why. What was one of the greatest time periods for some people to become rich? The Great Depression. Wait, why? Exactly. You're not thinking about that. There were some folks who made their fortunes on the Great Depression. Someone always makes money. Someone always makes money. Yeah. That's just a fact of life. So maybe think about it a little bit more. And maybe if you position yourself right with the right situation, the right thing, whatever, that can be you. Because there are folks right now that are freaked out about, oh, inflation. Quick point of order. We are not in hyperinflation. There is a definition for hyperinflation. You haven't met it.
No.
It's 50% per month. That means a $100 grocery bill is $150 next month. It's $225 the month after that. It's almost $400 a month after that. Is that what's happening? No? Then you're not in hyperinflation. Shut up.
And you don't want to go to deflation.
Yeah. So but understand though, even in a scenario like that, okay, let's pretend that we actually hit a hyperinflation situation. What are you doing? I'm going to go borrow a bunch of money. Why? Because paying it back is cheap.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll adapt and they'll do like a rate. They'll do an adjustment to it. But if you get the deal where it's not adjusted for inflation,
You get locked in.
I want to borrow $1 million right now. It's like, what? I'll give you $1 million for that house. Really? Yeah. Good? Yeah? Cool. But Carlos, $1 million will buy you a coffee. Yeah, we'll buy a house now. I already locked it in.
Well,
Suckers.
Starbucks at least, right?
Yeah, but the point is that people did that. When hyperinflation kicked in, now at first, eventually people adapt and adjust. People always adapt and adjust. But at first, it's in that situation, you borrow money because you're borrowing it cheap. The money's devaluing as you speak. $100,000 is now nothing. Yeah, I paid it off. Because it was nothing. If that's what's actually happening. It's not, but if it was, that's what people did. Just understand there's always a way to play an angle on that. Always. You just got to figure out what it is. You can do PWE across the border for pretty cheap, but you're at the mercy of a PWE. Yes. It's a dangerous game you're playing with a plain white envelope, a very dangerous game, but you can. That is true. You can.
And if you print online through Snapship on Canada Post site and have a business account, shipping is dramatically decreased. I find that it's actually just as cheap as Chit Chats, because I joined that Chit Chats, but I realized shipping online, I'm getting it a lot cheaper. I was doing some quotes. I'm going, how come is that so much cheaper? And so that's what the lady said at the thing. She goes, oh, if you do it online, it's a lot cheaper. I said, why didn't you tell me that before? I wouldn't have come to you.
Nice.
So anyways, there is ways to save you money, but not much. But there is ways of adjusting your package that it's safe and that you can keep it, and you determine the seller. And, if you do a little homework, a little research, you'll be fine. As long as you can get the shipping down to the sizes and the weights. Sometimes I have to cut a little piece off the styrofoam filler that I have and go, oh, geez, I'm 1 gram over. And they're right on the money, those guys, eh? So you got to keep it at 99. So anyways.
Absolutely. So quickly, I'll just get caught up. Some really good comments, by the way, guys. Thank you. So Ozzy Card Dad here says, most of the modern rookies have hype built into their prices, and the majority of the time, the core performance doesn't meet the hype. Yes. And that's, by the way, though, that's a risk factor. You got to factor that in and understand that when like I said, it's in some ways it is like real estate. One of the ways to win is at the buying time. You have to really consider carefully what you're buying for. If you're buying at a good price, you can deal with a lot of these risk factors, but you got to factor that in. But if you're paying like the going market rate, it's a little high, then you're crossing your fingers and hoping that somehow it goes up more. And if hype is already built in, that's really hard to do. That's really hard to do. You're basically doing it on a wing and a prayer. You're doing scratch off tickets. You don't want to do scratch off tickets. No.
Hype runs the whole market, emotion, everything. That's everything.
It is.
So all you have to do is
sometimes you can play it in your favor, but sometimes you have to. Sometimes the best play is don't do anything. Sometimes the play is back away, just back off, because if the math doesn't make sense, then don't. That's really the key with that. But you got to figure it out.
I haven't seen too many times where the hyped player is the one that ends up in the Hall of Fame at the end of the career. You have that guy that Carlos doesn't like.
Which one? The baseball one or the football one?
That used to play football.
Brady or
used to play football an hour or so from my house, and I mean, 6th round draft pick.
Yeah.
And I think he has a shot at possibly making the Hall of Fame. If things go in his favor.
Oh no, really weak class. Like if we're talking weak, but yes,
weak, very weak. Very
like
weak.
If everyone else drops dead, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, who came out? I mean, I'm not a football aficionado, but who came out? Who's the top 5 picks of his draft year, and where are they now?
Oh no, for sure. No, it's a good comp. Although we speak not his name, but it is a good comp though. It's a good callback because sometimes now in today's world, that's where you can. I remember what I said a moment ago. You can almost always take advantage of something. Hype guys are tricky. People think of Mahomes now. They're like, oh my God, Mahomes are so expensive. They weren't in 2017 when it came out. I know this for a fact. They were not. Juan Soto was not expensive in 2018. He was not expensive in 2019. We'll see what the future holds. My point, though, is if you bought at 2018 prices, you're okay. You're doing great. If you bought at 2019 prices, you're still doing great. 2020 and beyond, less so. It gets trickier as we go. Once it becomes established, if you were buying Tom Brady in 2000 and 2001, you were paying nothing.
Listen, his cards were all over the place.
Yes, they were penny stocks.
They were in junk boxes.
Yes.
They were extras. They were thrown in with stuff. He was a backup. He was like a third string backup.
Mm-hmm.
No one even knew who he was
Great.
until that day that Bledsoe got hurt.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden people said, hey, you got any of those? Yeah, $1, $5, $10, $20, $50, $100, $5,000,
Yeah.
$20,000.
But to be clear, though, even after the first couple of Super Bowl wins, he was a game manager. He wasn't seen as the dude. It took years for that. So even after he wins the Super Bowl, actually, you could have still bought it relatively inexpensively. You could have. It was available.
But I remember seeing those like in junk boxes.
Absolutely.
And not knowing who he was. I didn't care.
Yeah.
And I don't collect football anyways.
Yeah.
But if I could go back in time, I'd be grabbing
stash a couple of sides. Well, I talked about the YouTuber Elico3 because he does a lot of stuff and he's very transparent about most of his, like he literally is as transparent as it can be. It's like, I'm buying this. I sold this. This is how much I sold it for. Here it is. Here's a screenshot. Like he's as transparent gets.
Yeah.
He sold one of the Brady contenders for $100,000. He doesn't need the money, but he bought it for $1,500 in 2010. He said, I bought it for $1,500 in 2010 and I sold it for $100,000. Here's the sale.
Yep.
It's as transparent as it gets. Like he did all right. So think about that. But in 2010, Brady already had Super Bowls under his belt, multiple. And even then, 1,500 to 100,000. Do the math on that. Seems like he still did okay.
Oh yeah.
So, like I said, it's possible. But it's those guys who come out of nowhere. Usually that's a little bit easier to do that with. It's the guys who are already hyped in. Now, the reason Vladdy Jr. was fun for me is that Vladdy Jr. came in hyped, but he disappointed. So I went and bought after he disappointed people. Yeah. I was buying like, oh, you don't want that? Yeah, I'll take one of those. Yeah, I'll take one of that. I'll take one of those too. So I actually got to buy the dip. Literally. It's like, oh, you're disappointed. He's 21 years old. Like, what are you expecting? Even Robert's prognostication here, he might be done by 30. He's 22. I don't care if he's done by 30. That's years from now.
8 good years.
Yeah, I only need next season for some of the stuff that I have. It's like, look, it may go up from there, but I'm not worried about it. At the price point that I paid at it, I'll do well if people are just interested in buying it up next season. He can go in the tank after that. I don't care because there's a good chance I can sell off enough of my stuff. I'm still going to retain some of it, but there's a good opportunity that I can sell off some of my stuff that it completely covers the price that I paid for everything else. And then I'm just sitting there like, it's gravy. Whatever happens after that, this stuff's basically free. It can be kindling. I'll throw it on the bonfire, whatever. Doesn't matter after that.
Mm-hmm.
When Robert's talking about weight problems with baseball players, well, you guys have seen that Tom Selleck movie, Mr. Baseball.
It's a great movie.
We're not athletes. We're baseball players.
Mm-hmm.
So, some of the best players in history in that sport are big fat guys, including number one. And then, in my time of being around and acknowledging that as a activity that people do, Cecil Fielder, Mo Vaughn, Big Papi, the Panda out in San Francisco there, whatever his name is or was, who played in Boston for a short period of time. you know, there's been so many of these big round guys that were all-stars and then became Hall of Famers. When you look at basketball players, you can't be Cecil Fielder. You can do that in baseball and have a long career because it's not a sport. It's a game. You know, so basketball, you can't be pounding and the jumping and the cuts, and you'll blow your knee right out if you're 300 pounds.
Well, the whole idea with basketball is that you're basically running. You're running up and down the court, running up and down the court, running up and down the court. Baseball, if you do any running, it's in bursts. It's 90, 180 feet at a time. Even the guys that run super fast, 270 feet at a time. Like, that's really the sport. There are athletes in there, and there's a couple of comments here. I'll get to them because I can see them, and there's some good ones. Because the thing is, and sometimes it's a misnomer, and I get Eric's point. There are athletes that play baseball, and it's to their advantage. The ones that have that athletic ability, that's to their edge. And there's a couple of good comments here, so I'll quickly go through them. So Robert here said, I experienced life with 40% inflation, which is just short of hyperinflation. But what we have now feels like nothing. Yeah, I think people like freaking out. Like, in all seriousness, yeah, inflation is higher than it's been in a long time, but that's still very low compared to like actual scary inflation. There's real inflation, and there's what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's
$55 to fill my tank in my car. And
sorry, what was that?
I'm paying $55 to fill my tank in my car, and that's costing me a lot of money.
I get you, but in a hyperinflation situation, it means next Thursday it'll be $105.
Take your bite.
So like I'm talking. There's a big difference. There is, you know, there's levels, right? Obviously, we'd like it to be cheaper, but there's still levels. Like, there really is a big difference. Baseball legend Todd Van Poppel. We do love us some Todd Van Poppel. Hockey news: Ovechkin scored tonight. What is this hockey? Up to 7:38 in the chase to catch Gretzky. Yeah, I'm rooting for Ovechkin. Even if he doesn't get there, I'm rooting for him to make it interesting. I want him to make it interesting. And he's still got this. And he's still got the black bar on the bottom.
Yeah, how is that black bar? Is it solid or a little bit? Yeah,
it's pretty solid.
Well, a lot of them are really they're solid, but they're not.
This is the best version.
Oh, so you like to do the one touch upside down, eh?
Yeah, that's the way I do all mine.
Okay. I've seen that. I was just kind of curious.
He hasn't figured it out.
Yeah. Okay. Is this better?
Oh, way better. Like, oh my God, Gretzky's never looked better. Thank God. Much better.
I thought you'd like that, but
I like it the way he does. Yeah, Eric.
That's the best.
Because it seems like it would be on the bottom, not the top, right?
Yeah, I open it up and there you go.
Yeah. I just enjoy that sometimes I'll buy eBay lots, and I've seen folks do both versions of it. Once it's in there, as long as it's properly in there, I just leave it as is. Like, whatever, it's fine. If I need to adjust it later, I can. But it's like, no, that's fine.
When there were screws, did you have the screw up top?
I've bought some stuff with that. I've actually got a lot coming in that has 9 cards that are all in the screw down one touches. Well, screw down holders that are equivalent to one touches.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I'll like, for me, I don't care as long as it's in properly, cards positioned properly. I don't care. It's fine. It's all good.
Hey, up the prices on the tops cards because they're harder to get.
Yeah, this is absolutely the best version I've ever seen, and I've had this in my collection for a while. It's as centered as I've seen, that I could shave with the corners, everything up that there's not one scratch in the black ink. And it's the second season.
Yeah, and it's second year.
And it's absolutely gorgeous.
Well, because a lot of people did scratch them, there's less of them out there. Not that there's any shortage of them. It is a low pop year, but I mean, even still, they got a little tweak due to that fact from me. So
your hockey guy gives us the top 5 of the 2000 draft: Courtney Brown, LeVar Arrington, Chris Samuels, Peter Warwick, and Jamal Lewis. Yep. Comparatively, not a murderer's row. Not a lot of these guys are thought about. A couple of guys are on TV, and a couple of guys were names that have been around for a while. Given selected Courtney Brown first overall in Brady's draft here. Yeah, it didn't quite hold up.
See, so that's my point. But I'm sure coming in, those top 5 players had tons of hype. Their cards were probably more expensive than Tom Brady's was at that year, right?
Yeah.
As a third string, he might have even been 4th at one point, 4th string backup. I mean, they were penny. They were garbage.
But it goes back though, to be fair, to what I said earlier about the weighing the risk factors. Because here's the thing: We could use a more recent example. Let me give you a more recent example. What do you think would have happened if a year ago I had said, Eric, I know you're the baseball oracle, but let me give you a piece of advice. Buy Shohei Ohtani. Just trust me. Just buy some Shohei Ohtani. Because it would have been pennies on the dollar because he was injured for years. Nobody was really paying attention to him about a year ago. This
A year
year,
ago, I wouldn't know.
you could
know
have
who
this
he
year.
was.
Yeah, but it would have been one of those situations like, just trust me. Google that shit, go to eBay, hit buy it now and move on with your day. Just put it to the side. It'll cost you pennies. Just buy it and don't worry about it. Around the All-Star break this year, okay, sell it. Sell it now.
On the All-Star.
Get on with it.
Yeah.
Get on with it. You would have done just fine.
Very much so.
Yeah. And he's a couple of years in. Here's the thing. I think Shohei Ohtani had a very impressive season with the pitching and the hitting combined. I don't think it's sustainable in the long run.
No way.
I think if you had bought it last year and sold it this year, I think you did great.
It's timing.
It's
Everybody
time.
thinks everything's going to go up as time goes on. The more time, it'll eventually reach an ultimate peak, which you never probably will sell it because you never think that that peak is right there yet.
Well, with Ohtani, he's got one problem. He's 27 years old already.
Right.
He started off in Japan. This past season was the time. If you bought a year ago after his injuries and some of the issues, Tommy John, and he had all the kinds of stuff. If you had bought a year ago, you were buying for pennies on the dollar, literally pennies on the dollar. You could have bought some premium stuff for $50, $100, thrown it in the box, ignore it. All-Star break time, take that shit out, throw it on Golden, sell it for $100,000 and be done with your day. Move on with your life. And just laugh all the way to the bank. Just laugh. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes somebody has to sneak up on you. It could have just as easily not have happened at all. Does that mean the next season he's going to have a great season? Maybe, maybe not. It's doubtful. He may still win the MVP this year. But like the season's over. And I'm sure there'll be a run up into next year because now everybody's going to assume that's the new normal. It's like, that's the first time he completed a season. That's not actually normal for him. That's unusual. It worked out, but it's like, don't expect it. I wouldn't expect that. If you can get some money out of it now and you bought cheap, go to the pay window and go get your cash. Cash out some of the, you don't have to cash out the whole thing. Cash out a couple of those chips. Take it. Take it while it's there. It's available. So real quick here, JW Fulcher, what drives the hobby? Hype and the GOATs. Number one is usually a bust short to long term. Yep.
I agree.
Babe Ruth wasn't fat at age 20. That's true. He got more so as time went on. Albert Bell was scary good. He was good in his prime. Frank Thomas was basically a football player who decided to play baseball.
Tight
He was
end.
scary. He was scary. But he was also an amazing hitter. He had an amazing eye. He was a great hitter, period. Tony Gwynn got pretty large. That's very true. He was a lot more athletic early in his career. He started to balloon as the years went on, but an amazing hitter, like amazing eye at the plate. Amazing.
Ted Williams said that he was the best hitter that he ever saw, other than himself, because he definitely called
He
himself.
will always pick himself first. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's very true.
But him and Tony Gwynn had a very, very tight relationship as Ted Williams got older, and he believed that Tony Gwynn was the best hitter going at that time. Yeah,
because Tony Gwynn was a student of the game. Like if nothing else, like I said, he didn't keep himself. He liked to eat. He didn't keep himself in shape, but his hitting eye never suffered. For the majority of his career, like he was an amazingly good, consistent hitter. And it was very impressive. That's what made him a great player over time. Gwynn and Bell weren't fat at a young age. Very true. I'm just trying to get caught up on the comments, guys. Charles Buckley running against the refs just popped in my mind. There you go. Have you got one upside down and backwards? I have not. As far as the one touches and the screw downs and stuff. Name here chimes in. $1.58 a liter here for gas. 55 gets him under half a tank. So there you go. Even with the exchange rate, we pay more. I laugh because when we used to go to Buffalo, my buddy liked to fill up his tank in Buffalo because it was cheaper, even with the exchange rate. You guys complain a lot about gas. Trust me. It was more expensive here.
Depends what you're driving. You're driving a truck, 55. I just filled mine up. Mine was almost empty. It was $50, $1.42 a liter.
Mm-hmm.
So if he only, what did he get? His was 150 something a liter.
Yeah, 158 a liter is what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be $6 a gallon. $6 and plus a gallon.
Yes. Thank you, Name, for straightening me out. I feel a lot better about my gas
No,
prices now.
but here's the thing.
Canadian gallon.
But here's the thing, Eric. When it comes to the gas, I always laugh. It's like you guys don't understand. Like even with the exchange rate, look, the reason why we pay so much for gas, we sell you the gas and then buy it back from you.
That's how stupid it is.
We get it from the gas is in Alberta. We send it south and then we rebuy it at a premium, and that's what people can put in the gas tanks.
Yeah,
Makes a lot of sense.
This is like
No,
so
that's
quit
the
your
government.
quit
Don't
your
worry.
collective belly aching. All right, so real quick here. Cianic says, I just received my final MF PWCC. Great detailed description of your purchases. All the payment acceptance method except PayPal. You could have paid in Bitcoin.
Wow.
All done, $7 shipping to Oregon, no taxes. Yeah, so he used the ship my
Perfect.
cards. Fair enough. Yep, that sounds good. Buy trout. Settle down, Rick. Settle down. Settle down.
I think he was talking about fish.
No, I actually have a card that's going to be coming in where I'll have a little fun with trout. Oh, I'll have fun. Don't worry. Soon.
We'll look forward to it.
Soon. So remember Ryan Leaf and Jamarcus Russell? Yes, I do. You're right.
Unfortunately, I do.
Yeah, you got until April to sell Otani. That's true. I think in the lead up to next season, look, here's the thing. The window isn't closed. If you want to sell your Otani, you got the off season. I think you'll be okay. I think you'll be all right. And I think leading to next season, I think some people are going to be ridiculously optimistic. If you have a small stack of, I don't have any Otani, but if I did, in the lead into next season, I would sell at least some of it. Take advantage of the opportunity because you don't know what next season is going to bring.
Yeah, and if he starts off with a great season,
Great.
you know, it's just going to start skyrocketing from
Awesome.
there.
Yeah.
Good time to cash out because you never know. And, you know, you can't, you know, one in the hands with two in the bush kind of, you know, you got to sometimes take it.
Yeah.
You know, if you hold out, are you going to make that much more?
Yeah.
And he could tank after that. So
You're going to get a case study in it where I use that Vladdy Jr. example. I literally have inside of one of my boxes, I have 120 Vladimir Guerrero Jr. cards. Most of them are rookie year. Most of them I got very cheap, including refractors, rookie parallels. I got atomic refractors, some of that stuff. I've got autographs. I've got memorabilia autographs. Like I've got RPAs. I've got all kinds of stuff. I bought a lot of that cheap, real cheap. So for me, it's leading into next season. It's like, guys, it's opening season. What would you like to do? Because because some of that stuff is going for 5 or 6 times or 8 or 9 times what I paid for it. So you know what? I don't have to sell all of it. I could sell 30 or 40% of it, completely recoup all the money I put into it, and sit on the other 60 or 70%.
Mhm.
That sounds like a net. So if he plays well another season, well, that's even better. Great. Good news. But if he doesn't, oh, Carlos, what about those? I'm already even, man. Or I'm a little ahead. I'm already in the black. What do I care? Could be kindling after that.
Right now, he's really hot and desirable in the hobby. And I hear that there's a small card show happening where you live soon. Maybe you should move some.
No,
there.
I'm gonna bring a couple of those cards just to see what's going on with folks there, just to see. But like I said, I slowly and I
In
did
your
it
Pelican
quietly.
box?
What's that?
In your Pelican box?
No, I got to get a Pelican. I need one, Bobby. Like I need it so bad. I told Bob, I was like, I need my Pelican case. I want to have a Pelican case and then sell all the items in it and then just leave it with $5 cards. This is what I need.
Amazon or Walmart.
This is what I need. This is what I need. Yeah, soon. The point is though that my point that I'm getting across though is that look, sometimes there's an opportunity. Like because people got down on him so early, it's like he's 20 years old, guys. Have a little patience. He's supposed to, even if everything works out great, most of the time it takes a couple of years to develop. Like it's not most 20-year-olds don't run out and light the world on fire. It takes time normally.
In modern sports time, I can only think of only a couple of players that in their sport were 18 years old, had all the hype and came in and were instant, goats. And LeBron, Sidney Crosby, Gretzky in 79. But, there's not too many of them that
it's rare.
You see at 18 and you hear this is the next big thing. And the first time they hit the court, the ice.
Eventually they're going to get it right one time, right?
That's
the problem with
it's
hype.
Like, yeah, this is the real deal. I can't think of any others off the top of my head. He got signed at 14 years old.
Yeah, he was certainly coming.
So you know, but recently I can think of Sidney Crosby, who was instant, and LeBron, both like 18 years old, out of high school, boom.
Recently, that's 20 years ago almost now.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of those guys. So there's a couple of good examples being given here. So I'll get quickly caught up here. So Ozzy Card Dad says longer players go into their careers, the more the prices drop over time, unless they become a go to the respective sport. That's fair. But that's why I enjoy. I'll be honest. That's why I enjoy some of that '90s stuff that I've been picking up. Listen, I was a huge fan of Frank Thomas and a couple of those guys. I love those guys, and I thought they were great. And Frank Thomas is in the Hall of Fame. And guess what? You can get his stuff for a song. And he's a great player. He was a great hitter, like an amazing hitter. I appreciate that. So you know what? I'll take it. I'll buy this stuff cheap. Please let me buy his stuff cheap. I'm happy.
Is he and Doug Flutie on commercials every 10 minutes up in Canada selling testosterone powder and pills?
No.
Oh,
not that I'm aware of. No.
Every 10 minutes,
Mhm.
Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas pop up on my
Really?
TV screen selling testosterone.
Just they didn't get enough.
Did Doug Flutie think of taking it while he was playing? Because
hey, we don't.
Too easy.
This is Massachusetts.
That was a slam dunk. Slam dunk.
We don't talk about Flutie like that here in
I got
Massachusetts.
Flutie flakes over here in a box.
I could see 2 boxes right here.
Is it sealed?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Mine's not. No, mine's open. Mine's a
No, I
box.
could take it out and eat them right now.
Paul here
Be good too, because
Paul here appreciating the baseball oracle quoting Ted Williams. Absolutely correct.
Mhm.
Hockey guy saying, "Hey now, Carl, round is a shape." No, that's fair. Hockey guy, you're right. I don't want to disrespect round is a shape. That's valid. What Eric said reminds me of Jim Brown said. So I'm just trying to get caught up here. Asked to rank best running backs of all time. He said himself, of course, number 1, Earl Campbell, and 3 everywhere else.
Earl Campbell was amazing. Yeah,
That's a valid take.
I watched him a lot.
There, Carlos set us all straight. I do what I can. Comsey delivered 2 months early today. Okay. Congratulations, DR. A positive Comsey story. See, Tim, it happens sometimes.
Things are turning around, and
The machines have finally taken over.
we haven't heard any bad news about HGA this week.
Like in a minute. They're laying low. They're laying real low right now.
What time? is it? Hold on.
Sasha T is no longer a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. He did do a video the other day, but it was like a 5-minute video. It wasn't anything to write home
It's
about.
nothing. Nobody's.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, so Mike here says Ichiro started his MLB career at 28. Yes, but Ichiro was transcendent, though. Ichiro was like a all-time great hitter. And in the end, he still got 3,000 hits, even starting as late as he did in his career, because he came right out of the gates and goes, I'm going to get 200 hits a year for the better part of a decade. 200 hits year after year after year. And I'm just going to keep doing that year after year.
I know I'm from Boston and all that, but Ichiro reminded me of Wade Boggs in his prime. Just a slap hitter. I'm getting my 200 hits. I'll hit a dinger every once in a while, but you put me up there, I'm gonna slap it. And I'm getting on first base, second base almost every time.
Yep.
And he was awesome to watch.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Ichiro has one other thing, and Ichiro, I think, with time will get greater appreciation. I'm saying that right now as I think to myself, I should probably get some more Ichiro rookies.
Yeah.
I've got a couple, but I should get some more.
Well, they were talking about bringing in his stats from being over in Japan there. So, and I went, you can't bring that incorporated into there. I guess for Hall of Fame purposes, maybe.
No, the thing is, he doesn't need it. He's got 3,000 hits anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like for him, like he's a guy who doesn't need it. It helps. It points out. By the way, he was a professional hitter in Japan, and then he showed up to Major League Baseball, and then got 3,000 hits anyway.
I know.
So it's like for him, it's just icing on the cake. It's not necessary.
No,
it's not necessary.
That's a layup. He's incredible.
Look, the best analogy I can give you is like, imagine Gretzky had put up like ridiculous numbers anyway, but it played in WHA for 7 years and then still put up 2,000 points anyway.
Yep.
So it's like, he's a Hall of Famer anyway. Oh, but do you want to add the 1,000 WHA points if you want? I guess. Like, it doesn't matter. We can do it. It's an emphasis that he was great there and he was great here. Mm-hmm. So it's like, because he went to the highest level and he has the single season hits record too. Mm-hmm. So like, it wasn't just like, it was consistent year after year after year. He'd put up those 200 hits and he has the record, and that hits record is going nowhere. Nobody else is getting those many hits again. Not the way the baseball's played today where guys are trying to hit home runs all the time.
Right.
That record is probably safe for a lifetime. So it's like, actually, that's kind of impressive. If you really think about it, he's got a record that might stick around quite a while. Yeah. So why does Jose Abreu get no hobby love? White Sox.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of guys who are pretty good on some of these teams that it's like, nah, you're not going to get. And being MVP 1 year isn't going to get you there. So Robert here talks about some early young guys in the teens who did well. Mario, Oren, Griffey. A lot of those guys
Yeah.
are more than 20 years ago, though. You got to remember, more than 20 years plus.
That's right.
Mike says Griffey too. Yep. Abreu, no hype. White Sox. Fair. Baseball's now boring. 3 outcome baseball is lame. Yeah. I think that's valid because now a lot of guys are just trying to hit home runs all the time. So that because of that, they strike out a lot or they occasionally get a walk. It's 3 outcome. So it's like, and we've got the shift in there. So some guys just hit right into it. It's like, okay, so you're going to sit here and you're either going to hit a home run, you're going to strike out, or you'll hit into the shift. It's there's not a lot to guess about what's going to happen next.
I know they're swinging too hard. They're just trying to, and then too many foul balls, and then they got 1 strike left. Boom, gone.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why, like, to be blunt, that's the reason why I still enjoy. You have to be into the game. If you're into the game, that's part of the reason that I like a guy like a Soto. He hits the ball the other way. So it means when they put on the shifts, he's like, okay, if you're going to put on the shift, I'll just hit the ball where you're not. What? You can't do that. Yes, I can. that's the way you play this game. If you guys are all going to bunch over there, I'm going to hit it in the open space over here then, and I'm going to get more hits. Oh, or if you don't throw me strikes, I won't swing and I'll walk.
That's old school baseball.
Yeah, it's like
that's the way it's supposed to be played.
Play it, like play smart. That's why I say, like, we'll see. No guarantees because injuries can happen. A multitude of things can happen. All those things can happen. But I like that he's a young guy in his 20s who's willing to take walks, and a lot of them. He's willing to say, like, I'm not swinging unless this is a good pitch. You got to throw me a strike. You throw me a strike, we're in. Let's do this. And if you can maintain that overall, you go to the Hall of Fame doing that. That's just how that works.
Again, Wade Boggs. Yeah. I don't know how many career home runs he had, but he was good for 200 plus hits a year.
Yeah. I think what helps Soto as well is that he does have power, and he has opposite field power. So if he ever flexes it a little bit more, people will get a little more excited about it. Right now, I'm quite happy with his development. Take your time, take your walks because that keeps your average up because you're doing good work. 70s, 80s baseball is most fun. Okay, that's fair. I did like some of the 90s. I'm still partial to it. Obviously, that was my era, and I enjoyed some of those hitters and those like I got my Griffey Juniors and my Frank Thomases and my Tony Gwynns, like, and Wade Boggs, like great players. George Brett was still playing.
George Brett, awesome.
Yeah, like you were still getting those guys, at the beginning of the decade, but they were still there and they were great hitters, and you could enjoy that. Louis Robert has no hype. Some folks like him. It's really tough. What's the hockey equivalent of swinging for the fences? Taking 1 billion shots. Because there's some guys who will just take shots from any weird angle. Like, okay, I'm going to score goals through volume. There are guys who can do it successfully. Ovechkin built his career on taking like 400 shots a year. Like, he would take a ton of shots. But he could score at a pretty good clip, even taking
Brett
a ton
Hull.
of shots. Yeah, Brett Hall was a good one.
Never saw a shot he didn't like.
Now, I will say, though, Brett Hall mastered the fine art of just like picking a spot. And it's like, I'm just going to sit here until you pass me the puck and I'm going to fire from right here. It's like, are you going to move? No, I'm going to sit here until you pass me the puck and I'm going to shoot from right here. 730 goals later, I guess it works.
Yeah.
Question mark? It works. He was scoring 30 and 40 goals into his late 30s. So it's like, I guess it works. Hard to question the results, I guess. Hakugo might be a slap shot from the point of power play, hoping for a screen to tip in. That's fair. Yeah. Having 45 shots in a game and getting shut out, aka the San Jose Sharks strategy. Yeah. There's some guys that'll do that. Like I said, I'm rooting for Ovechkin. Take 400 shots if you have to. Let's go. Let's do this. Look, we're never going to get it again. Just to be clear, that's why I say, like, my encouragement to you. Again, hockey isn't a sport. It's not relevant. However, if it was, my rooting interest and my encouragement to you is enjoy an Ovechkin while you have him because you're not getting that again. He is by far the best goal scorer of his generation. By far. And he's got a physical game. And he's flashy. And he does really cool stuff. You're not getting that again. The next guys are not going to score 500, 600, 700 goals. Nobody is even in contention. Like, really? There's a couple of guys who get to the 500, but they've already been in the league a while. Even the current guys who are doing well, it's like, it's not like that. The goals aren't coming at that rate anymore. And for Ovechkin, most of his career, the goals weren't coming at the rate he was scoring anyway. So like he was like, I don't care how we're playing this game. I'm still going to score goals. I'll find a way.
Bobby, can you think of any other player in the history of the game, if you want, modern might be better, but that can hit you into the fifth row, check you into the fifth row and score 50 goals a year? There hasn't been that many. You're looking at Bobby Hull, Gordie Howe.
Howe for sure.
Right.
I'd throw him in
so
there.
That's why Ovechkin is so impressive.
Yes.
Because this guy will put you through the boards right up to the concession stand and then go out and score 50 goals. We all know Gretzky can't do that.
No, he is different
that
game.
wasn't his game. Lemieux could have done that because of his size.
Yes.
But he did not. That wasn't his game.
No.
And there were guys that could do that every once in a while that could really play hard and score a lot of goals. Someone like Rick Tocchet.
I like Paul's suggestion here,
but
Cam Neely's career didn't last long enough.
Cam Neely, I saw play live many times, and he could do that. He's probably the best comparison to Ovechkin that you can come up with, probably.
Yeah, but here's the scary part.
He could fight better than Ovechkin.
That's fair, but I think here's the scary thing. Ovechkin has managed to do it for a very long time.
Right.
He's been doing it since 2005, which is scary because he's still got the physical element to his game.
Yep.
Like I said, let's give the proper respect. He's got that physical. Like I said, when people look at it, it's like, look, in his era, the 1980s was the perfect era for Wayne Gretzky. It was like the perfect combination of, for his era, his time, his place. He was in the perfect spot for what he could do in his type of game. It worked perfectly. That's why he was able to dominate and have these ridiculous statistics, video game stats in that decade. Ovechkin gets none of the benefits of that.
No.
None of the benefits of the early 90s. He's well past that era into 2005 and beyond, when scoring is down across the board. Goaltenders are bigger. They take up more physical space in front of the net. The style of game is completely different. He's got a physical game to add, and he's still scoring at a rate that most of the guys that we have to look to guys in the 1980s to find.
The game is slightly different, Carlos, where the players are more protected, and they should be. They're not getting the hits that they used to take. Just think of someone like Scott Stevens out that you had to play against a handful of times a year, who would literally kill people. I'm convinced Paul Correa died for a few minutes.
No, he did. He did.
I'm convinced that man was dead.
I will say, though, there were certain players who got a little bit, like, let's put it this way. If Scott Stevens had been in the same game as Wayne Gretzky when Scott Stevens was in his absolute apex of killing guys, he would have been suspended pregame. Like, just you were thinking a thought, you're suspended for this game.
So, the game has changed. The fighting's down. You don't need the policemen as much because the refs are policing. The league is policing. There's a player code now that we don't do that anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the game is different. So you have to factor that in also. Gretzky had policemen because guys would literally take a stick and hit you in the head.
Yeah, no, for sure.
He had Semenko. He had who was the other tough guy?
McSorley.
McSorley. That went to LA with him to keep an eye on him.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, like, he had a protector, he had some help, But my point is that with all the points you made, which are valid, Ovechkin's the only one who's doing what he's doing.
Oh, he's amazing.
Like and he's been doing it he's not a young man anymore, and he can still have moments where it's like, how are you doing this? So some of the comparisons here are kind of fun. Oh, Nolan's force. Yeah. Oh, Nolan's in his peak was pretty good. It was pretty damn good. OV is like a physical Brett Hull.
Yes.
Because he's mastered his spot too.
Yep.
And by the way, that's smart. If you want to keep scoring into past your prime, Ovechkin is past his prime, but he's still scoring. If you find a spot like Brett Hall would be an amazing guy to follow his path. Seek the masters, guidance. It's like, so this spot you say, like whatever it takes, because that will get you to where you want to go. Because Brett Hall was still scoring well late in his career.
Yeah, and he hammered a lot of shots. I think Ovechkin is the pure natural. He has that gift in it, and there are very few people that ever have that. You can say Gretzky, you can say a few other guys. Other guys worked hard, and they were really, really good, but they didn't have the gift. And I'd say that of Brett Hall. I don't think he had the gift, but he worked really hard.
Yeah, and he was a volume shooter. He knew his spot, but he would take enough shots to make sure it happened. Like he would keep shooting, and he'd get his share. Like if you keep shooting it long enough, some of them are still going to start to go in, and when they start going in bunches, you become unstoppable for a stretch of time. Like he had his moments, but in this era, it's like when Ovechkin's done, we'll be looking like who's the next guy. I have no idea. Connor McDavid's great. Like they mentioned here, about 2 points a game.
He's got to get off that team.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
That's the only thing holding him back.
To fully unlock his potential, I think that's going to be a thing. Like skill-wise, no question. Skill-wise, he's there.
Yeah, but he's nobody because he's with Edmonton. And if they lose him, they could get a lot of things and build a team with him. That's the understanding, is that's what you should do. But they're just going to hang him there, and he's just going to be a draw. So rather than have a winning team, we got a guy who just draws everybody.
So what you're doing is you're giving the Mike Trout argument. So as much as I like making fun of Trout, I do. No, but my argument has been that Anaheim has actually made a bad move, like signing him to that big contract. Like jokes aside, his injury problems, which amuse me, but jokes aside, with the amount of money they're paying him $35 million a year.
Yeah, he
doesn't play like long stretches of time. And even when he plays, it doesn't make a difference. That like I could get two $17.5 million players. They would probably get you closer to winning a championship than one $35 million Mike Trout.
Yeah.
They won't be necessarily as good when he's playing and he's at his best, but like I could get a good pitcher and I could get a hitter. The hitter doesn't have to be as good, but I've also got a pitcher. So I've actually got a little more with the money that I'm spending. So it's like, I don't know if that's money well spent. I'm curious. Like that's a question I'd have.
Yeah.
It's not just about having talent. It's also about like, what are you surrounded with? That's the Connor McDavid argument that you're making right now. So it's like,
and the Leafs too. You can talk about Matthews and Marner, and you can talk about, but they just signed what's his name for 7 years for 30 something million. What's his name?
I know the name you're talking about. The name escapes me. I wanted to bring this up because this kind of brings together two pieces that we're talking about. This brings Ovechkin that we were just talking about, and it brings the BGS 10 that we were discussing earlier tonight. So I'm bringing the two things together. So this was in the PWCC auction. I was keeping an eye on this one. This one sold for $13,000 for a BGS 10. The Young Guns are very highly produced, but even still, as it is now, this is not hashtag invest advice, but I regret not buying a couple of copies of this card a couple of years ago.
You do.
No, I was looking at it. I was actually trying to buy it at the Expo. I couldn't find one at quite the price I was looking for. I almost pulled the trigger on a couple, and I probably should. And obviously, in retrospect, I should have. Yeah, in retrospect, I should have. But it was on my radar. I was making some overtures to try to get my hands on a couple, because I had
everybody was at that time, weren't they? Wasn't that hot time where everybody was looking?
I was asking a couple of questions just before people started running to it because I was looking at the price and I go, this seems low.
No, there was a run on Young Guns. I guess it was 2 years before the COVID. And I think because I remember talking to all the dealers, because I always talk to the new dealers, and they were saying, oh, it's the Young Gun show. Everybody wants Young Guns. Everybody wants Young Guns. And they couldn't keep them in stock. They said none of the other stuff is going, but everybody wants Young Guns. And I think that was 20.
It was about 2 years ago. I know it would have been about 2 years ago, because I can tell you 2 years ago is 19. Yeah, it would have been the last Expo.
That was one before that. I'm very sure about that.
I can tell you, Bobby, that at the last Expo I could buy that Young Gun as much as I wanted.
No, I'm saying about when that thing happened, where Young Guns was just the hottest thing for that whole weekend, and I think it was 3 to 4 years ago.
Maybe I was going at the right tables, but I could find them, no problem. and the prices were fair, especially in relative terms to where they were sitting at now.
Yeah.
I just wasn't quite right to pull the trigger at it. I had a couple of chances to buy a couple of them at what were more than fair prices at that point. So, and I had no problem finding them.
I wish I grabbed some.
Yeah,
because I don't collect modern, and I try to stick
Yeah.
to that, and I'm really rigid about it. And I, you know, these young players come up, they start doing well, and I'm always tempted to go out and
Riley.
and I'm like, nope, just.
Morgan Riley.
And I wish now, of course, I grabbed some Ovechkin when I could have.
Yeah. The disappointment for me is that it was so obvious. Like it wasn't really much of a reach. It was just like, it's just a math problem. It's like, wait, how many goals he's scoring? He's tracking. Oh. It's like, all you have to do is do some basic math and go, wait, he's already, considering the generation we're in, considering the rate of goal scoring today, actually, he's an anomaly. Even a couple of years ago, it wasn't a hard prediction. It was like, actually, all you got to do is do some basic math and realize, wait a minute, he's separated himself. Again, all you got to do is look at a Crosby. Crosby's played very well, but look at the gap. Look at that goal gap between those two guys. And Crosby's not bad. He's not a slouch.
No, he'll be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but look at that gap between those two guys. Like, he's separated himself from that generation entirely. Like, it's ridiculous. Datsuk was awesome. Super high skill player. Yep.
I loved him. Yeah.
Ligetz was an ultimate enforcer. Couldn't skate, but boy, could he fight. There you go. Duncan Keith will help the Oilers a lot. Okay. So there we go. Got caught up. But yeah, the regrets is the Young Gun, like I said, is not a rare card. It was available on a bunch of tables. It would have been available. You probably could have negotiated down to reasonable prices at the time. I at least did. I have it with me still because if at some point I want to send it to PSA, I grabbed a couple of Ovechkin cards, lower stuff. This one's a nice card. I like it. I'm a fan of the Ultra. I do enjoy that card. And that card developed some appreciation as time went on. But there's a bunch of Ovechkins that are still pretty good. But that Young Guns one, to me, wasn't obvious. Like, no, go get it. Just go get it. And that was, like I said, sometimes you have to trust your gut. If your gut is telling you, okay, you know what? Go. Sometimes you got to trust it. And that was one where alarm bells were going off a couple of years ago at the Expo where I was like, buy one. Just buy the damn thing. Just put it to the side and buy it and be done with it.
Investment, gambling, it's all that.
Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, but at that point, 2 or 3 years ago, he was already at 500 goals. So it's not like he was far enough along in his career where it's like, even if it stops now, he's still the best goal scorer of his generation at that point. And then he's only added on to it since then. And now we're approaching the point where he's going to be, once he gets to high 7s, low 8s, if he does, all of a sudden it'll be, by then ESPN will be starting to cover hockey and they'll be like, the Ovechkin watch.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden be like, what? Suddenly they'll be covering us like, wait, we invented this sport recently, hockey.
Yeah.
The Ovechkin watch? Exactly. The go Ziggy Palfy. Exactly, hockey guy. You get it.
So we get Morgan Riley at like $7.5 million a year. It's like, really? Leafs, where are you going? Nowhere.
They're going to the pay window and paying somebody.
Obviously.
Doing that.
$11 million for Marner. What's
Barely.
Matthews at? I don't even know. I have no idea what Matthews at. And it's just like, you need defense. You know you need a goaltender. What are you guys doing? And I can't even watch them because they're sickening. They haven't played. They win the odd game. It's like, oh yeah, we won 3-2. Whippy-do. And they charge the most amount to get into see a game. It's just unbelievable. And they've been doing it for 50 years. Remember, Maple Leaf Gardens has been sold out since 54 to the running day today. Or Maple Leaf Gardens was. I guess when you get to the ACC, it might have been different. I'm not sure.
Didn't that streak just end like a week or so ago?
I have no idea.
The sellout streak.
Huh.
For Maple Leaf games.
I would hope so.
That.
It should be like that because you can't pay that much for tickets and see the management manage the team like that. You're giving Morgan Riley, he's the longest Leaf that's been there, but you can't give that guy that much money. And you can't pay Marner, and you can't because you handcuff yourself, especially with salary cap. So what are you going to do? So you have to move on. And they know they need a defenseman. Like, geez, just trade Matthews and get a couple of great defensemen. Do something, Matthews, operation on his wrist and all this other stuff. Great goal scorer, like man, he's got fast hands. He doesn't do anything else around the arena. So that's why I said utilize him and get him off somewhere else. You need to build the team up, but you can't keep doing this year after year after year, and it just never stops. And I've been doing it for so long. I'm not even watching games. I'm just watching the morning news highlights. That's it. Enough.
Have you been watching games over the last couple of years, or is it just this year that finally kind of turned you off?
Probably since '95, I haven't really watched many games. Well, I keep up.
I kind of figured that. The reason I posed the question is I kind of figured that. I was just kind of curious.
What happened? What happened in the '94 era?
It was Gretzky. It was freaking Gretzky.
You're thinking '93. '93 is the one you're looking for.
Yeah, 92.
You're in the right ballpark, but I think 93. 93 is the one you want.
Yep. And that was after that, 94, I stopped. And that was it. I just kind of said, I don't have the time to waste 3 hours. I'll do other things. And I went on to other things. So life has moved on. So, I watch the playoffs if they're in them. That's fine. I'll watch the game. I'll have it on in the background or whatever. And sometimes I'll watch it. Depends what's going on. But I can't be dedicated to 3 hours every game. And to go down and see a game, if you want to have decent seat, it's $450.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous. With $450, I can buy a nice piece of collectible. My gosh. And that's one seat. Two seats, $900, $1,000. That buys an amazing collectible piece that stays in my room for a long time.
My favorite was, and this is years ago now, this is multiple iterations. So I think 07, I was working at CIBC at the time, and they had a charity auction. They were doing they did a blind auction, I think is what it is, basically, where you just, you put it down, but nobody's name is on there. It's just like you're just putting bids. And they had a preseason set of tickets for the Leafs against the Detroit Red Wings. It was a preseason game.
Yee.
And I think it went for like $300.
Wasn't Detroit doing well then?
07? I don't know.
I think they were doing really well. They didn't have any great players, but they're playing like a team. Like
it's possible.
Amazing.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
Pretty sure it was right around that time period.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. It's hard to say, but it was just for me the part that it was entertaining. I was like, it's preseason. Like I understand, but it's literally preseason, guys.
Let's just say it was for charity and move on.
I know.
But even still,
there's limits, guys. There's limits. Years later, I bought something for charity, and I have to find the perfect spot for it. I had one for a while, but now I got to find another spot for it. I bought a very large. It was a frame display of a jersey, and it was a Jason Bay Team Canada jersey, and they had actually framed it up very nicely. They did. I got it for a pretty reasonable price, all things considered. That was a charity auction, and that was it was a pretty fair price for what I got it for. I actually got to take it straight out of the RBC building that it was being housed in. Nice. They had been having it on display because he was an RBC sponsored athlete at the time. So it's an autograph jersey from Team Canada that they had on. They had it already perfectly framed and everything, and it was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I'll put a bid on that. I ended up winning it. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna have to take that damn thing home. Like, how am I gonna fit this? So that's where I had to be like, I'm gonna need the car. It's like, why? It's like I gotta take this stupid thing from downtown Toronto. I'm not taking this in the GO train. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, my son has season ticket to the Leafs. He just got him. He inherited them from his uncle for, I guess, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And he gives away most of he doesn't give them away. He gives away the games, and people pay the price of the ticket and what have you. So it's sort of like,
no, if you have season tickets, you can get your money back.
You can get your money back.
You'll do all right.
If you go in the playoffs, you do well.
Oh yes, absolutely. Too many corporate seasons like the Ballard years. Just want the cash and TO. That's very good.
Yeah.
Okay, JW Filcher, I like this comment. Bobby, 3 hours to a hockey game is nothing compared to a 6-hour Carl show. Well, it's true. But in fairness, I will say, it's a little easier when you're an active participant in something versus passively watching
and screaming.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of. I will agree with the concept that it's kind of hard. for better or worse, and like, I'll be serious about this for a second. For better or worse, we have a billion distractions. Like, even when you're trying to watch a game, sometimes it's like, if this is kind of boring and it's kind of the play is a little bit slow, I could be like,
Why would
I'm
they
not even
create-
really watching. The screen's in front of me.
I know.
It's on, but I'm not really paying attention.
If there's a good big score or big play, you'll just look up and see the replay.
Yeah, you can see the replay. Exactly.
So I haven't heard the Marner to for Kachuk. So that doesn't seem. Why would they do that? Makes
What
no
was that,
sense.
sorry?
Look at NHL Network says earlier that Marner to Calgary
yeah,
for Kachuk trade has been discussed. Like, why would you trade? Why?
I think at this point they're looking at trades just to change something up. At this point, it's literally just change
Not
something.
Marner.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't pay too close attention to the day-to-day of the Leafs because obviously it doesn't interest me. However, I will occasionally tune in on like podcasts based on personalities in sports radio and stuff like that. And they'll chat. Obviously, they'll chat about the Leafs. And I think a lot of folks are just in the camp of change something because obviously this doesn't work. Whatever this is, it is not working.
This is that they need defense. This is they need a goalie. That not this is let's trade a player for a player of lesser value. A little, I think Marner's better than Kachuk, but
I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you, Bobby. I really do believe that on some level, I don't know what it is. I think you could get your defenseman and you could get your goalie, and it won't make a damn lick of difference. You'll find a different way to lose. Suddenly you won't
Maybe.
score. Suddenly
True
you won't
enough.
score. You'll just get shut out every game. Like
given the-
you'll find a
given the
different
past
way.
50 years, yes.
Yeah, like the track record is like you could get Gordie Howe, Bobby Orr, Bobby Hall in their prime,
Maybe.
clone them and put them on the ice, and it's like, so we lost 6-5. How? We had Terry Sawchuk in net, and we were allowed to have two
Wow.
goaltenders, and we've got Gump Worsley in net with him. And like, it doesn't matter. You lost.
Yeah.
You find
Maybe.
it. You got swept in 4. That's weird. I don't know how you did it.
Yep.
I have the NHL Network on above the computer. I know it's probably shocking that that's what's on my
Oh,
TV.
okay.
I don't see anything about possible trades or anything. The only thing I did see when I looked up was the GM of Toronto said the only way to silence critics is to win.
Oh,
That was a bold statement.
brilliant.
A bold statement.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I like that he went out on a
Write
limb.
that. Let me write that down.
Yeah,
Right,
would you?
please write that down. Please write that down. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's what's in the ticker.
That's what those
on
are
the
words.
NHL Network right now.
Those
How
are
do you spell
words. to live
stupid?
What's the guy's name? That's how you spell it.
by. Those are words to live by. Words to live by.
Yeah.
It's
I
almost
like
embarrassing, really.
it. Almost. At this stage, almost.
It's not that I'm so fully involved in it that I can always, I take that full. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
because I'm a step away, it's almost embarrassing. Can't touch me anymore. So
So you're saying from a peripheral standpoint, it's
It
so
is,
bad
very
that
much
it's
so.
almost embarrassing, even peripherally.
Yes.
Even from a distance. From collateral damage standpoint, it's almost still
the
embarrassing.
light from the sun would take. Anyways, yeah, exactly. It
That-
kind of peripheral.
Nice.
Bobby,
So-
I'm in the same boat. Everyone that knows me knows my quote that I say all the time, and that is the Boston Bruins were put on this earth to drive me crazy.
Mhm.
That is why Walter Brown back in the 1920 something, 24 decided I'm going to make the Boston Bruins because there's going to be a guy born in 1974 that I'm just going to drive nuts.
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Yeah, it drive me crazy.
I think we all have those people. I know the Leafs are like that. They drive you crazy, and better than obviously the management who to put and who to get. They just don't understand it. They never understood.
Well,
Right.
I'm well aware of the history of the Ballards and things and the decisions that they made and the silliness that went on. So, you get rid of some of your best players and it's crazy to see Daryl Sittler in a Flyers jersey. It's just as bad as seeing Bobby Orr in a Chicago jersey.
Well, Siddler was at the end of his career, anyways, for the most part.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I didn't like it, but I mean, what are you going to do? It was a ballot year, so you can't do
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, I think the biggest indictment of that whole era was that the amount of talent they actually had on that team. And it's like, you've got this stack of talent, and it's like, what did you do with it?
Like,
Yeah.
traded Lanny McDonald to Calgary.
Yeah.
You know, Sittler went to Flyers. The only person left, like Salming, I don't even know who, but 5 came in right around that time in 80. So
And Wendell Clark came in and then went out and then came in and then went out.
Quebec, and yeah, exactly.
But it is a testament of a truly terrible team when you can be like, actually, we had a lot of talent roll through here, and it didn't make a lick of difference.
Yeah,
Didn't
true.
change a damn thing.
Nope.
Wrong time, wrong place.
Well, we did make some playoffs, and we did have a good run in like 92, 93. So
Yeah.
that was a great run. That was phenomenal. But that's a once in how many years?
Yeah. Well, Toronto in general, 92, 93 was having a good run in general.
That's
Like I
because
said, yeah.
because that year specifically, you had the best player on the planet.
Gilmore.
Yeah, I mean, it just unbelievable.
Wendell and Gilmore together, and then we had Felix Potvin. Did we not then?
92, 93, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So you had a great goalie. You had he was sort of slipping Potvin at that time, and
Potvin always had a fatal weakness, is that he liked to play really far back in the net. So when the reflexes are working and it's working, it's fine.
he used to check his net like he never did that earlier in his career, but as he got later, he always had to feel where the 2 posts were. And
like when he was in Boston.
Yes, exactly. Like when he was in Boston, he didn't even know where his net was anymore. He lost all sense of direction. I don't know.
Yeah,
he just kind of went downhill. But Clark and Gilmore, and then Gilmore comes back again. And then his knee's out. I just say, oh, whatever. Those were my guys from that time.
Paul is right. He went to
Colorado Rockies.
Colorado for 3.
Oh,
years.
that's right. Yeah, and then
and then he ended up in Calgary after.
Yeah, he was 3-4 years in Colorado and then Calgary.
I meant he had to go to Calgary to get a cup. So
yeah,
sad.
Yeah.
Calgary won a cup too. That's funny.
Oh, the Keon thing, the Dave Keon thing with the ballots was probably the most shameful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was the point. It's like they had a regime that basically found a way to alienate everything around it, and just like, you do have a cash cow, yes, but you probably should imagine the cash cow you'd have if you'd have translated into some success somewhere in there.
It's a cash cow because the fans are just keep going. They don't care. They keep buying the tickets. They keep buying the new jerseys. They changed the emblem because we can make more sales.
Yeah.
That's really what it was. It was nothing else. And when they showed it, I said, "Looks like the 60s one." I said, and then they added a little bit of newness to it. I went, "Is that the new crest? Really? That's how creative they got."
You only do so much with a maple leaf.
I was gonna say, what do you want him to do? Just make it upside down? Like,
Well, if you take a look at if you look at the history of the Maple Leaf, it's actually more dramatic than any other teams through the course of history. Boston never changed.
No.
Chicago never changed. Detroit never changed.
We did have the Winnie the Pooh jersey.
I was gonna say, what usually those franchises you're talking about would come up with alternate jerseys that they would throw in for like certain game. Look, you do want to come up occasionally with some new uniforms, but if you do it really intelligently, what you do is you kind of like, look, these are alternates we'll do on special occasions. We'll just throw it in there once in a while so that the kids have a new jersey to buy. The point is just to come up with something else.
Leafs had 5 unique Maple Leafs from 1917 to, or not 1917, 27 till 70s, 71,
something
72.
like that, yeah.
They had 5 totally different. Totally.
Yeah,
So,
because I remember they got those little
team changed
plaques
like
they got those little plaques with the different jersey evolutions, and you could see the different eras.
And the Leafs have the largest in the league ever. So, and big, like that first one was like, didn't even look like a leaf. It was very weird looking. Not my favorite one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then 67 went to the sharp points. That's when I really liked it. Mm-hmm. But it only lasted 3 years, and then they went to this rounded, whatever we have today. Well, no, we don't even have that today. Sorry, what we had through the 70s and 80s. So whatever. Anyways, that's the Leafs. That's enough talk wasted on them. Yolanda. It's Yolanda's fault. Blame the woman.
You guys sound like to talk about Cubs fan for you before they actually won a series. It's funny though, because I enjoy the Chicago Cubs thing. Now, so the good news is, Bobby, based on that, 67. So we're at what? 58 years?
3 years. I was born in 64 and I'm 57.
Okay, hold on.
3 more
67.
years minus 3 years. So we're
Yeah.
at 53, 54 years.
53, 54 years. So then you only need, okay, so you're halfway there because the Cubs were 108 years. So 54
Yeah.
more years. You're almost there.
Well, the Cubs was, what was it, 1908?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until 2016, 108. So you're halfway there, man. You're practically there.
My friend found at a show, he found a Cubs pennant, 1908.
1908 Cubs pennant, right?
Yeah, a little banner pennant, it was a small one. It was a little rough. I think he paid like 30, 40 bucks or something for it. They didn't know that was from that year, from the 1908, because it said World Series champions. And nobody really did the research behind it because they figured, okay, it looks like it's from the 60s or 50s or whatever. It's no big deal. So he picked it up really cheap. And he put it in Heritage, and I think Heritage screwed up. They said circa 19... So they had the 1907, which was a very fancy one. And then this one says 1908. And they said, we think it's 1907, they didn't confirm that it was 1908. So it would be the only one for 1908 because there was a few found of 1907.
Mhm.
I went, that's not the write-up we told them to write. So they screwed that up completely. Because it'd be the only 1908 pennant found.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Yeah,
He would have got thousands more, but he only ended up with like $1,500. I went, regardless, he still made a ton of money, but just saying.
No, that's fair enough. It was funny. The reason why I thought it was funny is that the Chicago Cubs for years had the whole lovable losers thing going for them. And then 2016, they finally won. 108 years. All the people in Chicago rejoiced. And now they're just a team again.
Yeah.
Like they're literally just like, yeah. Chicago Cubs, yeah. It's almost like losing gave them an identity, and now they're just, they're the other team in Chicago. It's kind of weird. It's like how it worked out, yeah. Yeah, they don't have a
They're no fun to root for anymore.
Yeah, like, basically everybody's net neutral on them now. Like, yeah, they're the Cubs. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bartman, yeah. Oh no, in Leafs land these days, it's still Gretzky, the Gretzky slash. The Gretzky penalty. That's the one that they'll relitigate for all time. It's like, you don't understand. In '93, we won the cup. It's like, yes, I know. I got it. Thank you. Understood.
And just to rehash one of our last conversations, then the Kings moved forward and were beaten by the Canadiens for their second of 2 cups that they've won in their franchise history.
Yeah, we did agree to those terms. Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm fine with it. We agreed. We agreed. We came to an agreement. I accept those terms. I will honor our agreement.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure every time I'm blessed of coming on here that I bring up the fact that the Canadians only have 2 Stanley Cups.
I'm completely fine with this. We've already agreed. We've agreed. They have 2, and the Patriots have 0.
That is correct.
Yeah. So everyone wins. Everyone wins.
Fine.
Everyone wins.
2 with a 4 beside it.
There you go. Exactly. But it was always funny because when you look at your teams, a lot of people don't realize that most team franchises really have, like if you have the good fortune of having seen a win, you're in the minority. Most teams have these histories of like, long stretches of like, actually, this kind of sucks. But that's what I explained. That's what I explained to my buddy. I explained it years ago. I was like, guys, look, as Jays fans, we don't realize like our franchise is actually really mediocre. Like if you really think about it, like if you really break it down, since 77, actually they've sucked most of that history.
Yes.
77, expansion team, and that's expected, They don't actually have a winning season until 83. And that's where I put it into context with my buddies. The first winning season was 83. So I put it into context for them. I go, so here's the thing. And my buddies are right around the same age as I am. It's like, here's the thing. Their first winning season is the year that I'm born. That's their first winning season. Winning. Now, through the rest of the 80s, they get progressively better. They start becoming contenders. This is good. The team's improving. You're getting into, especially in the late 80s, they start winning division championships and things like that into the early 90s. And they're running into the Oakland A's, who are a powerhouse team in that era. So that's your nemesis. That's the team you have to beat. So when you finally beat them in 1990, you lost to the A's, who went to the World Series. In 91, you lost to the Twins, who went to the World Series. And so, you're facing the best competition, and that's who you're losing to. 92 and 93, you win the World Series. This is the high watermark. This is the apex. 94, that team is starting to slide. Okay. But you have a baseball strike. So it actually gets you off the hook because that team was actually struggling pretty badly. 95 and beyond. That
A lot
team
of players left too, didn't they?
Absolutely. They start losing some of those players.
Yeah.
95 and 96, not so great. By 93, they've got this young crop coming up. Carlos Delgado is technically on that World Series roster long enough to get a ring. So Carlos Delgado actually has a World Series ring from the 93 Jays. But the rest of his career, he doesn't get a sniff. He doesn't even get close. But there's a moment in time where they've got Carlos Delgado, who's developing as this young power hitter who can hit for average. He's got everything you want. Sean Green, who's a great hitter who can hit for power. You got all these young guys who are really good, but all the pieces aren't in place. They're not there. The pitching isn't quite right. So you go these years where the pitching will be good, hitting is not so great. Hitting will be great, pitching's not so good. There's always something missing. The very tail end, if you really want to push and stretch, and I mean you're stretching, they had that run where they went and got Roger Clemens and they got Jose Canseco and they just went all in. 1998, pretty good, real good team. The Yankees won 116 games a year, and the Red Sox won over 100 games that year. It's like you're third place, but you were really good.
That's it.
But you're a third place team. And then you spend the rest of the decade basically being a third place team almost every year. And by the way, they're never terrible, but they're never good enough to make the play. So they go from 1993. So first winning season, 1983, I'm born. Second World Series of 1993, I'm 10 years old. I live the rest of my life. They don't make the playoffs again until I'm 32. 22 years between playoff appearances. Forget about everything else. No World Series, playoff appearances. Just being relevant beyond the end of the regular season.
Same thing with me. 64, I'm born. 67, Leafs win a cup. Nothing since.
Yeah. No, the thing is though, in hockey, playoff appearances are a little easier to come by because of the nature of the amount of teams that make the
Quarterfinals,
playoffs.
semifinals,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever.
Yeah. The point is that's a 22-year period where the regular season ends and there are no more games for you. You don't even have the
baseball's like
opportunity
that.
you don't even have the opportunity to lose in the playoffs.
Yeah, I
Actually,
know.
the season's over now.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can move on.
And you know that 20, 30 games before that, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, that was it because they were there was like a 10-year stretch where they were third place every single year, and it was behind the Yankees and the Red Sox every single year. And I'd be like, Carlos, what do you think? It's like, I think the Yankees or the Red Sox will be first, the other one will be second, we'll be third. Because they were never a last place team during that stretch. It's like, okay, you know what? At least if you're last place, it's something. It mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
10 straight years you're in third place. It's like, we're solidly mediocre. But that's since 1977.
You go from last place to second last place, you're winning.
You see progression, but no, it's like, no, third place. Just like last year, just like next year, just like the year after. Third place, you say. All right, then. Great. Thanks.
I hate everybody that was born the last 20 years here in New England because they think it's all about winning in championships and title town. And, the people who are, my generation, who I'm 47, I was born in 74. The Bruins lose to the Flyers in the finals. I don't get my first Stanley Cup until 2011. The Red Sox went 86 years without winning. Mm-hmm. My parents let me stay up late in 1986 to watch that debacle. Mm-hmm. And, it was nothing but pain and suffering, except we had the Celtics that were, dominant, all through the 80s, which was great. And that's why the fan base is so huge about the 80s Celtics, because that's all we had. We had the worst beating in Super Bowl history, Patriots versus Bears.
Yep.
Biggest
85, yeah.
lopsided score in Super Bowl history at that time. Mm-hmm. And the Bruins would make the playoffs. They had an NHL record of consecutive playoff appearances. But then they wouldn't get to they got to the finals twice in the 80s, 88 and 90, and lost to Edmonton because that's what everyone did back then.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So all these people that are, born around here for the last 20 years, they just think you just get born here and it's just titles get thrown on your lap. And it's like, no. No,
Yeah.
there's a lot of pain and suffering that went
You
on.
have to
around here.
suffer what I went through to appreciate.
That's
What-
it. They don't appreciate. Oh, we have 6 Super Bowls. The 85 Bears spanked us and embarrassed us. You didn't want to say you were a Patriots fan after that game.
I think it's fine, but that's kind of my overarching point is that actually it's more difficult than you think. It's one of those most places it's like actually you don't win all the time. That isn't how it works. If you win a couple of championships, you're thrilled. You're like because by the way, it's going to be a very long time before you see enough. That's why 2015 and 2016 here was fun for me. As a Jays fan, it's like, oh my God, we made the playoffs. Oh, it's like I've spent. That's why I say I use that. I was able to kind of use that example. It's like I was before high school when they won their 2 World Series. I got to high school, finished high school, went to university, finished university, went to work. It was years into my career before they made the playoffs. I'm sitting there like to see a meaningful game in September took more than 20 years. It's like my bar was so low. It's like, oh my God, a game of relevance in September. What is this? How interesting.
I don't really want to start a war between 2 countries, but do you know how frustrating it was as a baseball fan back then? I'm not any longer, but that the country of Canada had 2 World Series in my lifetime before Boston. Growing up, I'm like, Toronto won 2 World Series.
You have to remember, Toronto was in the T206s. So they were around long time. So you got to give them a little bit of something there.
I don't think we'll count that. But and the thing is though, is at least that's a relevant gripe. But the thing is, like I said, if you actually think about it, that's why I try to put it in context for my buddies. It's like, actually, if you think about it, this franchise has been pretty mediocre outside of that. We had a run. And if you if you want to be generous, and I say as generous as I can possibly be, and I'm stretching generosity as far as I can, their relevant period is between about 83 to about 98. At least that 98 team was good, but I'm stretching it because 97, 96, like I said, I'm being generous. I'm pushing the boundaries as far as I can go. After that, it's just, your third place for basically a decade and a half. And you don't make the playoffs again until 2015, 2016. They went all in. 2015 was probably the real window where that team was good enough that maybe if a couple of things had bounced their way, maybe. And I would have loved to have seen it. It might have bankrupted me because I would have had to buy World Series tickets. Because I'm like, I'm not getting another crack at this. So
probably not.
So let's do this. Let's go. But I think they were good. I think they were a favorable matchup in the 2015 World Series. It would have been a favorable matchup. It would have been a shot.
I think so too.
2016 was fun, but I didn't have the expectations. I saw what that team was. 2015 though, they had a chance. But now they're going to try to reload, and it's like, I don't see it. I think they've got talent. It's one of those things, though. It's like, I'm contented with what it was. I don't think they've got the horses to get there, and I don't think they're going to be able to get the horses to get there. But that means from 77 till now, you're dealing with what is it now, 44 years? Franchise history, give or take, something like that, 44 years. It's only about a 15-year window in 44 where they're relevant. It's just like, that's actually not a very good ratio if you think about it. And I'm not talking about World Series. I'm talking about playoff contention. That's actually not very good if you think about it. 2/3 of the time you're relevant. Oh, well.
Did you see on Classic that Mickey Mantle, I think his first game ticket sold? It was PSA graded 3. Did you see that?
I didn't see it, but I would imagine it sold for a pretty penny. How'd it do?
How much of a pretty penny do you think it sold for?
Well, tickets have been going for a bit. Like lately, there's been a bit of a run on them. So this is first game?
Yeah, I think it's his first game. Yeah. It's graded 3, PSA 3.
So for 3.
So it's a 3.
25 grand?
Eric?
Yeah, Mickey Mantle in this market this year, I don't know, 35.
$147,000.
Okay. So you really got to go up. Yeah, you really got to go up.
For 3.
I was trying. I was trying to put the condition into it and kind of
Yeah.
knocking it down for the condition.
No,
But
hey,
I guess
it's a
not.
hard guess for anybody.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
tell you,
yeah.
that's just phenomenal. money.
Brady's
Oh,
first game ticket autographed just
Oh.
sold, I think, this week, or at least I saw a picture of it on Instagram. I think so. It's either coming up or it was sold. His first game ticket, and he
Tickets-
signed it.
Ticket's been hot for the last
Yeah.
3 to 5 years, more so in the last 3. I pre-COVID, sorry. Yeah, but those 3 years coming up, yeah. The last 2 years, it's hard to put anything in COVID because it's up, downs, and
Right.
know. But tickets have been going up phenomenally, and guys have been trying to get World Series from the 1910s, 20s, and 30s. Those are
Mhm.
huge, huge. They're almost in the millions of dollars for some of those earlier ones. What crazy stuff! Wow.
Well, it's just because number one, most of those tickets are pretty ugly. No one really kept them. Like it wasn't a thing. Maybe they'd end up in scrapbooks or something like that, if that. Like,
Yeah.
nobody really thought of them because those tickets, if you go back and look at some of them, it's like they're pretty generic. They're not the most exciting thing.
The World Series ones are pretty good. The Stanley Cup ones, they're all right. Some are better than others. Some designs were better than others because they're all independent of themselves. It's not like
Yeah.
the same, it's like Maple Leaf Gardens programs were the best programs.
Yeah.
Boston had some nice covers earlier. New York Rangers had some nice covers. Detroit never did. It's just the way it was, so Leaf tickets were never anything special.
It hasn't caught on really to the same extent yet. But for me, I always liked the old World Series programs when they actually would put some
I
design
hate
effort
them.
into them.
The reason why is because they never dated them. So whatever,
Really?
this is the big thing. You can go right back to the 30s, 20s. They never dated. So if you had a World Series, this could be game 1, 3, or 5.
Oh, you're talking about the game, not the year.
Oh, the year,
Yeah.
you can tell the year, of course. But
Yeah,
I meant
I was gonna say.
it's a World Series, but we don't know if it's game 1, 3, or 5.
Yeah,
you know?
okay, sure.
It's like,
Yeah.
what are you guys doing? Like every hockey game's dated, and it's like bang, Wednesday, February, whatever.
I'm pretty sure a lot of those years they just kept reusing the same program. It'd be like whatever game
Well,
one, game
that's
two.
what they did. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're looking at the year, not so much
And
the specific game.
that's almost all the baseball for
Yeah.
almost every baseball league. They just kind of copied each other. Where hockey from the 20s up, they're all dated completely, 100%. And baseball never was. It wasn't a thing that it didn't matter. I don't know why.
I think they just printed a bunch of them and just had the stack for the series. They would just be like, just print them all. There you go,
Yeah.
off the press.
3 games in Boston, 3 games in Houston,
Yep.
whatever.
Just have it ready to go. Just have a big old pile.
done. And that's
Big
all it
old-
was.
Yep. So I wanted to make sure I got Robert's comment here. The Heartbreak of the 87. Yeah. I actually have it was not 87. I tried to get the 87. I might be able to get them still. I have Phantom 85 tickets. I have a framed set of 85 tickets from their because you can get the 87 as well. I've seen them from what could have been because they still had to issue the tickets just in case because they still had them ready to go. You can still find them from time to time.
Phantom, Cinderella, I think they
Yeah.
call it.
Oh yeah, Easton and Grogan. Yeah, we were that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Steve Grogan is actually still well respected, and you will see during Patriots games, you will still see people wearing 14 in the stands. No one wears Tony Easton jerseys. Nobody.
Okay.
No, you get the shit kicked out of you. But you can still buy Grogan jerseys at the pro shop and sports stores and wear them proudly, but you cannot wear an Easton jersey in New England.
Wow.
Okay. Gotcha. I can imagine a hockey guy. I watched that Super Bowl and I would love to have seen Marshawn Lynch try because then we might have some of this, faux goat garbage, like nonsense. There's a
I
lot
would
of
run it.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams like at least give it a try. By the way, if it doesn't work, you can run another play. Like there was enough time on the clock to run multiple plays if it didn't work.
Now you know why we got rid of Pete Carroll.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the Seattle thing, they had an opportunity to be a dynastic team. And it's like, just get out of your own way. Just stop doing what you're doing. Just shut up and just you've got a really good team, like a really good team. Just stay out of the way.
I think I had a little epiphany here about the Leafs.
Oh my God, you had an epiphany.
Yeah.
Go on.
We always say, is it the coach? Is it the general manager? Maybe it's the management in general, or maybe it's the board of directors in general. That's the problem, and you can't get rid of them because they're at the top end, right?
Yeah,
it's everybody else. Oh, this is the problem. This is the problem. It's the player's problem. It's all there, but I think it's up here.
Well, you've got to put it another way, the Leafs have an institutional issue. Like it's institutional. It's built into the whole. Every decision made is filtered through the institution.
Oh, for sure.
So it's like if it's not right, it's not right.
Will that make us look good? Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, like we've seen organizations that will sometimes get past that for periods of time. The Yankees have a long storied history, but if you're realistic, if you're serious, when George Steinbrenner took over, he had some success early. But then he had a long stretch where it didn't work. All the things he was trying to do suddenly stopped working.
That's when he had George Costanza there, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, you have to think, like, after the 60s, so get past the Mickey Mantle era. After we get past that era, they win World Series in 77 and 78. I think it's 77, 78. So there's two back-to-back. Great. They don't win again until 1996. And it's the same management team. They had plenty of talent. They had tons of talent in the 80s. Dave Winfield's a Hall of Famer. Ricky Henderson's a Hall of Famer. Ron Guidry was a great pitcher. They had plenty of talent. It wasn't like they had nobody. They had plenty of talent. And they spent money to hire talent. And they found, like, what on paper Ricky Henderson's the greatest base stealer of all time and the greatest leadoff hitter potentially of all time. You had him on your team.
Just ask him. He'll tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But his credentials will back it up. Like it's hard to argue that he wasn't a great player because he was. And and in the 80s, he was still a great player. And Dave Winfield was a great player. You got all these guys who are real good. And he managed to have success in other places. So it's not like something about what you were doing over there. But they were contenders at different times in the 80s. So it's not like they never had a shot. They were consistently contenders, but they never won. 96 is like, but then, so two in the 70s, 96, then they win 98, 99, 2000. So that's 3 in a row. Awesome. They don't win again until 2009. So if you really think about it, you've got those stretches, that brief run there. So you got the 5 championships during the Jeter era, the 2 before that, 7. The Yankees have 27 championships. They had 20 before that. So it's all like front loaded. It's like really front loaded. It's like, oh man, they have 27 champions. Yeah, but 7 since about 1964. If you actually do the math, that's not that impressive.
That's the Leafs too, right?
Yeah. So it's like really front loaded. It's still a good overall number. It's the most, but it's like, how about I don't count anything before 1970 and what does it look like? Oh, well, not nearly as good. Oh, I see. At the end of the day, you still want some championships. I can't deny that. But it's like, it's really compressed into very specific eras if you really think about it. Still good, but it's like not quite as much as the era that preceded it. Because from the 1920s on till the 1960s, that team was the dominant franchise in baseball during that era. Different story. They were absolutely ridiculous. But then after that, not so much. They struggle now.
Yeah. Boston Bruins was like that. 1928, they won their first, and then they waited till 38 to win another one. And then
You grabbing the notes?
There's only
69-70.
Yeah. We only have 6.
Yeah, but look at the difference. Like you get 10
you
years
probably-
period,
you
and then you get 3
You probably
decades.
would have had at least one more if you didn't have all-time great coach Don Cherry being. It's like Mejia of the coach's corner. It's like, what kind of coaching are you doing over there?
Too many men on the ice.
You're trying to show them how to coach badly? Is that the coach's corner? Is that what we're doing over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do what I say. That's coach's corner.
Was he a great coach?
No.
Ask his players though.
Great.
His players were the best players around in the NHL at that time.
I
Phyllis
think-
Mazzato's getting 152 points for crying out loud. He's getting 142 points. He's getting
Yeah,
90.
but he got he wasn't around the whole Cherry era. He got traded to
No, I meant prior to. Yeah, sorry, but he came in there. No, he was there with Cherry.
Well, Don Cherry's era wasn't that long.
No.
It's not like he needed. It's not like they needed to be this this
No,
long
it was
stretch
only
of
it
time.
was only maybe like 4 years, I think he coached or something.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but it was only a short time. I mean, he had Bobby Orr like for 1 year on a bad leg, and then everyone started getting shipped out.
Cherry was I wasn't it 73 when he came in.
I was gonna say Cherry. Bobby Orr was still fine at the time the Cherry was there, because Don Cherry will tell you how great Bobby Orr was.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Very
he's
good.
his biggest fan.
Yeah, like he owes Bobby Orr everything.
Mhm.
So hold on, I'll find it. I'll find it.
But I think under Cherry, and this, I think this is still true. The Boston Bruins of the late 70s, the lunch pail gang, had the most 20 goal scorers on one team in NHL history, and still didn't win the cup.
In what year?
Yeah,
What year?
maybe 78, 79, maybe.
Wow.
They had the most 20 goal scorers. Everybody, John Wensick scored 20 goals. Everybody
John
scored.
Winston.
Everybody scored 20 goals.
Yeah.
I mean, or more. I think that's still a record.
Okay, so I'm gonna find it here. I'm almost there. Okay, so Don Cherry coached the Bruins between.
Because his rookie card is 74. So I'm
So
thinking
74,
coached
75.
73.
74, 75 was the first season here.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm a hockey reference right now. I pulled it up where the coaches. So between 74, 75 with Don Cherry as the coach until 78, 79. So that's the era.
4 years, right? Just like I said.
5.
I'm going to say 4, and I don't care what you say.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
74, 75, 75, 76, 76, 77, 77, 78, 78, 79. Math says that's 5.
I don't like your Canadian math.
Yeah. We always go an extra one, you know?
Yeah, sure. Exactly. So anyway, so Don Cherry in his era lost NHL preliminary round, lost semifinals, lost Stanley Cup final, lost Stanley Cup final, lost semifinal.
Most famous coach in hockey.
Yeah. He's the coach.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Regular season looks good. Regular season's great. So he's got that going for him.
And again, he coached the team that I do believe has the most 20 goal scorers on one team in NHL history, I think.
Yeah. And who do they lose to? Montreal.
Yeah, but they cheated.
I know. They're French.
Yeah, they cheated.
There you
Those
go.
those don't count. Those should come to us.
You still don't produce a Stanley Cup, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should,
unfortunately.
that should all be fixed. We should all acknowledge the cheating that went on and give the cup to the rightful winners.
So if I ever get the the retroactive and we get all the cheating counted, so if we hand off, we've already acknowledged that the Patriots Super Bowls don't count. So do we just award it to the other team? Is that like the fairest way to approach this? Like, because it would be the same principle as what you're asking for.
Yes, that's
you're
what
saying,
should
like, you know what,
happen,
you don't get it, so we hand it over to the other team.
Yes, St. Louis, we videotaped your practices, so here you go.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so you got the Carolina Panthers with all-time great quarterback Jake Delhomme. Super Bowl champions. Great job.
Yep.
Philadelphia Eagles. You win. T.O. wins a Super Bowl. Everybody wins. Andy Reid wins a Super Bowl. Donovan McNabb wins a Super Bowl. There you go. And then we handed Pete Carroll, despite yourself, we'll give you that. We'll give you that one.
Sure.
All right, Atlanta Falcons, you had a 25-point lead, but here's your Super Bowl back.
We'll give it to you.
I think on principle we have to keep that one.
Listen,
they don't deserve it.
Listen. I'm willing to call that a draw. Let's just call it a draw,
Yeah.
because I feel like that's worse. I feel like that's more insulting. It's like, we'll call it a tie.
Yeah, they don't deserve it.
Look, I pitched at the end of that Super Bowl. I pitched like, can we just fold Atlanta? Like, just on principle, like, guys, you don't deserve this. Like, what have you done? You had to help them. You had to actively. I joked with my buddy that I said that Super Bowl, 25-point lead, fourth quarter, and all that. I go, number one, I genuinely believe that they could have kneeled for 3 downs and just punted and still won that Super Bowl for the entire fourth quarter. I still genuinely believe that. I need somebody to analyze it and confirm, but I think that might be true. I think you could have actually done that. Secondly, I genuinely believe that if there had been more points discrepancy and the Patriots win that Super Bowl, wrong sport or not, Kennesaw Mountain Landis would have risen and they would have immediately had a tribunal and declared that there's some shadiness going on. Because I'm sorry, the fix is it. Like, I don't believe you. There's no way. You have to work actively with the other team to do this. There's no way that's legit.
It was crazy.
Yep. So Jeff likes the 87 pennant race. I'm getting caught up on the comments here. Sorry, guys. We're having fun with this conversation. All I had to do was run up the middle 3 times and kick a field goal. Yes, you're right, Robert. Yeah, something in the water with the Leafs. Yep. Rangers 42 and 94. Totally with you.
Big space.
A real compression related to professional sports success. Is there a pattern? Yep. Montreal ruined him as in Don Cherry. Yep. Will we ever see dominance of the Yankees from 20 to 65 ever again? No, absolutely not. Not in the way you draft today. Us Tampa fans had to suffer through decades of sock. With the Buccaneers, I'll give that to you. Cherry didn't do so well in Colorado. No, I know.
No, he didn't.
Look, my point is that Don Cherry's not a good coach. That's literally my point. My point is he had tremendous talent. He had tremendous talent in Boston. What a coincidence. Success, despite his coaching. And then when he doesn't have as much talent, he kind of sucks.
The fans still love him, and his former players love him, but
Yeah.
I can't argue with facts.
Yeah. It's like Don Cherry's a fine coach as long as he has enough talent to back it up.
Coach's
Otherwise, not
corner.
so much.
Yeah.
Great.
Yep.
Awesome.
Patriots, Tom Brady deflated the balls so he could have better grip. Wide receivers had a better grip catching it, and he smashed his cell phone so they wouldn't find the text messages between him and the ball boys and the equipment guys. It's all true.
That's still my favorite. That's still my favorite Keystone Cups moment of the NFL. I was like, so he broke his cell phone? That's what stopped your investigation. He broke his. I love it. It's just too good. It's just too good.
Yeah. It's all true.
Yeah. There you go. You heard it here first. Those are facts.
Actually, I don't. He had someone do it for him. He's too big to do it himself.
At this point, probably. Yeah.
He's Tom Brady. He doesn't deflate his own balls. He has people for that.
He has people for that. Well, that part at least I can appreciate. You gotta have people for things. You can't sully your hands, doing your own dirty work. You gotta have people for that.
I wish I had people.
Yeah.
You should get people, Bobby.
I should.
Yeah. I think
You
it's
should
the
look
least
into that.
Yeah. It's great. It's great. You don't have to do your own business. It's wonderful.
Yep.
But yeah. No, I think the bottom line with a lot of this stuff though is that unfortunately, a lot of fan bases will never appreciate that. It's like, no, winning championships is not a regular occurrence.
No.
You will go through long stretches of not so great. And it should, hopefully, if nothing else, it should give you a better appreciation for when something does go right. Enjoy it. Milk it for what it is because it's not normal.
I've enjoyed every championship that we've had here in New England because I grew up with. I know, Bobby. I'm sorry, but I grew up in except for the Celtics. I mean, I can't forget
I like the Celtics.
3 championships plus, going
Yeah,
to the
Larry
finals.
Bird. How bad is that?
It was awesome, but everything else was horrible. Horrible.
And also, credit to them. They were able to have some championships and win with a great foil in the Lakers. Because they were able to have themselves a nice little rivalry and actually have like a real foil to be like, okay, these are the guys we got to get past a bunch of times to really be able to succeed. And they're really good. So if we succeed, it's awesome.
And the Raptors been around since '96, and they already have a championship.
The Raptors have a Stanley Cup. This is great.
I said Stanley. I didn't say Cup.
They should get a Stanley Cup. Why not? I think the Raptors should get a Stanley
They
Cup.
have a better
Let's do
chance than the Leafs do.
Let's do it. Let's get the Raptors a Stanley Cup. I'm for this. What the hell?
People throw all those players on skates, throw them out on the ice. The other team will be laughing so hard they'll be able to score goals and win.
That's how it works.
Toronto will take it. We'll have another parade. It'll be great.
We'll need it. Oh yeah, that's how we need another parade.
Absolutely. Why not? Look, somebody's got to win something around here.
Yeah.
Everybody else is falling short. Let's get what we can
Get
get.
the Argos, but I mean, whatever.
What? They still got that league now?
Yeah, it's still there.
Look, the good news is Upper Deck does make the cards. I did confirm that earlier. So Upper Deck is the one making so they have the CFL license, guys. Upper Deck has the CFL license.
Sign me up.
They can't even get the Canadians to buy that shit.
No, it's so hard.
It's so
Can't get them
good.
to buy tickets.
Yeah,
Like
Coach
how it's supported is beyond me.
In Toronto, not so much. No, Coach Q resigned. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
No,
That does not surprise me.
Is that today or yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it probably. I'm not shocked. Like they were in a position. They were at that point. It's a position where it's like, there's no way you're going to get out of that. You're going to talk your way out of this one.
well, the GM just did. The assistant GM just talked his way out of it.
Chicago?
The assistant GM at the time
Mhm.
met with Bettman and talked his way out of it, and he's keeping his job in Winnipeg.
He said he was in the room, wasn't he?
Yep.
But he
So-
didn't do anything.
Talked his way out of it. I'm just saying, Carlos specifically said you can't talk your way out of it.
No, Coach Quenneville can't talk his way
No,
out of it because he's
no.
the coach.
Right. But the assistant GM
Yeah,
literally went and sat with Bettman and talked his way out of it.
Yeah, I think if you argue that you were far enough down the totem pole that you didn't get a vote, I'm sure you can use that as your excuse.
Pretty
That's
much.
probably going to be your best bet. But if you're in somebody who's like, actually, you do get a vote, then you're going to be like,
Yeah.
I'm going to let myself out now. If that's cool, I'm just gonna.
I don't know.
See you later.
An assistant general manager seems like an important person, I guess, at some level.
I think when it comes to the day-to-day operation, sure, but I think if you're in that room, I don't think you get a vote.
You get nothing.
Yeah, you get to sit there and take notes or
You're
something.
barely a yes man.
Yeah. So I can see how he could use that argument. I can see it. I'm not excusing it. I'm just
Yeah,
saying it's an easier argument to make.
I'm not even making an opinion. I'm just stating a fact that he had a meeting with Bettman and talked his way out of it.
Yeah.
He still has a job.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I did have this conversation, and my stance is consistent with a lot of my other stances. I'm not going to make any arguments with anything for. I will say if you're in a position where you're in authority, you got to think through what you did. And like at this point, if you're the organization, forget about the PR optics. Your judgment is in question. You exhibited some very bad judgment. And now like we've got a great excuse to get rid of you because it's like clearly in a pinch, you're not going to make the right decision. Because at the time it was a relatively easy decision to make because it's like, well, you got the greatest out. And the guy actually, I think he did some jail time after. So it's like,
Yes.
you probably should, like, now would be a good time to be like, deal with this. You don't have to scream to the public what you're doing, but like, deal with it. Just deal with it now.
It's so hard nowadays in the world of post Snowden and Assange. Nobody wants to come forward. Nobody wants to say anything
No.
because when you think you're doing right, you get the bull by the horn. So we're in that weird kind of wonky world of what should I do? Your moral compass is really thrown off because you don't know whether should I say something? Should not say something? I'm just another like a yes man in here.
Leak it to the press then. If you do what you got.
Oh, the press. So they did that with look what happened to Snowden.
I don't know, but look what I don't know. I just the whole Penn State thing has been coming back to me this week, and I can't think of anything more disgusting because everyone knew from the top down and even players suspected. I mean, it's disgusting. It's the most grimiest thing I've ever heard. And
Weinstein was, but I mean, other than that, yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't
Weinstein.
hear you. Oh,
Weinstein.
Well, yeah. He wasn't involved in sports though. I was just kind of in sports.
Well.
It was entertainment, but
if you want to break news that Weinstein was in sports, you could do that. You could do that whenever you want.
Pretty much, yeah.
But no, I think Eric's point is valid. But it goes back to what I said earlier. It's like, look, if you're in a position, like really, the only thing you can do at that point is be like, and it's not even a conscience thing because I'm never going to make that argument. It's like, look, if you're in a position to make decisions, you're like, look, later on, if there's a question, I did what I was supposed to do. If you can say that, that's good enough. Even if it doesn't lead to anything, at least you did your job. At least at the bare minimum, you did your job.
How do you know these things and still work in the same building with somebody?
That's a valid point as well. It goes back to judgment.
How do you sit in a coach's room and go, this was the film coach,
yes,
and sit there and work with this person, knowing that this is the type of person you're dealing with? I can't imagine it. I get my
He
stomach
was
would
looking
turn.
out for himself.
I'd throw up all over my shoes. I couldn't be in the same room with the guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know how people did this, knowing what kind of person this was, and kept quiet. And I'm just so happy that they're taking his name off the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, so they did. So they did state that they were going to actually do it this time. Yep.
The
Because it's not like it happened last year.
the owner,
No, 10 years
right?
ago, right?
Yeah, the owner of the Blackhawks called or wrote to Lanny McDonald, who's in charge of Hall of Fame
Hall
now,
of Fame.
Gotcha.
and asked about it. They said they'd look into it. They got all their top brass together. I think they also may have talked to Bettman in the NHL and all that, and they've agreed to it. So
Okay.
they're going to have to take that whole ribbon off
Mhm.
and
And
redo
redo
the
it.
whole ribbon, I think,
Yeah.
and make sure his name's not on it.
Yeah, they would have to.
And that's a lot of money and time, I would think.
Yeah,
But-
but it's probably better to just redo it properly. Just to
That,
like
or
literally
you just take
redo it.
X's and just bang out every letter.
Yeah, I think it's better though. And here's the thing: it'll get thrown into an archive. Like it's not that they're going to destroy it, but they'll swap it out with a band that reflects everybody else. That would make sense to me.
I won't go into too many details, but it's definitely a sore subject. I worked with kids that were victims years ago at part of in a treatment facility, and this whole week I've just thought about a lot of former clients, young kids, and I got an edge to me when this subject comes up, and to hear some of the things that I've been reading about and heard on news networks. It's just, I don't get it. I just don't. I couldn't imagine doing a film session with this guy, sitting next to him, knowing that this is a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I'd probably be in jail. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's the reason why, though, that like I said earlier, I take the angle on it as like, well, you have to answer, not necessarily because you were responsible, but it's like your reaction to it is a reflection on what you care about or don't care about. It's a reflection of what you're willing to put up with and you're not willing to put up with. And a lot of those folks, part of the reason they got in trouble, and I don't think they quite grasp this, the reason they got in trouble is not because they could have prevented what happened in the first place. No, you can't prevent it.
No, you
but
don't know what's going to happen.
You can control how you react to it once you know.
Yep.
Once you know, it's like, okay, you have this piece of information. What are you going to do with it now? In this case, you're in a room with other leaders and you're trying to decide what to do. And your decision was, just sweep it under the rug until the end of the playoffs. Well, at that point, that's problematic. That's a reflection on your decision making. Forget about everything else. Just if we can strip it away for a second,
Right.
that's a reflection of your decision making. But it's like you realize eventually that's going to come back on you. Just if you're being self-preservation practical, it will eventually come back on you. The fact, if you thought it didn't, you're wrong.
Tomorrow never comes, you know that.
Yeah, well, I understand, but that's also a reflection of judgment. You have to know, even if you're just focusing on self-preservation, at that point, it's like, okay, let me cover my own ass here. Let me make sure that I've at least done what I can. Even if everybody else wants to go along with this, let me make sure I don't associate myself with this. However I can. Whatever you need to do, then, like, let me handle my business then.
Yeah.
It can be tough too. People will sacrifice everything and then just, maybe be ousted.
Mhm.
And you lose everything that you've had, and you have a family. It's tough. And they can just denounce it until somebody really, and then they find out.
Yeah.
A lot of things get swept under the rug where those guys do, if anything, are gone. And nothing's ever said well beyond that, or even found out.
I don't know exactly the timetable. I haven't wanted to overly study this situation because it upsets me.
Right.
But we know that this guy got his hands on a child, and that's what he went to jail for and got in trouble for.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was before, after, during.
There was at least, I don't know if that's specifically the one. I know there was an incident after. So it's one of those things where they had an opportunity to deal with it right away and they delayed, and then there was an offense after the fact.
So if they did it when they should have,
correct,
maybe that other child wouldn't have been hurt.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
and that's the stuff that sickens me.
Yeah, so that's why I say, like, even if you strip away any morality discussion or whatever, even if you take it at the bare minimum of just self-interest, you're putting yourself in a precarious position, because now if anything happens, that's not going to look better for you because you had the opportunity to be like, no, let's just cut this off at the pass and get it out of the way and let somebody else handle it. Put it in somebody else's hands, because of that way you're like, this guy's expendable. I'm sorry. A film coach is perfectly expendable.
No, I get 6 of those tomorrow.
Yeah, like we can get somebody else to do this job. We don't need you that badly. Get out of here.
Yeah.
So it's bad judgment on several levels. Like it's bad judgment on even the most base, just self-preservation for yourself level. It's like, no, get rid of this guy. Report him and like get him out of my sight. Get him out of my room here.
And bring him to the authorities and put him in a box.
Yeah, and then you've done your job, and then nobody's gonna complain to you that you got somebody out of the room. Nobody's gonna cry about it. Just get him out of there.
Right.
Yeah, and Mike here brings up the point. The other ones, so this is separate from the initial the leaders and whatever. Patrick Kane and Taze.
Toes. I like saying toes. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah, but they did not acquit themselves very well.
No,
because they decided to take this is again going back to judgment. They said their piece, whatever, but then they decided to try to like prop up Stan Bowman. It's like, no. Right now you don't prop up Stan Bowman. Just stay out of that. Just if you got nothing useful to say the bare minimum, the absolute bare minimum that you can get away with. If you need to read a statement, then read a freaking statement. Use some judgment. And I was like, guys, this is not that complicated.
I mean, they got to go defend John Gruden next. I mean, just stupid. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. But that's the thing. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. It's like the Gruden thing's easy. Oh, but it was 10 years. I don't care. It's bad judgment. I'm focusing on your bad judgment. I'm not focusing on the timeline, because it's like, you think your judgment got better? You were already a grown man. You weren't a kid when you exhibited bad.
Right.
It's not like if you weren't smart then, you're not smart now.
When adults lose their jobs now because of something they put on Twitter when they were 15, that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we're in that culture now, right?
But this was a full-grown adult who's been in the business for a long time. I mean, yeah. Bye-bye.
You said something stupid and you put it on the record.
Yeah. You don't put it right.
I'll make it easy for you. If you send an email, a tweet, a Facebook post, whatever, assume it lives forever. If you're willing to have it on a billboard somewhere outside of your house, then post it.
Yeah.
If not, then don't.
Yeah.
This is easy. This is super easy.
It is.
So it's like, again, judgment. I'm giving you credit as an adult. If you were already an adult, I'm giving you credit as an adult that you should understand that some basic judgment. That's it. That's all you got to do. If you can't figure it out, I don't feel bad for you. Whatever happens to you, I don't care. It's not my problem at that point.
He could have said a million other things and said how he didn't like the guy. You chose the wrong road to go down.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. And he was already a grown man at that point who had lived a full life. And it's like, it's not like he didn't know. If you had put it somewhere, if you had posted in the newspaper, would you have been cool with it? No. Well, then maybe you shouldn't have typed it out and sent it.
Exactly.
So stupid.
Yeah. So at that point, like, I'm happy with him losing his job for stupidity, if nothing else. It's like, forget about the contents. I don't need to worry about that. That's not my concern. But you were dumb. And if you're that dumb, well, then getting rid of you might be a good idea.
Right.
Nothing wrong with getting rid of dumb people.
Yeah. So it's like, at that point, you're getting punished for stupidity. And I'm 100% in favor of that 100% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like stupidity. It's dumb.
Nice. We'll put that on a shirt. That's quotable right there.
It is.
It is. Regarding Upper Deck news here, I think the deal also includes NFTs. Yes. Okay. We'll see how NFTs pan out over the short long term. Very unfortunate that we get top shots. So Eric is right now he's about to grab his phone and buy some NFTs.
Yeah. Several.
Absolutely. Was a video guy. You should get the CryptoPunks. That's where you got to go. NFTs.
Okay.
CryptoPunks. Was a video guy still in hockey much longer? He was around a little longer because he didn't get canned immediately, and that was part of the problem. Like, truthfully, if he had been at least terminated right away, that would have helped the situation. It wouldn't have fixed all the problems, but it would have helped the situation. Being like, you're doing something at least.
Yeah.
You're not just letting it slide for a little while, just kind of stalling for time. Like, so maybe this would be the good way to present it. The biggest issue, whether the NHL wants to admit it or not, the biggest issue wasn't necessarily what happened. The biggest issue was almost the cover-up. It's like everything. It's always the cover-up. It's that you had the opportunity to do something about this, and you chose to delay and stall. That's what you get in extra trouble for, because everybody's like, so that means you understood the gravity of the situation and chose to sit on your hands until it was untenable, and then eventually you did something. And that's problematic.
And in all aspects, allow it to continue.
Correct.
Because just because it's now known doesn't mean the person's going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just the whole thing just extremely frustrating.
Yeah. And then once you know, if you basically, at that point, you're aiding and abetting.
Yeah,
because you're
damn
basically
right.
allowing things to continue. So that means you are now culpable. Now, all of a sudden, he's your responsibility, even if you didn't intend for him to ever be your responsibility.
Exactly.
And I hope those people that could have stopped this, to go back a few minutes on our discussion,
Sure.
Understand that they play a part in what happened to that 14-year-old afterwards.
Yeah.
They play a part in that.
Mhm.
And there's I got to be careful what I say. I really do get fired up about this subject. So
Sure.
No, that's fair. Yep. No, that's fair enough. A global sports card investor. Thank you. But yeah. So that's why I say, like, Eric obviously is getting fired up a bit from a personal standpoint. I'll take the very pragmatic approach, but we're coming to the same conclusion. We're coming to it from different angles, but we're still coming to the same conclusion that it's like, you fucked up real bad. And you didn't have to. There was an opportunity there. Theoretically, you all had the chance to talk it out. And this is the answer you came up with collectively? That's real dumb. Real dumb, guys. So what happens now, like, honestly, it's deserved. I don't feel bad for you. Not in the least. This is the fate you've accepted for yourselves because you made a bad decision when you had every opportunity. Somebody had to be this common sense in the room and be like, why the hell would I want to be responsible for whatever he does next? Nope.
Right.
Let's get ourselves out of this right now. Let's pick up that phone and call whoever you have to call. Get this guy out of here. Get him in cuffs and let them deal with it.
And this isn't the first time this has happened. We know that in a lot of youth activities, whether it be Boy Scouts, hockey, whatever, karate, whatever, these things happen. And hockey has a dark little secret that this has been going on for generations. If you now, Carlos, you may know this. Bobby, I would think, probably has a better memory because he and I are a little bit older. Do you remember the Kennedy kid?
Sheldon Kennedy? No, never heard of him.
Yeah. So this isn't new.
Yeah.
And if we didn't learn anything from that and what that poor kid went through, I just don't understand what more can be done.
No, you don't. And there was that was a time of
Carlos, I'm sorry. Do you know? Have you ever heard of Sheldon Kennedy? Are you aware of the story?
No, it was a big story at the time.
All right, I just didn't.
Everybody knew up here.
Yeah, it was one of those things. Like I said, it's one of those things where
it was brewing for a bit.
It played out as a big story. I will say, and unfortunately, I have to take the pessimistic tact on this. I don't think there are any lessons learned from this either. History says that there are no lessons learned. It's only when somebody gets caught. It's only when it's only when someone pays the price. That's why the NHL, from their perspective, they're like, okay, we got to come down on as many of these people as we can here, because it's like the lesson here is, if you have it in your hands to do something about it, well, then do something about it, and we'll figure out the rest later. But because the NHL at that point is like, okay, what are our risk factors? It'll be worse for us if you let this slide. We're better off just come to us. If you need help, come to us and we'll deal with it. We'll go to the authorities or whatever. We're better getting this out. Let's get this out of here and deal with it right now. You don't think the Raiders would have been like, well, if we had known you're a complete moron, we wouldn't have even bothered signing you to the stupid contract, because then what good are you to us? From a practical perspective, even if they don't care about what he said, well, you're just bringing heat on us when we don't need it.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. So like you're creating this problem. Of course we're going to get rid of you. You resign.
And this is the direction you go with when you're upset. You're probably not the right guy to be coaching a team full of black athletes.
Yeah.
If this is the direction you go when you're upset, you're not the guy we need to be our leader.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I don't think, to be honest, at that point, I don't think the Raiders are crying that they just got out of a $10 million a year contract as well. It's like, well, you're an idiot, so get the hell out.
Was he the highest paid coach in the league?
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was getting to, and that's the thing. You imagine you've managed to parlay it into a career where you're getting paid $10 million a year, and you have the judgment where it's like, you haven't learned a damn thing. So many opportunities before you. All you have to do is toe the line. You're supposed to be a leader. Leader means sometimes you keep your thoughts in your head. Sometimes, even if you have the thoughts, keep it in your head. Shut the hell up.
Don't say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah. Keep it in your inner voice. Inner voice. Put the keyboard down. Put the keyboard down. So yeah, it's just right here. I go sports card investor. Been through a shit just years ago. Eldest daughter, mother's partner, who was a brother to me, and a grandfather figure to her. That's very unfortunate. Sorry to hear that.
I've heard too many of those stories in my career over the years, and I won't share any of them with you because they're horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Understandable. So
HGA.
exactly. No, I won't try to do a hard pivot. But what I will do is I will ask if there's anything in the chat. We talked about quite a bit of different things. So we'll shift over from this. I will say the final word on this is basically kind of what Eric said, but also we said bad judgment, and whatever punishment is meted out is deserved. Really bad move. It's a bad look for everybody. The players, it's a bad look for them too, because some of them knew and they didn't do anything either. They weren't in a position of authority per se, but it's like, it's still a bad look on your judgment overall. Because at the end of the day, this is going to stick with you. So it's like, okay, well, I guess you're not a great teammate then, are you? So not great. Not a great look for anybody. Not a great look for anybody. Best chicken sandwich is a valid question. So any other kind of thoughts on anything in particular, guys? We did. There was a little bit of news, just like I said, Upper Deck renewed its license, which, like I said, is not a big deal to me. But, you know, it's status quo. It maintains consistency.
I'm glad they did, because I don't want Fanatics to have everything.
Sure. No, that's fine.
I don't believe in monopolies. I don't think that's good for us as collectors and customers who need to spend money to go to one place and they just control absolutely everything. They already have jerseys and hats and cards, and I mean, some people might think this is great. It's one-stop shopping. Yeah, but now they can charge you anything they want because there's no competition.
No, they can't. Because I don't buy it.
Well, Bobby, you've been a collector longer than me. I mean,
vintage though. I don't buy new stuff.
I know. And
I did buy this set.
And I just bought this one the other day.
$10.
No, I paid $30 for this.
Because you're crazy. Come on. $30. That's US. That's like 48 Canadian.
And
no, I get you, but let me throw something out though as well, and kind of playing into the point that falls in any market. You can charge whatever you want until no one will pay for it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you still have to balance out. And most companies, again, even if Fanatics had a monopoly, they still understand that there are different levels. There has to be a base product. There has to be like a mid-tier product. There can be a high-end product. You can't treat everything as a high-end product. Otherwise, you're not going to sell product. So it's one of those things where if you want to make business in the long run, and the fact that you do control logistics means you have a lot of control over that value proposition. Because once you develop a product, if they take the idea that we posited and threw out, if you buy the printing side of it, then you really control the supply chain. So it means you have even more control over what's going on there. So you don't have to squeeze. You're going to take a higher percentage of the overall pie because you can remove the distributors from this equation. But that means that you actually retain more money potentially from this transaction. It means you don't necessarily have to squeeze the end consumer for every dime. You're still going to squeeze them for some, but you want to leave something there for them to come back next year. So especially for a long-term agreement where you've got partnership with the leagues, your goal is not to kill the golden goose. You want to have the golden goose for some time.
But if they fumble the ball and they put shitty product out, they'll drive people away. Be a big loss for them. It's hard to get back.
You mean like Panini Redemptions?
Yes, sir.
It's funny because I heard somebody make the point. It's a valid one. Are we assuming that the current manufacturers are putting out the best possible product for us? It's like they've got their issues too.
Competition forces them to do their best.
They're not competing though. They had
That's what I
individual
mean.
sports exclusives
So
already.
the best is not non-comparable.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's good. Compared to what?
We'll have to see. But it's one of those things where it's like the reality is that we already know that these different manufacturers had sports exclusives previously. And we know that they had their own issues individually. Now, Fanatics is the player in the game that they haven't produced a card yet.
Right.
Like they could be the same, they could be worse, they could be better. We don't know.
Right.
I almost believe that it's at critical mass, the design of the cards. So like you've basically done everything. There's nothing much short of making it out of solid metal or whatever that can change it. So I think going forward, you better have the stars, because I don't think the cards can get any more prettier. Let's just say.
I don't think you're going to reinvent the wheel on design, but
You
I
can't.
think that ship sailed years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
like
much.
you,
For the
you've
last,
used,
yeah.
yeah, you've used most of that. Let's put it this way. We'll use an analogy from the past. If you go back and actually look at the history of Topps baseball cards from the end of the Bowman run through to about 1981, Topps was creatively bankrupt decades before 1981.
True.
They were basically producing similar looking cards year after year after year. It's not like they fundamentally reinvented the wheel either. And it went on for decades.
Well, that was in a gum era of kids buying stuff for bubblegum and
Sure,
cards too.
Sure, but the kids bought the product anyway. It was what it was. It's just
It was
there
what
is.
it was.
Yeah, there it is.
Now it's not was what it was. It better be what it should be, because we're talking about some money here. We're not talking about nickels and dimes here. We're talking about thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions.
Sure, but if it's the value proposition though, do they care what it looks like?
Who?
Remember, you're talking about the value. You're talking about thousands and thousands, hundreds and hundreds. The collector isn't necessarily the one buying hundreds and hundreds, thousands and thousands. They will if they have to, but at the same time, do they care about the design if they're buying the hundreds and thousands? Because the designs haven't been that creative in a long time. It's not like anybody's reinvented the wheel in design in the last 10 years. Who came up with a new design in the last 10 years? Like a real new design.
I don't know.
That's my point. The answer is no. The answer is nobody. Like
well,
a lot of the
shinier and fleckier, and
we did that 20 years ago.
Squares.
20 years ago.
Anyways.
A lot of those Panini parallels are using a technology that was being done in the 90s.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was literally the same.
What's the see-through cards? It's a certain
acetate
cards.
Yeah, 1990s.
Yeah, and I remember when
a little better now than they
remember
were
when
back
that
then.
product came out. I think it was called Crown Royal or something, or Crown or something.
Yeah, Crown Royal was Pacific.
Yeah, and those the first cards that didn't
die cut,
that weren't rectangle. They had this crown shape.
Die cut. Yeah.
I still haven't decided whether I like them or not.
It's new, but it's nothing new.
Yeah,
like they're basically an insert from the 70s, like a push out insert. They're basically the same thing, a die cut. So you punch it out. It was a ring, it was whatever. There's no creation there. Just like, hey, we'll just chop that off and make it look like a crown royal, like the booze.
Hey, we're approaching the holiday season. I got the Crown Royal. They got the Crown Royal gift packs at the OCBO.
Yeah,
I was there the other day. I actually enjoy the holiday things. It's like, all right, what do you got? You got the free glasses and stuff. Like, what do you got?
You get a little Mickey, a little on the side.
A lot of times it doesn't cost more than the regular. I was like, well, if it's free, I'll take it. Like, I don't care, whatever.
Oh, they did the hockey glasses. Yeah, they did that thing.
Yeah, so they do a lot of them. But that's the point though. Like in all seriousness, there's not much in the way of like design innovation. A lot of those, like they've got they'll have like the little square, rainbow square design. Well, that was basically from back also in the 90s, early 2000s. Like they used the same, pattern design. The little stars thing, they were doing that in 1997, 98, Be a Player. They did that with the autographs. The prismatic autographs are the same. The Upper Deck Wizards, 97, 98. That was the same technology. Panini used it years later. It's the same.
Uh-huh.
It's the same foil. It's just chromium goes back to the 90s. We're still using chromium today. Oh, but etching. We had that back in the 90s. Like, we did all this stuff already. It's just a different version of the same thing. We did it.
What's the technology called when you take the card and kind of move it around and the picture changes?
Yeah, sports flicks from the 80s.
Yeah, I mean,
The
people are always
lenticular.
Yeah, lenticular.
I mean, what else can they come up with?
They can't really. It's jersey, it's autograph. That's mainly the priority of the larger edge of the cards today.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I say, like, if the reliance is on coming up with an innovation, we're screwed. Like, if that's the idea, like, I'm sorry, guys, innovation died a couple of years back. It's dead. Just so we're clear, it's dead. You can put a little twist on it, but it's like, it's a twist. It's not, you're not reinventing the wheel out here.
Well, everyone's calling the card sick, so I don't know.
Well, as long as it's sick, it's
Look
important.
at that, sick. That's sick. Oh, you got to move it. Yeah, there. Now it's sicker, sickest.
Yeah, I can still get enjoyment from it, but with the understanding that the technology and the concept is not new. I can still enjoy it for what it is and take it or leave it. If you prefer the previous version, well, then get the previous version. It's available to you. Go get that one. If you still appreciate the other one, well, then go get that one. Like, it's fine. The beauty is that both are available to you.
Yes,
You don't have to get both. If you don't need both or you don't want both, don't get both. Just get the one you like.
I get it. The card market reminds me of the Franklin Mint. They're just printing limited edition. We only made 400. We only made 5. Modern rarity does nothing for me. So
Serial numbers, they came out in the 90s.
Yep.
They did, yeah.
I still think the greatest innovation in cards came in 1990. The photography improved, the pictures they were using, the action shots, the camera angles, just an example. I mean, he's just standing there, he's just standing there, literally. Here's Brett Hull just standing there.
Yeah, they're kind of static.
And then 1990 came, and you could see the ice, coming up, and you could see the goalie's eyes through the mask, and and you could see, someone's taking someone's legs out and they're flying through the air. I was blown away in 1990 when Upper Deck came out, and even some of Pro Set's cards were really, photography was an improvement from the past. We all know Pro Set sucked and everything and overproduced, and the stock sucked and the errors, but
think you could build a throne with Pro Set cards.
Pretty
you
much.
could.
You could build a
throne
house
that you could see from space.
It is that you in fact could see from space. Yes. Well, that's why I had fun with Bob when I was talking about overproduction era. Overproduction era.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Not the current. I can't believe it's not overproduction era. It's like, children, no. We're not an overproduction era. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know.
Alone was the overproduction era.
So real quick, 1 second. Let me just get caught up on these. So Robert asked about the PWCC for next month. I think it'll be less. The question is how much less. Let me go with half. I'm going to go with about 20,000.
I was going to say half also.
Let's say 20,000.
I think they were catching up from lost time. So
yeah, I think we'll go about half, because I still think there's some folks, again, for the latter days, I think some folks did okay. Like that example there went for about eBay comps. I don't think that person's complaining. I think they did okay.
the Latter-day Saints.
Them too. But I think there'll be some folks that are still okay. I think they'll be more selective in what they submit, but there's still stuff that they could certainly do. If it's already in the vault, it's just a button press for them to insert it. So it's like, if it's already there, it's easy. It's an easy move. It just depends. Yeah, how can be cards without tops? We're about to find out. I think life will go on without tops. We'll see what happens with Fanatics wants to buy them or not. By the way, tops is getting cheaper all the time, so we'll see. They lose a couple more licenses and they don't get some tops bowling. It's gonna be rough times. It's gonna be rough times. Are you saying tops are using the 83 design each year as an innovative? No, it is not. Alas.
They reused every design.
Yeah, they went to 84. They went to 85. They're coming up on 86. They already used 86 now. Next year will be 87. Hold on for that. It'll be exciting. Hasn't been much innovation in a long time. Yep. It's Retro 14. How exciting. True. Appreciate you. Thank you. Lenticular. Yep. Topps Atomic Refractor is Panini Gold Vinyl is a UD Golden Treasure. Yep, pretty much. They do reuse the same technology.
Is
The gold vinyl actually vinyl? No, it's just kind of a pattern they put on it. I don't believe it's actually any vinyl into it. Although I have to check one of those cards. I haven't looked at one in person in a while. Are you saying warm-up shots with visiting the caps weren't cool? Not so much. So Jimmy should
Not so
wallpaper his
much.
room with Pro Set base. That's valid. I don't think they can sustain these crazy wax prices going forward. It'll just be so here's a twist I'll put on this. A lot of it is going to depend on inventory managed control, because crazy wax prices based on supply and demand. Right now, they are printing more stuff, not overproduction error amount, but they're printing more. But if you're worried about the potential of the secondary market price on it, you can just print less. Like, you can control supply. If you control supply and there's still enough demand, then the secondary market price goes up. You're basically pulling levers, right? It's supply and demand. If you determine demand to be here, ideally, you produce just under the maximum demand and you create that desirability, and it brings up secondary market prices and it makes it, oh, this is the new hotness. How do you know? Because people can't get it.
That's what ProSet didn't understand.
They're like, no, we can print more.
No,
It's
we
like-
can make more money,
So-
and
Yeah.
that's what I'm scared of here too. I'm not scared, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think. I think right now these guys are looking at at production management, because they'd rather just charge more per box. It's also easier, just like having less inventory. So it's like there's a limit at which they're like, okay, well, we could print more, or we could just charge more per box. Oh, let's do that.
I think there's a big investment with the vintage wax or older wax, vintage wax, you can say whatever. I think there's a hoarding going on. And I think when it comes time to selling it all at a certain point, I think quite a few people have a hard time selling it.
Yeah.
Our only hope is that Ken Golden just keeps his show going on Instagram and just keeps opening
Please.
boxes.
Oh, please.
As long as he keeps opening boxes, we'll be fine. National George with sticker autos and player worn patches. That's fact. Airbrush pictures. Yeah. Color blast everything. Right. Pro Set more is better. Actually, I wanted to bring up something since you mentioned the photos. It's funny to me, though, because I enjoy listening to collectors say what they want, right? It's because sometimes some of them will complain about, photos and stuff. Oh, sometimes it's getting a little derivative. Some of the like standard sets and stuff. On the baseball side, Stadium Club has made its bones using nicer photos. They actually go through the trouble of like really thinking about like, oh, this would be kind of a neat photo. And they're really like looking through the archives, trying to find unusual, not just the standard poses, like not the regular stuff. They'll go out of their way. Oh, this is kind of from a different angle or something, or we're getting the stadium in the background in kind of a cool way, or this, that, or the other thing. It doesn't sell well. The collectors don't really care. The ones that love the photos are like really appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
But it's like, but sales say no one cares. Well, guys, it's like you whine about the static photos on that other product, but then we're providing you a product that actually there's some thought and their consideration in the photo selection, and they're trying to find some cool stuff that you haven't seen 50,000 copies of using the same photo over and over again. And you answer them with your wallet. And Stadium Club is not the
name and
most expensive.
value, right?
Yeah, and Stadium Club is not the most expensive product. It's not. It's a pretty reasonably priced product most years.
Used to be pretty cheap.
Yeah, but if you're saying you won't buy it, well, then the message is, well, then this isn't that important. Use the same generic photo again. You may as well. You'll save money. What's the point of paying for extra photos? You may as well just pay for the photo once and use it in 5 products.
I used it over 5 years like they did in the 30s.
Yeah, but
Same black and white.
That's the message that the consumer is sending. Like the company gets the message. You're telling them what you want because you're not buying the product where they're trying stuff. Well, then you get what you get.
Bobby, like Bobby Orr's early cards, it's the same photo over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I have a bunch of them, and I'm just like, I line them up and look at them, I get all excited, and I'm, they're all the same, just a different border.
And that's the selling feature. It's the name of the person. It's not really the photo.
Yeah.
A lot of people like the tall boys because there's a lot of good facial shots. Do you like facial shots? You don't really have much of a choice in hockey. You can't really get on the ice to get a good pitcher. Whereas baseball, you can get right there and get some guys on the dugout or whatever. So hockey is rather one of those more difficult. So they could have done a better job for sure, but
Well, that's
it
why I
was
think
what it was. So I guess
1990 improved because technology and cameras it
For sure.
improved, and they could
Mm.
zoom in from the top of the rafters and just get crystal, 4K pictures, and it just
for sure.
it really impressed me. I remember opening up the first boxes of Upper Deck at the time, and just was like, look at these things. This is a whole. Plus the card stock changed. They turned it. It's not even cardboard anymore. And it's like this is incredible. This is innovation. The pictures are better. The card is completely made out of a different material. This is awesome. But now I don't even collect that stuff, and I only collect old cardboard.
There you go. So you go into the finite category. So it's whatever works though. You gotta get whatever interests you, whatever catches your eye and interests you. That's where you gotta go. So I want to read this comment here. Junk wax number compared to today. I think there are more people buying today compared to junk wax era days. Physically impossible. You got to go back to those early 90s. Remember, they didn't break the 1991 national record in attendance. They didn't break it. 1991 was the high watermark for a lot of that stuff. They didn't break it. They got close. They did well, but they didn't break it. I think there are more people buying today compared to junk wax era days. That would be very difficult to pull off, but leads to scarcity, not rarity. I think this year's numbers will outnumber junk years. This year's numbers in what?
In production.
2.16 billion, just 91 Donruss alone. Good luck with that. Let me know. Let me get back to me on that one. But I use the analogy, like I was serious. If we matched that, it means you would never run out of blasters. I don't care if you clear the shelf, they would refill it. And then they refill it again. And then they refill it again and again and again. And you can have a pallet if you want. We'll give you another pallet. How many pallets do you want?
Huh?
That was the junk wax era. They never ran out. They still haven't run out. It's been 30 years.
You can still buy a box of Pro Set unopened.
You can buy a case. You can buy a case. Like there are cases I went $91 for fun. I went on eBay. There's 15 cases on eBay right now. You can buy it. Cases, 20 boxes per case, 36 packs per box, 15 cards per pack. How many you want? They're available. Buy it now. They're available. Buy it now.
Yeah, please.
The shipping is worth more than the cards. But I was saying, seriously, it's not. How many do that? It's a very different scale. Nothing. All the manufacturers combined produce match one of those brands from that year. One. That's why I did it with Bob. I did a rough estimate. 2.16 billion with a B cards of 1991 Donruss alone. Forget about Topps, forget about Fleer, forget about Upper Deck. I didn't even count them. And they all had production numbers of 1 million plus per base card in the same year. What are we even talking about? I laugh in the general face. The next 5 years of production don't match 1991.
No, but the money back then to the money today is a big difference. 60,000 for a box, 8,000. You can't even get a box for $200 nowadays.
No, I get it.
$200 in today and back and then wasn't $20.
Yeah, but the supply dictated that you couldn't have charged more even if you wanted to, because the supply was available. If you try to charge $100 for the box, people would have laughed at you because it's there's a pallet of them, and the hockey guy says here, Costco was selling cards by the pallet. So it's supply and demand. The rules of supply and demand have not changed. In that era, you couldn't charge $200 a box because everyone would have laughed in your face.
Mm-hmm.
I can go to Costco and get a pallet of them, it's dude, there's plenty. What are you talking about? That's the going rate because that's all you could get for it because there were plenty. You didn't run out.
Never.
Yeah, you weren't even close.
No, we were all buying them by the box.
Yeah. And the indicator, and this is where, again, I differentiate between even then, now, Because today you got the junk slab era. That has more validity. That is more valid. But in that era, you could go to dealers and buy your favorite rookie in 100 card stacks of the base. When your dealer can have a 100 card stack, how many do they have? Because when you buy your 100 card stack and you come back next week and you buy another 100 card stack, do some math. After a while, it's like, wait, how many do you have? And you're not the only dealer who's offering this, because mail order dealers will be like, yeah, you want 100 Greg Jeffries? You want 100 Todd Van Poppels? How many do you want?
I'll
Even the
put 'em
guys
away for later, right?
Yeah, even the guys who were great, like, you know, Griffey 89 and stuff like that, they made a million of those.
Oh yeah.
There's a million. And Griffey's a Hall of Famer. But it's a million. So they'll never be worth that much
They
because
can't.
there's a million of them.
Oh.
It's just impossible. That's why I say, like, the numbers are at a scale that most people can't imagine if you weren't there. You have to have been, like, literally you had to have been there. Otherwise you can't grasp it. It was like unlimited cards. We still can't get rid of them all.
No.
And we're trying.
Still available.
Yeah, they are.
But now we're down to selected brands that are worth more, certain years worth more. It's definitely a different marketplace. I don't know where it's going, but it'll be interesting to see in the next few years.
Yep. Junk Wax Era cards are worth more than firewood, except the ink is toxic. Yeah. 99 top, so peachy fairy designs. Well, there you go. I didn't mind the design, but it's one of those things. Like I said, you can get them. They're plentiful. If you, for me, I would still like something like that. I want people to get clue in on the fact that it is so plentiful. It's like, guys, that should be like $5 a box.
Mhm.
And at $5 a box, I'll open it up. I would open it up on the channel just for fun.
Yeah.
But it's got to be like $5 a box. Like, it can't be much more. Like, guys, that's what it's worth. It's not worth much more than that. Sorry. Yeah, 100 card lots of Home Shopping Network, and you couldn't pull one from a box of cards. Yep.
The old Don West days.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than that in Griffey, if math is correct based on numbers, book referencing UD lawsuit. Yeah. Yeah, the Upper Deck one was always the one that was in dispute. But I'm just saying 89 Donruss, I know was a million plus, because Donruss is already well into by 88 Donruss, they were producing millions of cards per base card. 89 was no different. 89 Fleer was plentiful. Boxes and cases and rack packs and all that were plentiful by then already. 89 Upper Deck is the one where it's like, there's still a lot of them. There's a million is a conservative estimate for Upper Deck. And I would argue the Upper Deck is probably the most short printed Griffey from that era, but it's still millions. And that's the short printed version. That's why I say it's like, you take something, those Donruss Elites in 91 were short printed because there's only 10,000. The Stanley Cup hologram in Pro Set is short printed. Compared to everything else, it's as close as you're going to get. But that's because you had cases upon cases upon cases upon cases. And it's like, guys, whatever you talk about.
And some of those are unnumbered too.
Yeah. So it's like, there's no
They
shortage.
said only what, 5,000 or 5? Yeah,
Was it 5 or 10?
flooded the
Something like that?
market,
5,000.
Yeah. Okay.
the era wouldn't have ended so abruptly as it did. But
Yeah, it came and went pretty fast, but that was overproduction. You know, that was Pro Set
they killed their
claiming
own
24/7 were printing.
business.
They did, yeah. Now, are they kind of doing that today? When you put so much money in front of people's faces, I don't know. It's tough.
I think what
Stop.
what
Because-
changes the dynamic here is that some folks are trying to hoard the wax now. So they're trying to modify because otherwise, if they just opened everything, you'd see how many cards are.
Yeah.
So you'd get a better sense of, if everybody just opened the packs that are available and just open them, you would get a better sense, because all of it would be
That's
out of
in
the
the
open.
market, yeah.
Yeah. As it is, some people holding the boxes is actually keeping the float lower than it actually is, because they're sitting there. They're trying to be all, they're trying to be all 4D chess over here. Wait
Yeah.
a minute. If I don't open the boxes.
They'll keep going up, and they'll never stop. I think they said that back in 1990.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was the truth. But we're talking about big difference in money here. So
Oh yeah. I mean,
And
they
that's-
were
that's the-
$14,000 box of cards that has
Who-
10 cards in it.
So $14,000 back in 1991 would be how much, Carlos? Would that be?
Are you referring to in terms of inflation?
Yeah, something like that.
So 14,000. I can actually get that answer. So give me a minute. I'll find it.
Yeah, he's
Good old inflation calculator.
He's got 2 computers.
It
I mean,
helps.
am I wrong with that number of a high-end box of
No, I've seen
of
14,
basketball?
16. Yeah, 14,
Yeah.
16, 18,
And they got
22.
like, and it's like 10 cards in the box, right?
But yeah, whatever.
So you
it
said
is.
14,000 and what? $1990?
Yeah,
25. 25 and change.
25.
Well, that's why I said inflation is not as dramatic as people want to make it out to be. It is something like it's more than it's basically doubled, but it's not as ridiculous as people try to make it out to be. Like,
So $25,000. Think of back in 1990 buying a box at 25K.
No, I won't think of that. You can't make me.
Who would ever? So in today's world, at 14K, higher end box, I get it, but not the highest. That's for sure. Like, who's paying that? So that wasn't there back then. It wasn't even 10% there for a box. What? 1%
for a
whatever.
box in 1990, there wasn't anything you could sell them because Robert here
100.
talks about Topps Tiffany, and Topps Tiffany was considered a collector set because they
I
would
get
sell
it.
them in the set,
Yeah.
and that was their high end, and I
That's
think it was
it.
like $100 or $200 or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, it wasn't like super crazy, not in $1990.
So now we've spun the wool too tight now, and we're at this point. I think we're at this point in critical mass because I think people are going to be stuck with a lot of boxes that they can't sell, and they'll have a hard time selling it going forward. Because if you retain that much, then you try to go forward. It's almost like these other vintage wax. I can say I know all about that. Where people are investing into the vintage wax and they're hoarding it and they're waiting for the price to go up, waiting for the price. But all these boxes that are kicking back, once that price hits a certain point, they're all going to get shoved out there. It's like, who's going to buy them up at that price? You think you're going to make that much more, and there's that many more people willing to come back into the market at that higher price? It's already past the point of opening, well past of the recouping your investment. I mean, just you'd have to get PSA 10s on every card kind of thing. And that's going to cost you anyway. So, especially now.
Yeah, God, yeah.
So it's past that point. And I don't know. Going forward, that's what I see. For the vintage side, for the new side, it's a little harder, but some of those boxes, 16K, how do you even fathom 16K just to have a chance? A chance.
Mhm.
And the people who can't control their gambling habit are going completely bankrupt and maxing out credit cards and second mortgaging in their homes and businesses so they can buy a box of cards, hopefully hit a LeBron James super something or another, get it a PSA 10 and make all their money back plus some.
I'll be
It's
an
ridiculous.
optimist. I'll be an optimist on this. The other side is that the guys who had a box put away and they sold it for the 100K, that helped them with their families. They did a lot of different things. So there's the other side of the coin too. So we've had a lot of winners, a lot of losers. Understood. The gambling aspect is, it can benefit both ends, I guess. But
If you can afford to lose, it isn't really a loss. When I go to the casino with my wife down in Connecticut, I have $100 in my pocket. She has $100 in her pocket. When it's gone, it's gone. We had a good time. We lost it, but it's not a loss.
That's what me and my wife do. It's like going to a movie. I wasted my money on the movie. It's the form of entertainment, going
Right.
there. If you like the movie better, did you get that much more? No, better value in your mind. But, as long as the popcorn is good, you're good.
If I lose 5,000 at the casino, that's a loss.
Who,
And I'm in
who
big
spends
trouble.
5,000? Carlos, did you spend 5,000?
So,
Ooh, he had to think about it.
In an hour. In
I
an
wish.
hour.
I wish. If I had laying around, we'd be having a different conversation right now. We'd be talking from my palatial estate if I got 5,000 to blow at the casino. I wish.
Well, I think I played Let It Ride one time at the casino in Niagara Falls, maybe about 4 or 5, 10 years ago. I don't know. I think I had about $500 that I spent. That's the most I've ever spent. But sometimes it works for me, and sometimes it doesn't. And then there's other times I won 2,500. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But we don't
afford
go
to
too
lose.
often. But
It's not a loss. That's all I say. So if you can afford a $16,000 box because you're a multimillionaire and it busts, then you go, all right, no big deal. But if you went and drained out your kid's college fund to gamble on it and you lose.
Who told you? He's
That's-
30, getting married in a couple weeks. Don't worry. He's long past that.
That's where the problem is in this hobby right now.
It
is
can
that
be. It can be
too,
for some.
too many people have gotten themselves in financial trouble.
Let's open the door for some kids too to make some money, and I don't mind them doing that because the hobby's there. It doesn't matter what you say or think; it's always going to be there. It's the money's exchanging hands, and it's nice seeing guys like Ryan Nolan and all these other young guys. It's that kid. What's he called? The kid. Something. The kid.
Brody the Kid?
Yeah, Brody the Kid. And, Card 2 collector. All these young guys coming in. It's good to see that because they're kind of bringing up the bag end. But it's all best investment. So understand things change. Going forward, it's not for me, but it's, for them, that's good for them. And it's good seeing them kind of set the hobby standard. So going forward, it's good. People going to lose? Yeah. Because once you put that essence of gambling or a stock market thing in, it's gambling. It's all gambling at that point. You don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. If the market collapses, there goes your cards, brother.
And now you have these companies, which they have the right to do. I'm not particularly judging them, but you now have these companies that are specifically targeting the card market and the hobby market and giving out loans. And if you don't pay back the loan, they get to keep your card.
Well,
You mean our good friend Investacard?
I didn't want to say certain things, but yeah.
Investacard.
So I mean, there are people. Listen, every adult needs to take responsibility for themselves and their own actions, and that's just a fact. But I still,
we collect cards. We're not adults yet.
Yeah,
I was going to say, speak for yourself, sir. Yeah. We're playing childish games over here.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to be adulting anytime soon. I don't like it.
My joke has been for the longest time for the people who legitimately, and I'm being serious about this. I'm not being facetious. I enjoy being facetious, but I'm being serious here. For the people who legitimately want this to be a quote unquote hobby, fine. Give up all your damn cards and give them to the kids and go away.
Yeah.
When you turn 18, you surrender your cards.
That'd be cool.
If you do that, then you can have it. Then it'll be where you want it to be. Because it's the adults that wreck the whole thing, if that's what you think happened. But wait, you're over 18, you're collecting. It's your fault then. Quit your whining. You're responsible. You brought adult money into this. Otherwise, there's no reason for dealers to exist. It would just be packs and things, and people would open them, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
You brought this in. So if I'm going to be a participant, guess what? I'm as responsible as anybody else. I'm not whining about it, though. I don't care. It is what it is. But accept your responsibility. Otherwise, shut the hell up and go away. It's just facts. Because it's like, guys, there's no reason for anybody over the age of 18 to do any of this anymore. So stop it. You want to do it? By all means. It's a free country. You certainly can.
It's a business and people make a living.
Correct. So there is a business. You are part of the demographic that is allowing it to be a business. Well, then congratulations. You get what you get. Prices escalate. This is part of the game then. Otherwise, don't participate. It's the same thing that happens when the blasters started going up in price. Then stop buying them. Don't buy the secondary market. There's no secondary market. It collapses. People get stuck with boxes they don't want. Price goes down. Supply and demand economics. It hasn't changed. The rules are still the same.
Yep.
So quickly, I'll get caught up here. So JW says, for reference, screenshot references, so be shocked if the numbers are ever released for this year. I will not be shocked. So real quick, I'll read through a couple of comments here. Nobody talked to bought cards. Now everybody's trying to buy cards. Trust me, I'm surrounded by a lot of people. None of them give a crap about cards. Maybe you're in a special neighborhood. A lot less people care about cards than you think. 87 Topps Tiffany Bonds and 89 Bowman Griffey are still junk cards produced. They retain some good value, yes. Because in relative terms, it's all relative, but in relative terms, they were produced in substantially lower numbers. Because the Tiffany's did have a certain print, which helps a lot. And it makes them the best version of, if somebody wants a rookie year, we won't call them rookie cards, we'll call them rookie year. But if somebody wants a rookie year card of those guys, that's the best version there is. Slightly
I like
nicer
that
stock.
they did the Tiffany sets. It's like they put a nice set of, and it wasn't that much more expensive, really. It was, marginally compared to the regular set, but it wasn't crazy. Like if we put that $14,000 today to then, and then you're talking sets, a different scenario. But I get it.
Yeah. So here, even people who don't have a clue about cards, don't forget we're in a bubble. We're folks that we're in, but I have to remind people that I'm talking about seriously.
Mr. Bubble.
I'm talking about a real bubble in terms of people looking at perception. They're talking about like, oh, everybody around me. No, you're inside of the collecting bubble. You're looking around the room at the converted. You're not looking outside the window to billions of people who don't give a crap. Most people don't give a crap.
I agree entirely, but we are seeing our bubble expand, and we also starting to see, this surge of the past year and a half on mainstream media. Sure. And doing little blurbs on ABC about, look at the card market, and this Tom Brady card just sold for 1.2 million, and it's the secret's getting out.
Oh, sure. But expanding
some
the
people
bubble
are coming
needs to happen a lot big. When you're talking about expanding the bubble, that is true. It is objectively true. But in order to get to what JW here is talking about, everybody and their brother has to be. If I go across the street right now and I start asking them, and I ask them how many of them have cards, some of them have to say yes. I promise I go around this neighborhood, the answer is no, 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 no. I go down the street, no, 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 no. I have to go many miles to find somebody who will say yes. And this isn't an unusual neighborhood. We're a lot more isolated than people think. When we go to YouTube and we see people and we're commenting on things and we're on Clubhouse and we're in this thing, it feels like we're surrounded. But when you go outside of that universe, actually, you're going to, by the next person who's collecting is a couple of blocks down the road. And then the next one's a couple of blocks down the road after. We're not that close together. There's some separation. But we happen to be in the right space to be seeing a little bit more compared to normal, because you're in an environment that invites people who are looking for this content. Well, of course you're going to see more of them. They're here. They came to you. So you say you can see crazy numbers climbing on Modern, and Robert here says the key here: most junk wax stuff is not worth grading. Otherwise, the PSA top would be much larger. Yes. If we send in all the junk wax era stuff, those numbers would dwarf the current. It's not even a discussion. Right. It just wasn't worth sending.
I think that's why we're behind, is because people were sending in their crap.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, their crap, one man's junk is another man's treasure, right? So you can never say that your cards are more justified getting graded than mine.
Well, when it comes to that product, if we're taking this as core thing, you're paying for a service. You can do whatever the hell you want.
That's it.
Like at the end of the day, if you
my money is green,
if you pay the freight, it is PSA's job or SGC's job or whatever to send you back a piece of plastic holding your damn card.
True.
That's what's supposed to happen. Now, does it make sense financially? Maybe, maybe not. But that's not the point. The point is you paid for the service. You're entitled to get it.
When it was $8 a card, maybe it made sense to put your 50-cent card in there to get a 10, but not now.
Yeah.
No, and that's why I'm saying there's a big opportunity there that people don't maybe see so much, that, getting those smaller graded cards that are higher grade that are worth nothing. Nobody's going to send them in anymore after this. So if you look at that pop report and sitting there and going, who in their right mind would send that in? Nobody, because it's a losing deal.
Right.
So all those existings are actually somewhat valuable.
Yeah.
Have a little more value or a little more desirability, because there won't be any more added to the pop report unless they're silly. Yeah, and there'll always be one or two people who are stupid. So there's a market for that. If somebody could see that and look into that, that'd be a good thing to do.
Yeah. I think one thing that we always have to remember also, as pertains to when we use the graded card comparison, is that today the people that do open the packs do it with an understanding of value. They do it with an understanding of putting things into penny sleeves and top loaders or semi-rigids or whatever. So the inclination, if they're going to bother with it, there's a higher propensity to send it in for grading. And it's also naturally going to be slightly higher condition on average. Because if I take that junk wax era stuff, a lot of that stuff got opened by kids and it's kind of damaged and mangled. You're not going to send it, even if you wanted to, you're not going to send it in. It's kind of a mangled card. It was thrown into a shoebox and it's been floating around for 30 years, and then they find it later in the attic. It's not the same thing. Even though there's plenty out there. I can find unopened boxes and all that stuff. It's out there. Completed sets, sealed sets, all that stuff. But the key here is that in today's stuff, so when I look at a pop report of a PSA 10, like 20,000, yeah, there's more of them available that would qualify as a PSA 10. And if we sent all of them in, they'd probably be 100,000. But that YouTuber who was referenced in a couple of YouTube videos that I talked about, they tried to do a guesstimate. And they guessed that Topps flagship, a couple of years ago or this year, has 500,000 cards per card. And I go, cool. Yeah, multiply it by 8, and then we're talking one junk wax era thing. Go print me 8 times as many.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about 500,000. 500,000 is a pittance. If we're comparing it to what you're comparing it to. 500,000 might be too many. Maybe there aren't enough people to support that. Great, then print less.
It almost is because people are saving wax now, so they're retaining a lot of the cards in a holding position without releasing them, so we don't see the pop reports from them. I think you kind of sort of mentioned this before too.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the
I'll
true
be back in a minute.
numbers and values.
Yeah, it's the float. It was basically like it's how much exists. How much exists is one number. How much is in the market and available is a different number. The stuff that's in the boxes is not technically available until someone opens the packs. So that still exists. It's part of the production run, but it's not available. I can't go on eBay and buy the single.
It's got an X on it. We don't know that number.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll get there when we get there. If somebody opens the box eventually, then it becomes available in population. Now we're talking. But if more people were inclined to send in, which has been the case the last couple of years, there's been money to be made. You're going to get higher pop counts because people send it in.
Oh yeah.
It's just math. It's not.
I hope somebody does a pop report like post-COVID, pre-COVID, and post-COVID. I think that would be a kind of neat for key cards. You know,
I think so.
I think that I'd like to see something like that. That'd be interesting to look at.
Yeah, but that's always the factor we got to go in because sometimes people look at the result and then use the number to justify their position. And I go, I understand, but the fundamental flaw of your argument is that the conditions have changed. The factors have changed. We have to understand that and play it in. It's the same thing I talk about when I talk about those data analytics tools. Oh, but the market is doing XYZ. Yes, because we have data analytics. It has changed one of the factors. Before, and here's the analogy I'll use. This is probably the best one that I can give for this specific thing. Go look at the days of Warren Buffett and his partner and all that. What were they doing in their heyday, in their old days? They would read newspapers, they'd read prospectuses, they'd read all this information on these companies to make their determinations on what to invest in. Their advantage was that they would take the time to read all this material that most people would find boring and uninteresting and wouldn't bother with it. That was their fundamental edge. Well, today we've got people that will already do that for you, analyze it, and give you a synopsis in a fraction of the time.
Yes.
It's the same piece of information, but now more people have it. When more people have it, that affects what they do. It affects the price of the shares. Because if more people are buying, because suddenly they identify the exact same thing, your advantage in the old days was that you knew something they didn't because you were willing to do the legwork they weren't willing to do. Well, now you don't have to do the legwork and you get the exact same information.
Yeah, we got the internet too. It just helps.
Yeah, but the factors have changed. That changes everything because now a bunch of people are smarter because they have the same advantage that now Warren Buffett used to have with a fraction of the work.
Yeah.
Well, that means they're buying the stock. That means the price of the stock goes up. It's not the value it once was. It changed the dynamic, but it's the same stock. It's the same company. It's the same variables, but everything else has changed around it. It's not the same.
Yeah, Buffett was smart. He would his main money came from buying companies and breaking them up and splitting them up and selling off different pieces. He didn't really invest. He invested into the company to buy it, and that's what he would do and separate it and break it up. So he's actually a little different than people think he was or is. Oh, Buffett is the great mind of, he just bought companies, split them up, made a lot of money.
Yeah. But that's the thing is that a lot of what he did early on in his career, before he had the money to buy companies in the building stages of it, he was operating in the market, but he was taking advantage of that legwork. He was willing to do all that extra. Today, you don't have to do that. Today, you can grab an app and get like the same information that he would have had back then.
Someone's working for you. You just have to pay a monthly fee or something. Yeah.
But as soon as you do that, this changes the game. Because we're not playing out of the same. Now the playing field has now changed because a bunch of other people. So now how do you get your edge? And this has been proven out by large companies that do it. They have the same they have teams of analysts, just like before. They have access to all this information, Bloomberg terminals, just like the last couple of decades. What is the edge now? Well, some of these traders go in and put fiber optic cable so they're physically closer to the trading desk so that their computers can trade a fraction of a second faster. We keep changing the technology. The principle was the same, but now we've changed it. Now the computer's doing it because the computer's even faster.
I think if you specialize, you end up with an edge. I think that's a key thing for everybody to think about.
Yeah.
Going forward.
Yeah. But as soon as you change a variable, using the old analysis doesn't work anymore. Because if you're telling me what worked 25 years ago and everything else has changed, well, I can't, it's not apples to apples anymore. Now we're playing a different game. Oh, but Carlos, back in that era, you know, people didn't know. You're right. We didn't have social media. We didn't have these other things. So you were able to mask certain things for a longer time. That wouldn't work today. Oh, but you're printing all, well, here's the thing. If they do overprint, we'll notice it almost immediately because stuff will sit on shelves. This isn't difficult. This is really easy. People are keeping stuff sealed, so it's creating the illusion of more scarcity than there is. But the game hasn't changed. As soon as they open those boxes, suddenly the math changes. Oh, by the way, there's a lot more than you thought. But 500,000 cards in the grand scheme of things is not a lot until we find out how many buyers there are. Then we've got the real number. That's the important one, because if there's 501,000 and they printed 500,000, it's short printed.
I think one thing that's throwing a monkey into the wrench there is with PSA being down and backed up. That's holding back a lot of stuff that should be going through, and the market is in this weird place. You know, without PSA or even SGC's doing okay. Beckett, whatever. They're all trying to go forward, but they're resistant. They have a sense of resistance because they can't go forward and bring the hobby forward fast enough. So people, what are they doing now? They're sitting on boxes because they're going, I gotta wait because, you know, PSA, I don't want to pay that much. I'm waiting for the fees to come down, whatever. It's real. This is one of the most interesting times in the hobby, I would say. The 90 boom has nothing compared to what went on in the last 2 years.
The dynamics, yes. I would argue there's a lot more complexity and dynamics and a lot more variables in it. Yes, I agree with that 100%.
Same thing is happening, but at a super large scale, as we did that comparison in volume of dollar to dollar. It's just phenomenal. And that's life-changing. So that means it is a different situation, but in the same way.
Yep. And it's more than anything, it's super accelerated, all the variables. So I wanted to use this just as an example. So here's the 89 Flair Griffey, PSA 10. Super rare card, guys. Super rare. You don't even know. Okay.
Yeah.
I hated that year. That was horrible. Like
the population is 4,815.
At what grade?
4,815 at PSA 10.
Oh, good Lord.
That's like,
that is not even close to remotely close if we send in more stuff.
Horrible.
That's
who would send in a 10? How much do they go for?
About $160 right now.
It's still with that many?
Yeah.
Wow.
Here's the thing.
4,000 something. Yeah.
4,000
for him
is a low number for that card.
Yeah.
That's about 4% of the print run, guys. 4% of the print run, give or take. Maybe less.
Maybe more.
They did over 1 million plus that year. So it's about 4 or 5% of the print run. Low estimate. Probably a couple of million in 89. So here's the thing. So you're telling me there's no more PSA 10s out there? No, no. If we go and pull more stuff out of, I can get you more PSA. It wasn't worth sending in.
Yeah.
If we actually send in what might be PSA 10 candidate, we can jack up that number real fast.
Well, here's where I come back to my things here. Okay, so we're at $164. If you send in the card and you're not going to get a 10, you get a 9. What's the 9 go for? Like 40, 20, 10?
25.
So there you go.
And by the way, the 28,379s.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's a big, it's a lot of 10s that didn't make it.
Yeah, you got to remember 89, by the way, 89 had that gray border.
I hate it.
It chips pretty badly. The back chips pretty bad. It does. It chips. So, but the truth is, in sheer volume, telling me there's less than 5,000 that are PSA 10 quality, that's a joke. That's a joke.
But I don't think anybody's really going to send that many more in. It's already at,
but that's the point.
10s. They can't afford to do it because if they get a 9, they're going to lose because it's going to be $50 for shipping. I mean, grading and shipping. Like, how is that a smart investment?
I understand.
For a card that's out there with 28,000 9s, like after the 9, like $25. Good luck.
Yep. But that is my point.
Well, what's your
point? So when somebody talks about how many PSA 10s there are on some of the modern stuff and go, oh, well, there's more PSA 10s of like, you know, the Juan Soto flagship is like 20,000. Oh, well, that's because we sent in more. That's because we sent in more.
Doesn't
It's not.
Zion have like?
There's some Zions that are over 20,000. Yeah. But here's the thing. It's like, oh, well, that means we're printing more today. No, it does not mean that. That is not what that means. That just means we sent in more of the newer stuff. That doesn't, if we had sent in an equivalent amount, you would be shocked how quickly this number would accelerate.
Mhm.
This is in lesser quantity only because we sent in less, because it was worth less. It wasn't worth sending in. So we didn't.
Uh-huh.
People are probably sitting on stacks of the damn card. If they wanted to send it in, they could, but at this price point, it's not worth it.
No.
Even a 10 isn't worth it.
How many cards, like, for example, GOAT cards like Gretzky rookies or Jordan rookies you think have been sent in to, maybe, I don't know if Carletter has it or PSA has it, but
Well, we can pull up population reports.
mean-
That part's easy enough.
just think about how many Jordan rookies have been sent in for grading.
In total,
Yeah,
there's
So you're talking about at all grade levels?
that
Okay.
and pick a number, pick a 10. It has to be astronomical how many Jordan rookie 10s are out there. This is not hard to find. It's not like a Gretzky Opeachy 10, which
yes,
is impossible.
there still isn't any, right?
And
Yeah,
but
we're still at 0. I think we're at -1.
-1 maybe.
well, I have a couple of temper tantrums to throw over some of the higher graded Opeachy Gretzky rookies with the numbers that they got.
Okay, so I've got the Jordan in front of me.
But you're wrong.
So here's the Jordan numbers. So this is the 86 Fleer Jordan. Okay, so 86 Fleer Jordan, all grade levels. 20,492 graded by PSA.
20,000. That's not that
20,000.
many. Not that many. There's 28,000 of Griffey there, so
Yeah, 28,000 of the 9s. Yeah.
9s.
Yeah.
But you're saying all graded.
This is Jordan, all grades,
See,
all grade levels. Super short.
rare.
Super
That's
short.
rare. I think I'm gonna. Yeah,
And how many 10s are there?
319.
not many.
All right, that's a smaller number than I thought.
Yeah, right now the Jordan is still in that. That's the reason why some of them can still command pretty good money for the Jordan.
Mm.
It's
Centering
one-
was an issue then too.
It was, and don't
Like-
forget the 86 Fleer.
Shipping.
Anytime you've got dark borders, you naturally have a propensity to have some chipping issues. Usually,
It's like the Gretzky.
so it's one of those things. Like it's issue dependent, right? Some issues are going to be more prone to certain types of issues, centering or chipping or whatever.
Yeah, white you can't see the chipping so much, but it's there. If you really get your magnifying loop out and look, you go, it's there. Just that it doesn't look obvious, I guess.
See, I like a hockey guy. So this is always something to be careful with. I know where he's going with this. This is always something to be careful with. Careful when somebody's trying to make a point, cherry picking.
Mhm.
Because the 1980 Topps Ricky Henderson is notorious for having a very low PSA 10 rate,
Mhm.
a surprisingly low one. Somebody actually did a whole YouTube video where they did an analysis, and they went as far as looking at the sheet, the position of the card on the sheet, analyzing other cards around it, and looking at their PSA 10 rate relative to that card. And they found that if somebody wants to make an argument for Pop Control, that's probably the best card for it because it's got a surprisingly low rate compared to other cards in the same set, same player, same team, all of it.
And what's the conspiracy theory behind it?
The conspiracy theory is that for whatever reason, they think that somebody decided at some point that was the card. I'm not buying it because the truth is, why the Henderson? Why not any of the other cards that would fit, the criteria? The Henderson was a good card in its apex, but
Well,
specifically, that's the one of all the cards in creation that you don't want to Pop Control the Jordan.
Yeah.
You don't want to Pop Control a Mickey Mantle or something like that.
maybe
You're going to
you
do the Ricky
haven't
Henderson
heard.
1980 Topps.
Well, maybe you haven't heard. Ricky Henderson is the greatest of all time.
If you ask Ricky, yes,
Yes,
he's the greatest base stealer of all time.
That's true.
That is factually true.
and that is what he said. Do you remember? He lifts up the base,
Yeah.
and says into the microphone, "Today, I am the greatest of all time."
No, it's important. Let's get this right. He did say Lou Brock was great, but today I am the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
He gave Lou Brock that he was great once before Ricky
fine.
Henderson showed up.
About 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Listen, I love Ricky Henderson. Ricky Henderson referring to himself like I'm good.
The
I'm good
ultimate
with it.
third person.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
So it'll be interesting in the next year or two as the grades start leveling out. We start finding out about the PSA pricing, where they're going, how much SGC will grow and take away from PSA, and where Beckett will be. We have no idea on that one. Even in 2 years, we still won't know.
But I think the real conspiracy is that Beckett doesn't know.
No,
They're not even aware. They're like not sure.
no, they have no idea. They're like a residual arm that they can't use. It's just sitting out there and just kind of okay, whatever.
Nice.
So I think in 2 years it'll be interesting. I think we need to wait 2 years as Fanatics come in, starts making their moves, more serious moves, or whatever they're going to do, and I think that'll be the most interesting part of the hobby to come. Oh, or more surprising, I guess, or interesting news-wise.
Yep. So real quick, I know Hockey Guy was having a little fun with it. That's why I said that Ricky Henderson's a cherry pick one. But I'll give you guys the numbers just for comparison because this is the reason. This is what led to that conspiracy theory. So remember the Jordan I told you is about 20,000 and about 319 cents.
310, yeah.
Yeah. So quickly going through, just being contrarian. Yeah, that's fine. So real quick. So about comparison, Ricky Henderson, 1980 tops, has 23,734 cards total graded, all grades, all levels. Okay. So a little bit more than the Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
There are 25 PSA 10s.
Wow. Yeah.
Conspiracy.
It definitely seems like
It's 1 in 1,000. You have to go 1 in
enjoy
1,000 to get a PSA 10 Ricky Henderson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there are 2,052 nines.
Mm.
So it's like,
That kind of makes sense.
yeah. So it's that's always been the one that it's just been thrown. It's like, really, guys? Just 25, huh? Out of 23,000, really?
That's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards being submitted. That's a really tough 10.
Well, the Fleers, they were really cut well. I have to say, like that was a good cut year, better than Gretzky for sure.
What you guys need to do, though, if you really want to get smart, is same year, 1980 Topps Baseball. Go get yourself card number 480, so 2 off of the Ricky Henderson. Bob Watson, 83 cards submitted, 35 10s.
Wow.
Almost approaching 50%.
Boy, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, like get yourself some Bob Watson, guys.
Watson, just
Bob
put him in
Watson,
it.
bros.
Just put him in at 10.
Yeah.
Put him in at 10.
Yeah. That's why here's, like I said, I don't subscribe to any pop control theories, but like I could see why you would throw it seems so ridiculous. That's why I said I appreciate that the guy in the video said, okay, let's look at all the variables. Let me look at the whole sheet. Let me look at the percentages of the cards around it, the cards on the edges, the cards in the corners. And he just found it just seemed to have a ridiculously low rate. I'm like, why is it this specific card out of all the cards around it, same type of cards, corners, edges on the sheet? Nothing seems special except for the fact that it just doesn't seem to 10.
Yeah, where usually that would be if it was a corner. Sometimes that happens.
They couldn't find anything special about it that would make it prone to being lower graded. It just seems to be a thing.
It's the thing.
Yeah.
The only thing is if there was like 3 or 4 or 5 sheets, is that card affected on those 3 or 4 or 5 sheets? Then you can break it down that it wasn't a mechanical failure. One of the slitters wasn't bad, or one of the other slitters that cuts the cards this way was good. So if you kind of match up where that is and see if the other cards have an issue.
But that was the point, is that is
Did they
part
go
of that
that
examination was looking at, he went to the cards beside it, the cards that follow it on the sheet above and below, and looked at the ones on the edges. So if there's a cutting issue, it would also affect some of the ones around it on one of the sides. And they found that like they were having a much easier 10 rate too. So it's just for whatever again, it's all relative. The Ricky Henderson would be the one submitted in the greatest volume from that set.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
So you've got a bigger sample size to draw from. For whatever reason, that just seemed to have a suspiciously low gem rate relative to the ones around it on the sheet. So like I said, we can't draw any definitive conclusions. It's just something that makes you go, interesting.
There you go.
It's the best we can do.
We'll
Interesting.
take it.
Yeah,
The hobby is interesting in every way, anyway. So
Better to read some of the cards. Yeah, no, exactly. The video did a lot with that. Robert, don't be knocking the great Bob Watson. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Yeah, it's just yeah. The conclusion is just seemed to be suspiciously low. It just seemed to be just with the sheer volume submitted. It just, like I said, I'm not drawing any definitive conclusions from it. I do think it's interesting, but that's it. It's just interesting.
Stuff on my desk.
I could definitely see where an argument could be made.
Yeah. It's one of those things we'll never know for sure. PSA is the only one who's got the answer to that. We don't. I just think it would be weird. This is the hill you guys want to die on out of all of them. Like, this is the one. All right, guys, whatever works for you.
Specialize, I told you.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's
You
like, guys,
digging and you...
the Ricky Henderson's a 9. It's like, you haven't even looked. It's a 9.
Yep.
Trust me. It's a 9.
Yep. Let me look. It's perfect. 9.
That's a 9.
Perfect 9.
We'll never grade a 10 ever again. That's policy 1.
Boy, the odds of that. What are the odds with all the cards being sent in? How many 9s? How many 8s?
To over 2,000. 2,052 9s. 10,434 8s.
Oh, wow. They've been sending a lot of cards in.
Oh, yeah. Over 23,000 total. Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, some slim odds there.
That's what I mean. Like, it's kind of interesting. Hard to say. Who knows? Like I said, interesting.
I wish Beckett's was a little more readily available, but then again, they do sheet cut cards. So
well, it is. You just have to click 5 times, sign in, give a fingerprint, a blood sample, and then sign in again, and then close a bunch of pop-ups, and then you can get to it.
And then show your COVID pass, and you're good.
Yeah, that should pretty much exactly.
Retina.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Get the retina scan. That's important. Absolutely. So anyway, so guys, it has been a lot of fun. We even had even towards there was some good energy there at the end, having a little fun with the Ricky Henderson conspiracy. So that was kind of fun. I always enjoy entertaining it for a couple of minutes. It's fun.
Sure.
So anyway, so that's it. You guys can fight over the last word. We'll wind her down. Next week, back same time, same channel, same usual thing. It'll be fine. The week after is the Expo. That's the one I'm still working out. I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know what it's going to go down yet. I haven't committed to anything. We'll see. I may try to do a live stream during the week just to try it out and see if it works, just as an experiment.
Sure.
Yeah, if it does, it's going to be truncated. I'm not going to sit in the hotel room for the usual length of time and try to do it. But if I can go online for a bit, yeah, why not? It'd be kind of fun. But I'll definitely try to take some footage and some stuff and take some stuff from the Expo. Go around because I'll be curious to see what this one looks like. So it'll be at least entertaining. So probably there'll be at least one vlog format. Beyond that, I don't know yet. It's a game time decision. We'll have to see what things look like.
We'll do it.
Yep.
Everybody's getting excited.
I am. I'm looking forward to it.
I have no idea what to expect.
I'm hugely excited, Bobby. I'm at least a 3.5 out of 10.
I'm usually a 9 out of 10. I'm about a 3, 4.
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of weary about it. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I don't mind the people or anything. I'm just wondering what's really going to happen at the show. Restrictions. Are we going to get everybody in there? What is really going to go on? Because we don't know any of that. None of that's posted on this the website either. So COVID, whatever they're saying, but we've actually opened up quite a bit with this last week, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
well, they basically put on the site no restrictions. So really, it's just show your ID and your pass and get in.
Oh, come on in.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. Yeah. Show your stuff.
So
it's not the 100% rate, is it?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Full, like maximum capacity.
According to the site, it was maximum capacity. I'll take a look right
Whatever
now.
that is.
Yeah. I'll double check right now.
Go ahead,
That's
Eric.
what it said.
Bobby, you probably already have your tickets. Carlos, did you buy tickets yet?
Yeah, I bought one of the VIP ones. I have to go yell at Steve Menzie again because I got to get the stupid one.
Still not yet.
Yeah, well, I was trying to tell him, like I specifically said, hey, if there's a typo in the email, you can hit resend as many times as you want. It's not going to send me anything. I have a receipt with all the information and all that on there, but it's like, guys, just fix the email and send me that.
You got yours, Eric?
No, I was because I got to figure out which day I want to go to the Hall of Fame. So it's like one day I won't even be there. So
Well, I think it's a
figured you could
weekend pass, really, that you're going to probably get.
yeah, I mean, you could buy them at the door, I think, still.
Yeah,
You can, but I'll be honest with you. I strongly suggest, even if you want to do it a day at a time, buy it ahead of time.
Okay.
Because at
You
the
know,
door, don't forget, we're gonna have
standing in line.
we're gonna have people checking paperwork and like
gonna
even
be
to get in the
slow.
door. If you want to buy it at the door, yes, you can. I strongly suggest you already have it in your hand.
Yeah.
All right.
Just my suggestion. Just
All right. I'll look
lease
into it
them-
tomorrow.
yeah, whatever the pass the least resistance is, do that.
Okay.
The individual days will cost you more than the weekend pass, the basic pass. So
But I'm just saying from a practicality standpoint, I wouldn't invite any additional lines that I don't need to stand in. Anything I can do to avoid an extra line, I will do that. That's why I was like, buy the stupid VIP, whatever. Give me the damn thing, whatever, and I'll get my stuff. It'll be fine. We'll do it.
perfect. Nice.
I'm thinking maybe I have to look and see what the hours are. I assume the Hall of Fame's open on a Sunday.
Yep, it should be.
Usually is, yeah.
So I'm thinking I'll skip the last day.
Sunday is a good day to skip. Especially,
I'm
I really suspect this year it's going to be pretty quiet on the Sunday. I think if you've been a couple of the other days, you'll be fine. You would have gotten your fill.
So I'm thinking I'll go to the Hall of Fame on Sunday. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think you'll be good.
I'm just looking it up. 10 to 5. What is
So announcement at the top says the Expo will now be operating at full capacity in capital letters. So whatever full capacity means, they are saying full capacity on the site.
The other thing I have to look at is if
Okay.
do you still need a COVID test within 48 hours of entering the country?
I
I'm
don't know.
hearing that
on the
9th
that's a
that's
good
going to
question.
stop.
on the 9th?
That's what I've been told, but I got to do my own research. I can't go by what people tell me.
I would make sure you really are diligent on that because
So if I'm coming in, crossing the border
It's
on the
coming in
morning-
hot, brothers.
on the morning of the 11th,
brother.
then I'm all set.
Brothers.
But
Yeah. You're
if
set.
not, I got to make sure I get a COVID test within 48 hours to cross the border.
Right.
I guess.
Yeah.
So I got to look into it.
Yeah. The border one is is one that you're going to have to follow whatever they came up with, and that's going to be to the letter. Same vein. Again, path of least resistance. Just have your stuff ready, whatever it is,
Yeah.
and then move on. So all capacity restrictions have been lifted, Bobby. That's what it says.
Yeah, I
So,
figured as much.
Yeah. So,
So it's going to be business as usual, but you still have to wear a mask, correct?
yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yep. Indoors, mask on.
Yeah. Okay. We're good.
Yep.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, just have your ID and your COVID information with you. You're good. Show it with the code or whatever. Done.
Yeah, I got a dealer's pass anyways, even though Steve let me in for free. So whatever.
Look at you. So yeah, so Name is excited for the Expo. He's not even going. We'll do our
Oh,
best
that's-
to take some footage for you, buddy.
All
Too
right.
bad. Love to have seen him.
Yeah. No, I think the last time we talked to Name, he mentioned he wasn't able to come in, but hopefully one of these days, hopefully one of these future
He's on the
opportunities.
other side of the country, right?
Yes, he's out
Yeah.
west.
So, right. So I mean, that's like going from California to Massachusetts. You can't just do that on a whim.
Yep. No, there's got to be some planning involved. Hopefully one of these days, I think we'll eventually get it done here.
But why would you anyways?
Sorry, why would you go to the Expo?
No, California and Massachusetts.
I live
Vice
in one.
versa.
Well, I'm hoping secretly because I enjoy looking at all the YouTube videos that say leaving California. It's like, if enough of you leave California, can I go to California?
Mhm.
Because it's like, if enough of y'all leave, then if real estate prices go down, I'm in. Let's go. I'll take the weather. Y'all can leave. Get out. It sucks here. Leave.
I'll be in Nevada.
No, that would be my first choice. Yes.
it's,
Well,
it's right next door.
here's the thing. The other thing is that California has the traffic issue because that itself is
Oh,
a huge
yeah.
issue. Yeah, a big problem. Like, let's just be honest. Like Nevada, I would just enjoy it because then I'd go to UFC cards all the time. If I'm already there, I'm there.
There.
Yeah, let's do it.
Vegas has a hockey team now. Might as well.
They do.
I'd love to see a Leaf game. Plan it up.
And the Expo is exciting right now. Hype it up. Brag about your country, your city. The country's fine. City, it's fine. 6 out of 10. Yeah, let me tell you something, bro. That's right. Coming in hot, probably not a good thing. Yeah. Eat your prayers and say your vitamins. Yes, agreed. What did they so go? That's a good name. We'll get it happen. Yeah, California isn't
good.
getting it cheaper. But the important thing here is that's the best part about it is that some people say, oh, California sucks. Well, if it sucks so much, you don't leave and the price would go down.
That's it.
Like, that's how I know you're all lying to me. I don't care what you say. These real estate prices are high because it's like the blaster thing all over again. You keep whining about it, but if all of you would stop patronizing it, the price would go down.
Uh-huh.
There's a reason real estate prices are low in Montana. No one wants to live in Montana.
No.
Well, then go get yourself a place in Montana. Go get some pocket change. You can buy 50 acres.
I don't make my own decisions anymore, Carlos.
There you go. You gotta flee to it. Just
Man.
divert yourself backwards. It's like I got lost. Where? I took the wrong turn at Albuquerque. Why are you Never mind.
North Dakota.
Yeah. Just go to North Dakota for a little while. It's like, okay, how did I end up in Montana? We're good now.
It's okay. I'll just
Wonder how
go
many
to
so-called hobby infos
Saskatchewan will be good.
Too
Well,
many.
Yeah. Well, Saskatchewan's the same thing. It's like, yeah, it's like,
Right
what's
there.
it it's like there's somebody who goes to Saskatchewan. It's like, oh man, it's so cheap. You guys should come here. It's so cheap here. There's a reason it's cheap
There's
there.
nothing. It's
There
cold.
is a reason it is cheap there.
Mhm.
This isn't an accident. Where people want to be, the prices are higher. This
Yeah,
is normally how
Western
it works.
Canada is totally different than Ontario. Quebec's totally different by himself. East
Yes.
Coast, Newfoundland's kind of on its own, and Nova Scotia and New Brunswick are pretty similar.
Well, Newfoundland was a country, I think, still into the 40s. It was still its
49.
own country. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like it was still its own country really late.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
It wasn't part of the Commonwealth or part of Canada at that time. In 1949, that's when they officially joined.
Well, I think that was
1949-50.
yeah, that's where the Hockey Night in Canada catchphrase with it would acknowledge them on their own.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well that was done back in the 30s, right?
Yeah,
By
exactly.
Foster
Yeah.
Hewitt.
That's right, because they were still their own country. So it's like, yep, that independent nation of Newfoundland, the People's Republic of Newfoundland. All right. Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know how many hobby influencers are going to try to come up. We don't really have any hobby influencers around these parts.
I think there's quite a few people coming, to my understanding.
North?
Yes.
Interesting. Are we getting Sports Card Investor? Are we getting Investor Card Guy?
I don't think he's
Are
gonna
we getting
come.
Sasha T?
I definitely don't think we're getting
No Card
Sasha.
Collector too? I am
He's not going to
disappointed.
be able to get
He
his
might.
basketball hoop over the border.
He's in Ohio, right? So he's only 6 hours away.
Yeah, but I think I saw. I wonder. I believe I saw it in one of the vlogs that somebody I think made reference to the Toronto show, and he was like, "I'd love to go, but not this next one," because I think somebody said it. Oh, it's in November. It's like too soon. But I'd love to go to a future one.
Too soon from the national.
Well, he's doing the show circuit and a couple of things. Plus, he still runs the shop.
yeah.
So it's one of those things where I think it's one of those deals where if he was going to come up, he'd have to plan it out and be like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. And then I'll
Yeah.
bring somebody with me to be the camera.
It wasn't, fully a go until a few months ago or 2 months ago. So yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But I heard a lot of the other influencers coming up for the social, whatever, and then buying some hockey, and there should be a lot of basketball there. There should be a lot.
I think it'll be a lot more this time around. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
more
money
than
money's
any
there.
other time.
The money is there, so they would definitely do it.
Yeah.
How many of the hobby goats will be there? Do we have hobby goats? But it is goats with small G. So maybe.
I was Instagram texting with Name this week, and he was very complimentary of Bobby and calling him a goat earlier in the week.
That's not bad.
Bad.
So you're a small G goat or a big G goat, Bobby? What do you like? Where are you putting yourself?
As a goat,
Yeah, small G or big G?
I'd have to be a big G for vintage,
All right.
and a no G for modern.
Lacking the G's?
Not even a G, like an H or an I or something.
I'm a Z.
Yeah, but maybe a Z when it comes to do stuff. I know a little bit about the stuff and
I don't.
what's going on, but
I
Yeah.
really don't.
just for the vintage, that's the only thing I could really ever say.
See, I appreciate you guys. Ozzy Cardad, Jeff Wilson, his posse, Daps Man. Dare we live the dream? Could we have Daps Man? But we do have DJ Ski. That's true. DJ Ski.
But there's so many legends and goats and OGs out there. Like I'm a wash now.
Well, you're gonna, you can always work. You can always try being an OG and just a G.
Oh,
There,
Yeah.
if you're a G, that could work out for you.
I'll tell you, if I end up tagging along with some of my friends that are going to be meeting up with some of these influencers and famous people that in the hobby and all that, I'll definitely let you guys know.
Well, we'll know because there'll be 5,000 selfies, whether you want it or not. It doesn't matter.
They won't be from me.
It's like one way or another. From what I
but-
understand, it's like a requirement. If you meet one of the OGs or goats or
yeah.
small G, big G, you have to take a selfie. Like you have to take a selfie.
And I don't think I do, but
You'll be in them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait until you go to social media. It's like I wasn't even there for this picture.
yeah,
You're right there.
yeah. Trust me, if I'm in them, it's because I'm tagging along with somebody else. It's not because of me.
All
We
right.
got a picture of all of us: you, me, Yannick, Carlos.
DJ
That'd be
Ski.
nice.
In front
What
of
if
his
DJ?
booth.
What if
In
DJ
front of his
Ski
booth.
wants to meet the OGs? He's like, Bobby Burrell. What do you do if DJ Ski is like, hey, Bobby Burrell, I love your book?
If they don't, you know, vintage, so there's no OG for me. from
I feel
them.
like we're strongly underestimating DJ Ski.
Maybe.
Dapsman, we're probably okay. But like, you never know. You never know. Anyway, perfect. Sounds good. So guys, pleasure once again this evening. Thank you, Eric, for coming in. Thank you,
Awesome.
Bobby Farrell, for
Fun.
being a G, OG, small G, big G, goat, G of some kind. Some G's. Brother. So, something.
Come on, brother.
Yeah, brother. I play the clip, but we already got one video pulled.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna have to lay off that one. But y'all know what I was talking about. Those of you who know, you know. Anyway, so that's it for us this time around. Next Friday, same time, same whatever. And then following week, I'll figure it out and I'll let know ahead of time.
We'll see.
Once I know, it'll be easier to figure it out. We'll figure it out from there.
Yeah.
More stuff coming up on the channel. Otherwise, enjoy your Saturday in the East Coast, West Coast. You got 14 minutes. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Talk to you guys later.
Ciao.